I stepped inside the living room and saw Mrs. Lucian out on the sun porch staring at me from her wheelchair. She was dressed in a flowery blouse and beige skirt, but the seasonal cheeriness of the colors only accentuated the pallor of her skin and the obvious deterioration of her bone structure. Through the windows I could see freshly mowed St. Augustine grass and a bank of shade trees in the background and a pale green canopy set up on aluminum poles. The canopy was swelling with wind, a loose chain on one corner rattling against a pole. "Are you here about Tony?" she asked. "Monarch Little has been released from jail on bond. We're concerned your husband might want to take the law into his own hands," I replied. She watched me in the same way a bird watches a potential predator from atop its nest. She was originally from the Carrollton district of New Orleans and had come to Lafayette to study drama at the university when she was only a girl. Her parents, who had been successful antique dealers, were killed in a commercial airline accident her freshman year. Mrs. Lucian, whose first name was Valerie, left school and went to work for a man who made breakfast room furniture out of compressed sawdust and sold it to the owners of double-wides and prefab homes during the domestic oil boom of the 1970s. Then she met Bellerophon Lucian and perhaps decided that the dreams of a young drama major were just that, dreams that a mature woman tries to put aside with only a brief pang of the heart. "You're here because you're worried about the man who killed my son, who disfigured him so badly he's virtually unrecognizable," she said. "I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs. Lucian," I said, but it was obvious she was not interested in my sympathies. "Monarch Little hasn't been charged in the murder of your son. He was in jail on a firearms violation. His bond was reduced, and now he's back on the street, and that's why I'm here." Her face was almost skeletal, her hair like corn silk, her eyes filled with both sorrow and the analytical glint of someone who has probably been systematically deceived. She reminded me of a figure in a Modigliani painting, attenuated, her bones like rubber, her body robbed of both beauty and hope by an unkind hand. "You're saying there's doubt about this man's guilt?" she said. "In my mind, yes." "Why?" "The investigation is ongoing." "Please answer my question." "I don't think Monarch Little is a killer." She stared out the window at the lawn and the wind puffing the canopy that had been used at garden parties in a happier time. "You were one of the policemen who found Tony?" "Yes, I was." "Do you think my son suffered?" "No, I don't think he did." I let my eyes go flat so they did not focus on her face. "But the truth is, you don't know," she said. "In this kind of instance..." "Don't patronize me, Mr. Robichaux." My words were of no value. I suspected her grief had now become her only possession, and in all probability she would nurse it into the grave. I looked out the window at the green canopy rippling in the wind and the chain tinkling on the aluminum pole. I have a videotape of Yvonne Darbon dancing at a lawn party. In the background there's a sound like canvas popping and a chain rattling against metal. I think that video was shot in your yard, Mrs. Lucian. She lifted her chin. Her eyes were small and green, recessed unequally in her face. "And what if it was?" "You knew Yvonne Darbon?" "I'm not sure that I did. Would you answer my question, please?" I felt a surge of anger in my chest, less because of her imperious attitude than her callousness toward someone else's loss. She died of a gunshot wound in the center of her forehead. She was 18 years old. I think she was at your house the day of her death. She had red hair and was wearing a short skirt and sleeveless blue tank top at the party. She was dancing to a recording of John Lee Hooker's Boom Boom. Does any of that sound familiar to you?
"I don't like the way you're addressing me."
Mr. Darbon lost his child to a violent act just like you lost yours. Why should you take offense because I ask whether or not the girl was at your house? Why is that a problem for you, Mrs. Lucian?
"Get out."
I placed my business card on a glass tabletop next to her wheelchair. There was a small pitcher of orange juice and crushed ice with sprigs of mint in it sitting on a table. The refraction of sunlight from the pitcher looked like shards of glass on her skin. Either your son or your husband ran over and killed a homeless man. Moral outrage won't change that fact, I said.
Your cruelty seems to have no bounds, she replied.
Bello had gone first to Monarch Little's home, located in a blue-collar neighborhood that was gradually becoming all black. A woman had been hanging wash in her backyard when she saw Bello come up the dirt driveway, the Rottweiler straining at the leash he had double-wrapped around his fist. "You know where Mr. Little is?" he asked, smiling at her. "No, sir," she replied. "You been out in the yard long? Or maybe at your kitchen window? Or maybe out on your gallery, pounding out your broom?" He was grinning at nothing now, his eyes roving about aimlessly, the dog stringing saliva into the dirt. "He come in a while ago, then left again," the woman replied. She was overweight, her dress blowing on her body like a tent, her arms wrapped with a skin infection that leached them of their color. "Wasn't driving that Firebird, though, was he? 'Cause it got burnt up," Bello said. She wasn't going to reply. Then she looked again at his face and felt the words break involuntarily from her throat. "He was with his cousin, in a beat-up truck. It's got boards stuck up on the sides to haul yard trash with." "Where they gone to?" Bello was still grinning, his eyes never quite lighting on her. He lifted up on the dog's choke chain, tightening it until the dog stiffened and sat down in the dirt. "Tell me where he's at. I owe him some money." "That corner where they always standing around under the tree? I heard them saying they were going to the little store there," she said. "The corner they sell dope at? I don't know nothing about that. But that's the corner you're talking about, isn't it?" "Yes, sir." "If I don't find him, you don't need to tell him I was here, do you?" "No, sir," she replied, shaking her head quickly. "Thank you," he said. He turned the dog in a circle and walked it back to his Buick, making a snicking sound behind his teeth. I had just left Bello's house when I got the dispatcher's call. I hit the siren and the flasher and headed down Laurelville Road, cane fields and horse farms and clumps of live oaks racing past me. The air conditioning unit in Bello's Buick was turned up full blast as he approached the corner that had always served as a secondary home for Monarch and his friends. Bello's dog sat on the front seat, its yellow eyes looking dully out the window, its choke chain dripping like ice from its neck. The frigid interior of the Buick, with its deep leather seats and clean smell, digital instrument panels, and silent powertrain, seemed a galaxy away from the dusty, superheated, and litter-strewn environment on the corner. A black kid drinking from a quart bottle of ale eyeballed Bello's car, waiting to see if the driver would roll down the window, indicating he wanted to make a buy. Bello slowed the Buick against the curb, the white orb of sun suddenly disappearing behind the massive canopy of the shade tree. He turned off the ignition, cracked the windows, and waited for his eyes to adjust to the change in light before he got out of the car. Bello had never had a cautionary sense about people of color, and had never thought of them, at least individually, as a viable challenge to his authority as a white man. In the past, they had always done what he told them. That's the way it was. If they believed otherwise, a phone call to an employer or a manager of rental properties could bring about a level of religious conversion that even a beating could not. But something had changed at the corner. The gangbangers were there, as always, playing cards, drinking soda pop or beer, taking turns at the weight set, their hair matted down with black silk scarves, even in the heat, but they seemed disconnected from Monarch, in the same way that candle moths lose their flight pattern when their light source is removed. Monarch and his cousin, a yard man who looked like he was made from coat-hanger wire, were eating spearmint snowballs with tiny wood spoons at a plank table under the tree. The yard man's paint-skinned truck, garden tools bungee-corded to the sides, was parked in the background. Monarch was wearing jeans and old tennis shoes and a colorless denim shirt, the sleeves scissored off at the armpits. He looked at the spangled sunlight bouncing off the windshield of Bellows' Buick, but gave no indication he recognized the man behind the wheel. A bare-chested black kid, not over 17, his shirt wadded up and hanging from his back pocket, tapped on Bellows' window. His arms were without muscular tone, soft, his chin grown with fuzz that looked like black thread. Bellows smiled when he rolled down the window. "Yeah?" Bellows said. "Want some weed?" the kid asked. "That's not what I had in mind," Bellows replied. "You name it, I got it, man," the kid said, his arm propped on the roof, exposing his armpit. He gazed nonchalantly down the street. "You gonna hook me up with some coos?" Bellows said. "There's a lady or two I can introduce you to." "I got a special one in mind," Bellows said, squinting up at him. "Yeah?" "Your mama. She's still working rough trade." The black kid kept his gaze averted and did not look back at him. "Why you want to do that, man?" he said. "'Cause you put your fucking hand on my car," Bellows said. Then he opened the door and stepped out into the heat. "Want to meet my dog?" "No, sir," the boy said, stepping back, lifting his hands in front of him. "Thought you was someone else, sir." Bellows snapped his fingers softly, and the Rottweiler dropped to the asphalt behind him. Bellows closed the car door and picked up the animal's leash. Everyone on the corner was staring at him now. Everyone except Monarch Little, who continued eating his snowball with his tiny wood spoon, digging out the last grains of spearmint-flavored ice from the bottom of the cone. Bellows stepped up on the curb. The wind puffed the oak tree overhead, and tiny yellow leaves drifted down into the shade. Monarch's cousin rose from the table and walked to a trash barrel by his truck and dropped his empty snowball cone inside. The cousin's strap overalls looked made from rags, the weave almost washed out of the fabric. His facial expression was bladed, filled with cautionary lights. "Been thinking about me?" Bellows said to Monarch. "Don't know who you are. Ain't interested either," Monarch replied. "You fixing to find out. You should have stayed in jail, yeah." Monarch seemed to think a long time before he spoke. "I ain't did it. That dog ain't gonna make me say I did either. The people on this corner ain't gonna hurt you, so you ain't got to be afraid. But don't come down here no more threatening people with dogs, no. My son was gonna be a doctor. You took that from me," Bellows said. Monarch waved an index finger back and forth. "I ain't took nothing from you. Do what you gonna do, but you better look around you. This ain't your pond. Now I'm walking away from here. I don't want no trouble." Monarch got up from the table, a net of sunlight and shadow sliding over his skin. That's when Bellows unsnapped the leash from the Rottweiler's choke chain and said, "Sicklenegg." The dog took only 2 bounds before it was airborne and aimed right at Monarch's chest. Monarch twisted away and wrapped his arms across his face, waiting for the dog's teeth to sink into his flesh. Instead, he felt a suck of air past his head and heard a metal whang on bone. Then the dog's great weight bounced off him, and when he opened his eyes, the dog lay in the dust, its body quivering, its fur split across the crown of its skull. Monarch's cousin lowered the shovel he had used on the dog, pointing its tip into the dirt, letting his calloused palm slip down the shaft. One of his eyes constantly watered, and he pressed a handkerchief into the socket, all the time watching Bellows with his other eye, so that in an odd way he looked like 2 people, one managing himself while the other studied an adversary. "A mistake I made here, 'cause folks was in hot blood. Don't mean it got to continue, sir," he said. "You tear my dog's head off and lecture me?" Bellows said. The corner was completely silent, except for the wind coursing through the leaves overhead. A locomotive engine blew in the distance, the sound climbing into the hot sky. "My cousin ain't done you nothing. You come here blaming us for your grief. Now you got more of it, not less, but it ain't on us," Monarch said. No one could say later what thoughts or perhaps memories went through Bellows' mind at that moment. Did he remember a kid with a shoeshine box waiting in the cold at the Southern Pacific Station? Or the one who worked for tips at the root beer drive-in where the owner did not allow him to eat his lunch or supper inside the building? Or did he realize at that particular moment that no matter what he accomplished in life, he would never separate himself from that class of white men who were considered by other whites to be no better on the social ladder than Negroes, and worse yet, considered even less in stature by people of color themselves? He ripped into Monarch with both fists, but once again Bello had misjudged both his situation and his adversary. Monarch slipped the first punch, ate the second one, then got Bello in a bear hug, pinning his hands at his sides, crushing the air from his lungs. Bello struggled helplessly against Monarch's huge arms, his body pressed hard against Monarch's girth, his shoes leaving the ground. "Tear him up, Monarch!" somebody yelled. But instead, Monarch wrestled Bello against the Buick, trapping him there, holding him tight against the hot metal while sheriff's deputies spilled out of 3 cruisers, Monarch's sweat mixing with Bello's inside a cone of heat and dust and the smell of engine oil and rubber tires. The expression of despair and loss and a lifetime of impotent rage on Bello's face was one I will never forget. No greater injury could have been imposed upon him. A black man had not only bested him in public, but had treated him with mercy and pity while others watched, a deed that Bello was incapable of forgiving. Chapter 15. The next morning, Lonnie Marceau buzzed my extension and said he wanted to see me in his office. When I got there, a barber was wiping shaving cream from Lonnie's sideburns and snipping hair out of his nose. The barber held up a mirror for Lonnie to examine his work. Lonnie touched at a spot by his hairline. "Just a tad more on top," he said. The barber used his comb and clippers briefly, then held up the mirror again. "No challenge is too much for your talents, Robert. Thanks for coming over," Lonnie said. He handed the barber 3 $10 bills held crisply between 2 fingers. The barber thanked him and folded the apron carefully so that no hair dropped on the floor, then nodded at me and left the room. "I have a crowded schedule some days," Lonnie said, looking at a steel pocket mirror he kept in his desk drawer. "It's that time of year," I said. He didn't make the connection. In fact, I didn't care whether or not there was one to make. "Bellerophon Lujan is in jail," he said. I looked at my watch. He's probably out by now. He made a 10 out of his hands and patted the pads of his fingers against one another, a thought buried like an insect between his eyes. "We're getting reports on this friend of yours, Clete Purcell. Evidently he caused some massive property damage at the casino in New Orleans." "Then that's between him and them." "Not if he's inserting himself into one of our investigations." "You'll have to take that up with Clete." "I don't need to. I have you. You're the other half of the coin." "You brought me over here about Clete Purcell?" "You're not hearing me. I got a call from a couple of guys in New Orleans, fraternity brothers who have interests in common with Colin Aldrich and want to know why Purcell was hassling their boy in the tea room at the Pontchartrain Hotel." "What's their problem? From what I understand, Aldrich handled himself in a pretty dignified manner," I said. Honest to God, I believe you have trouble with the English language, Dave. My words have no effect on you. If anybody brings down Aldrich, it's going to be us. NOPD might let Purcell wipe his shit all over their parish, but that's not going to happen in New Iberia. If Purcell was bird-dogging Aldrich, you knew about it. I've already told you every element of this investigation will be coordinated out of this office, but I've got a feeling you're using a surrogate to pursue your own agenda. You're mistaken. I'd like to believe that. Believe it. He rocked back in his swivel chair and let his gaze drift out the window. The sky was full of yellow dust and leaves that were gusting out of the trees. So what did your pal find out? Colin Aldrich seems to be a friend of Mrs. Lujan. Maybe a spiritual advisor or something like that. Spiritual advisor my ass. Cleet said Aldrich seemed upset about Tony Lujan's death, like maybe he felt guilty over it. Lonnie made a snuffing sound in his nose and brushed a piece of clipped hair out of one nostril. Did you pass this information on to Helen? It's not information. It's speculation on the part of a private investigator. There are a lot of bad traits I can accept in people, Dave, but disingenuousness isn't one of them. He held his eyes on mine. No, I'm not going to be euphemistic here. I won't put up with lying." I felt a flame spread across my back, the way it can wrap around you when you have shingles. I watched the dust blowing across the tops of the trees out in the street, newspapers swirling off the asphalt. "I hope it rains. It's been awfully hot," I said. "Give me a call if I can provide you with any more help." "We're not finished here," he said. "That's what you think." But indirectly, Lonnie Marceau had made a point. Cleet's speculation about Colin Aldridge's involvement with the Lujan family wasn't to be ignored. I called Mrs. Lujan and asked if I could visit her at her home again. "No, you may not," she said. "I'll come with a warrant if I have to." I could hear her breathing against the receiver. "Is your husband there, Mrs. Lujan?" "My husband is in jail. You should know that." "No, he's not." She was silent again. Then she said, "What time did he get out?" "I'm not sure." "Find out and call me back," she said, and hung up. I rang the jail, then redialed Mrs. Lujan's number. He was out at 9:17 a.m. It was now 1:45. "Have you seen him since his release?" "No, ma'am." "If you wanted to find him, would you know where to look?" "I'm not sure." "I could give you 2 or 3 addresses. Guess which part of town they're in. Guess who lives at those addresses?" "I wouldn't know, Mrs. Lujan." "You wouldn't know? Do you smoke cigarettes?" "I don't." "Do you know where to buy some?" This time I didn't answer. "My husband is an inflexible man and doesn't allow smoking in our home. Please buy me a package of Camels and bring them to the house. Can you do that for me, Mr. Robichaux?" "My pleasure," I said. "Miss Robichaux?" "Yes." "Also bring the video. The one you said shows the Darbon girl at our garden party. Bring that with the cigarettes." 30 minutes later, the maid let me in the front door. Outside, the sun was white in the sky, the windows running with humidity, but the interior of the house was frigid. There was no sign of Bello or his car. Mrs. Lujan gestured at me from the sun porch, her fingers curling back toward her palm. "Sit," she said. Then she waited, her eyes on my face. "You want the cigarettes?" I said. "Take one out and give it to me." I removed the cellophane from the package and slipped a cigarette loose for her. She held it between 2 fingers and waited. I took a folder of matches from my shirt pocket and lit a cigarette and blew out the match. There was no ashtray on the glass tabletop that separated me from her wheelchair, and I set the match on the edge of a coffee saucer and placed the package of cigarettes next to it. She turned her face to one side when she exhaled the smoke, then looked at me quizzically. "You think I'm strange," she said. "It's not my job to make those kinds of judgments." "Put the video in the machine," she said. I shoved a cassette into the VCR and watched the first images come up on the screen. She continued to smoke as I fast-forwarded the tape, her eyes rheumy, sunken like green marbles into bread dough. She seemed to radiate sickness in the same way that an unchanged bandage or an infected wound does. I even wondered if the diminution of her bone structure had less to do with an automobile accident than a cancerous anger that lived inside her. I stopped the tape on the garden party, backed it up, and recommenced it. Once again, Yvonne Darbon was dancing to the signature composition of John Lee Hooker, her shoulders powdered with freckles, her pug nose turned up at the sky. "That's the girl who shot herself," Mrs. Lujan said. "Do you remember her?" "She was pretty. Tony brought her here. Then he left and she was dancing by herself. She was wearing that tank top. She spilled sangria on it." "Go on." "I was watching the dancers from the upstairs window. She looked up at me and smiled and pointed at the stain on her top. It was wet and dark on the material. Her breasts were molded against the cloth, and I remember thinking she didn't belong out there, at least not with the likes of Slim Bruxall. I waved her to come inside. I wanted to give her a clean blouse to wear." "Why didn't you?" "I saw her talk to Slim, then to Bello. She walked under the orange tree below my line of vision,
Then I couldn't see her anymore. I heard the door slam. The side door is right under my bedroom, and when it slams, I can always feel the vibration through the floor. So I know she went into the house. Then I heard the door slam a second time.
Mrs. Lujan drew in on the cigarette and blew out the smoke and watched it flatten against the window. Her makeup was caked, her mouth stitched with wrinkles that were as thin as cat's whiskers, her eyes looking at an image, imagined or real, trapped inside her head. "Who followed Yvonne Darbon into the house?" I asked.
"There's a game room behind the den. Bello keeps the curtains drawn so the western sun doesn't get in. It's a place where he goes to be alone. I heard something thump against the wall down there. I kept waiting to hear another thump, the way you do when a sound wakes you up in the middle of the night. But I didn't. All I heard were voices."
"Voices?"
"I heard a girl's. I heard it come up through the pipe in the lavatory. It was loud, then it stopped, and I couldn't hear anything except the sound of water running. I think somebody turned on the shower down there. I can always tell when it's the shower in the game room. The stall's made of tin. The water makes a drumming sound on the sides. I wanted to think she was just taking a shower, but that's not why somebody turned on the water, is it?"
I waited before I spoke again. "What do you think happened down there, Mrs. Lujan?"
"I used the intercom to call Sidney, the colored man in the kitchen. It took over 15 minutes to get him up here. I told him to go down to the game room and see who was in there, but he refused."
"Pardon?"
"He said he had left a tray of drinks on the landing and had to take them out on the lawn before somebody tripped on them, but I knew he was lying."
"I'm not with you."
Sidney couldn't look at me. His eyeballs kept rolling around in his head. I told him to stop acting like Step and Fetch It and get down there. 10 minutes later, I called him on the intercom again. He still hadn't gone into the game room.
"Why wouldn't he do as you told him, Mrs. Lujan?" She wore dentures, and they looked hard and stiff inside her mouth, her flesh by contrast soft and trembling against them.
"Because he was afraid of what he would have to tell me. Because he was afraid of my goddamn husband,"
she said. Her eyes were moist now, the flat of her fist pressed against her mouth. "There's something else I have to ask you, Mrs. Lujan," I said. When she looked up at me, the whites of her eyes were threaded with tiny red lines. "I think Colin Aldridge has knowledge about your son's death. I think he may know why Tony was murdered. I believe you gave Aldridge information you won't give us," I said. "Monarch Little didn't kill your boy, did he?" She stared into space, as though reviewing all the words she had said and listened to, and all the images her own words had caused her to see inside her head, and the confession of personal failure and inadequacy she had just made to a stranger. Her face grew still and composed, and she looked up at me again, this time her eyes free of pain, her thoughts clear.
"I've been a fool, Mr. Robichaud. You are what I've heard others say of you. You're a dishonorable and self-serving man, and I should not have confided in you. You'll leave a black animal on the street while the blood of his victims runs in the gutter. There's only one type of person who does that, sir. Someone who feels an intolerable sense of guilt about himself. Take your video cassette with you when you leave. Don't return without a warrant either."
That night, I lay beside Molly in the dark and tried to sleep. I have never given much credence to the notion that the dead are held captive by the weight of tombstones placed on their chests. I believe they slip loose from their fastenings of rotted satin and moldboard and tree roots and the clay itself and visit us in nocturnal moments that we are allowed to dismiss as dreams. They're in our midst, still hanging on for reasons of their own. Sometimes I think their visitation has less to do with their own motives than ours. I think sometimes it is we who need the dead rather than the other way around. Once, I saw the specter of my drowned father standing in the surf, rain dancing on his hard hat while he gave me the thumbs-up sign. Annie, my murdered wife, spoke to me inside the static on a telephone line during an electric storm. Sometimes at dusk, when the wind swirled through the sugarcane in a field, denting and flattening it just like elephant grass under the downdraft of a helicopter, I was sure I saw men from my platoon, all KIA, waiting for the Jolly Green to descend from the sky. A therapist told me these experiences were a psychotic reaction to events I couldn't control. The therapist was a decent and well-meaning man, and I didn't argue with him. But I know what I saw and heard. And just like anyone who has stacked time in what St. John of the Cross described as the dark night of the soul, I long ago gave up either defending myself or arguing with those who have never had their ticket punched. It was hot and breathless outside, and the sound of dry thunder like crackling cellophane leaked from clouds that gave no rain. Through the back window I could see vapor lamps burning in City Park and a layer of dust floating on the bayou's surface. I could see the shadows of oaks moving in my yard when the wind puffed through the canopy. I could see beads of humidity, as bright as quicksilver, slipping down the giant serrated leaves of the philodendron, and the humped shape of a gator lumbering crookedly across the mud bank, suddenly plunging into water and disappearing inside the lily pads. I saw all these things, just as I heard helicopter blades roaring by overhead, and just for a second, for no reason that made any sense, I saw Dallas Klein getting to his knees on a hot street swirling with yellow dust in Opelika, Florida, like a man preparing himself for his own decapitation. I sat up in bed, unsure if I was awake or dreaming. I looked down the slope to the bayou, and all was as it had been a few moments earlier, except my heart was racing, and I could smell my own odor rising from inside my T-shirt. I felt Molly's weight shift in the bed. "Did you have a dream?" she said. A chopper flew over the house and woke me up. It was probably a guy on his way out to a rig. "Did you dream about the war?" "No, I don't dream about it much anymore. It was just a sudden sound of helicopter blades that woke me, that's all." But you don't tell a lie to a Catholic nun and get away with it. Molly went into the kitchen and returned with a glass of lemonade for each of us. We sat there in the dark and drank the lemonade and watched the trees flare against the sky. She placed her hand on top of mine and squeezed it. "You never have to keep secrets from me," she said. "I know. You know it, but you don't believe it. I believe you're everything that's good, Molly Boyle." She lay down next to me, the curve of her body close against me, her arm across my chest, the fragrance of her hair cool in my face. And that's the way I went to sleep, inside the fragrance and body heat of Molly Boyle, and I did not wake until dawn. But in the morning I could not shake the vision I had seen of Dallas Klein kneeling on a sidewalk in Opelika, Florida. Was the vision simply a matter of unresolved guilt about his death, or was it a warning? Because I carried a badge, I sometimes presumed. Sometimes in my vanity, I saw myself as a light-bearer, possessed of an invulnerability that ordinary men and women did not share. There were times when I actually believed my badge was indeed a shield. Soldiers experience the same false sense of confidence after surviving their first combat. Gamblers think they have magic painted on them when they pick a perfecta out of the air or draw successfully to an inside straight. The high of a boozer doesn't even come close to any of the aforementioned. All of it is an illusion. Our appointment in Samara is made for us without our consent, and death finds us of its own accord and at its own time. Cops rarely die in firefights with bank robbers. They're shot to death during routine traffic stops or while responding to domestic disturbances. As a rule, their killers couldn't masturbate without a diagram. I had taken too much for granted in my attitude about the killers of Dallas Klein. The people who had killed him were not only cold-blooded, they were cynical and cruel, and I believe totally committed to a life of evil. They exploited Dallas's weakness as a compulsive gambler to rob him of his honesty, his valorous war record, his self-respect, and finally his life. His executioner had even ridiculed him before pulling the trigger on the shotgun, calling him a joke ensuring he would realize before he died how badly he had been used. I had no doubt Whitey Bruxall was behind the armored car heist, but Lefty Ragusa's role was another matter. Could he have been at the scene? He'd had an alibi, but an alibi for a guy like Ragusa was never further than a phone call away. I had heard the shooter speak just before the van steered around the armored car, but the alcohol in my blood and a gunfire and glass caving out of the saloon window onto the concrete and the whang of buckshot into the metal door behind me had turned my ears into cauliflower. I'd tried 1,000 times to recreate the voice in my head, always with the same result. I had witnessed an execution, and my recall of it was absolutely worthless. The killer had been someone for whom cruelty and sexual pleasure were interchangeable, a man who I suspected not only killed for enjoyment but who experienced the moment as a form of benediction bestowed upon him by his own ID. Did this describe Lefty Ragusa? And Cleet had not only baited Whitey Bruxall and gotten into it with Ragusa, he was in the sack with Trish Klein, an amateur grifter who thought she could use a collection of self-deluded blue-collar kids to bring down her father's killer. In the meantime, Lonnie Marceau was playing both ends against the middle and using both the district attorney's office and the sheriff's department to further his own political ambitions. I believe Whitey Bruxall and Lefty Ragusa had come to Louisiana with the same sense of excitement and expectation generated in hogs when they get a downwind sniff of a trough brimming with swill. We were amateurs, and they knew it. They bought politicians and media people for chump change and fleeced Social Security recipients and $25 an hour offshore oil drillers alike while convincing them that casinos increased their quality of life. Lonnie Marceau thought he was going to take Bruxall off at the neck. Inside Lonnie's worldview, Helen Swallow and I were as important as his fingernail parings. Yesterday I'd walked out on a meeting with him as though somehow that changed the fact he was skewing an investigation to serve his own ends. Maybe it was time to set the record straight in a more definitive fashion. I picked up my phone and called his office. "I'd like to drop by for a minute," I said. "What for?" he asked. "To apologize." "People go off half-cocked sometimes. Don't worry about it," he said. "I appreciate your attitude, but I'd like to apologize in person." "That's not necessary." "Yeah, it is. I'll be right over." When I entered his office, he was standing by his desk, putting files in a briefcase. His long-sleeved white shirt had glittering strips in it, like tin ribbons, and it hung on his frame without a fold or crease in it, as though the sense of freshness and efficiency he brought to the job could not be diminished by the heat of the day. He glanced up from his briefcase and grinned. "You don't have a splinter in your butt about something, do you?" he asked. "I haven't been adequately forthcoming with you, Lonnie. I don't think Monarch Little is our killer. If anybody had motivation to kill the Lusion kid, it was Slim Bruxall or his old man." "What motivation is that?" "Tony Lusion was the weak sister in the death of Crustacean Man. He was going to roll over on Slim." "But you don't know that." "I know that Monarch Little is too convenient a target for your office." "Is he now?" "He's a gangbanger and dope dealer, and large crowds aren't going to be saying rosaries for him if he rides the needle. There won't be a civil rights issue about him either. Most black civic leaders wouldn't take the time to piss on his grave." "You're telling me to my face I'm framing an innocent man?" "If you pop Monarch, you win 3 ways. You clear the homicide, you take a dealer off the street permanently, and you've still got Slim Bruxall on an assault beef. You can freeze out the feds and use Slim to squeeze his old man, and by extension, Colin Aldrich. You know, if it weren't for your age and the fact we're both civilized men, I think I'd break your nose." "Your magnanimity is humbling, Lonnie, but any time you'd like to walk into the restroom and bolt the door, I'd be glad to accommodate you." "I want you off the case." "Talk to Helen." "That's perfect." "Run that by me again." "If it wasn't for Helen Swallow, you couldn't get a job picking up litter in City Park. She's covered your sorry ass for so long people think she's either stopped being a queer or you're a portable muff diver. But I'm not going to let either her or you—" That's as far as he got. I hit him so hard the blow peppered blood across the window glass. He went straight down on his buttocks like a man whose legs had caved into broken ceramic. Chapter 16. That day I had planned to meet Molly at home for lunch. She worked at a Catholic foundation down the bayou that built homes for poor people, and twice a week she prepared an extraordinary lunch before she left for work, then returned home before noon and laid it on the kitchen table so it would be ready when I walked through the door. Today, she had heated up a pot of white rice and a fricasseed chicken that had already cooked down into a soft stew of onions, pimentos, floating pieces of meat, chopped up peppers, and brown gravy. She had set floury placemats on the table and heaped a tight ball of steaming rice in each of our gumbo bowls, and placed jelly glasses and a pitcher of iced tea filled with lemon slices and sprigs of mint in the center. It was a simple meal, but one that few men can come home to at noontime on a workday. I sat down with her, and she said grace for both of us, one hand touching mine. Snuggs was stretched out on a throw rug in front of a floor fan, his short fur stiffening in the breeze. Through the back window, I could see a spray of golden-red 4 o'clocks opening in the shade of a live oak, and blue jays flying in and out of the sunlight. I filled a spoon with rice and stewed chicken and put it in my mouth. "What happened to your finger?" Molly asked. "You mean that little cut?" I replied, removing my hand from the table and picking up the napkin in my lap. "I don't call that a little cut. It looks like somebody bit you." I laughed and tried to shine her on. "Dave?" "Huh?" "Answer my question." "I had a little run-in with Lonnie Marceau." "The district attorney? Clarify run-in." "Yeah, that's the one," I replied, ignoring the second part of her statement, bending over the bowl, putting another spoonful in my mouth, my eyes flat now. "You punched the Iberia Parish district attorney?" "It was more or less a one-shot affair." "Hey, Snuggs, you want a piece of chicken?" Molly was staring across the table now, her mouth open. "You're playing a joke, aren't you?" "He called Helen a queer. He accused me of—" I didn't continue. "What? Say it." I told her. Then I added, "So I dropped him. I wish I'd kicked his teeth in." "I don't care what he said. You can't attack people with your fists whenever someone offends you." "Louisiana law allows what it calls provocation. It goes back to the dueling code. Lonnie is a fraternity pissant and should have had his head shoved in a commode a long time ago." "What does his fraternity history have to do with anything?" But she wasn't interested in my response. She rested her forehead on her fingers, her other hand clenched on her napkin, her eyes wet. I felt miserable. "Don't be like that, Molly," I said. "Your enemies know your weakness. You take the bait every time." "I don't see it that way." "Oh, Dave," she said, and went into the bathroom and closed the door. I could hear the water running. Then I heard the faucet squeak and the pipe shut down, but she didn't come out. "Molly," I said through the door. She didn't answer. Behind me, I heard Snuggs go out the swinging flap I'd cut for him in the kitchen door. I drove back to the office in the heat, my lunch unfinished, the sky bitten with dust, my face burning with shame. At the department, a number of felt-tipped notes were taped to my office door. The following excerpts indicated the general sentiments of my colleagues toward Lonnie Marceau. "Way to go, Robichaux. Stomp ass and take names, Big Dave. Hey, Streak, like Wayland says, it ain't the year that counts, but what's under the hood." Helen was not so congratulatory. "He's at Iberia General now with a concussion. He also has a tooth broken off at the gum," she said. She was walking back and forth in front of her office window, her navy blue pants and denim shirt and masculine physique backlit by a sulphurous glare in the sky. "I'm not sorry I did it. He had it coming. I say fuck him, Helen." "What?" "He treats us like douchebags. He's been consistently disrespectful to you and the department. You don't negotiate with a guy like that. You reach down into his wiring and rip it out." "Since when is it your job to defend me or this department?" "It's not my job, that's the point. She hooked her thumbs in her gun belt, the question hanging in her eyes. I looked away from her. "You popped him because of something he said about me?" she said. "He calls you a queer. He accused me of performing cunnilingus on you." I cleared my throat and shifted in the chair, unconsciously touching my knuckles. She took her thumbs out of her belt and gazed out the window, her lips pursed. She fooled with one ear, her jaw flexing on a piece of chewing gum. There were ridges of muscle like rolls of dimes in the backs of her arms. "He hasn't filed charges yet," she said. "He's not going to either." "How do you know that?" "Because he doesn't have a leg to stand on, because he's a gutless fraud." "Pops, you have one character defect I've never been able to deal with." "Really?" "I can never guess what your feelings are on a given subject. God, you're a case. Dropping the district attorney in his own office. That's a beaut." She smiled at me, her face infused with genuine warmth. In fact, it was radiant and filled with the kind of humanity that I suspect is purchased by living in two genders and lovely in ways I cannot adequately describe. Governor Huey Long, known as the Kingfish, became the prototype for all the Southern demagogues who would follow him. According to legend, Huey kept a little black book he called his son of a bitch file. Whenever he met a man he disliked, he wrote his name in it. If someone wondered why Huey had entered the individual's name in the book, the answer was simple. When the opportunity presented itself, Huey would destroy that man's life. What I had not said to Helen was that men like Lonnie Marceau and Huey Long had ice water in their veins and kept long memories. I still believed Lonnie would not come after me immediately because a public airing of our confrontation would cause him political embarrassment. But for 3 years he would have the option of filing charges against me, and that option would hang over me during the entirety of our investigation into the murder of Tony Lucian. My guess was Lonnie would eventually have his revenge, but like all cowards, he would use a 3-cushion shot to get it. In the meantime, I had to keep an investigative clarity of line in the death of Tony Lucian, regardless of my feelings about Lonnie Marceau. I didn't buy Monarch Little for the murder. He was just too easy a target. Black dirt bags make wonderful dartboards for prosecutors in need of defendants with cartoon-like dimensions. Unfortunately for Monarch, he had the social grace of a hog on ice and was the kind of defendant juries loved to boil into grease and pour down a sewer grate. But nevertheless, Monarch was not stupid. Even if he had shot the Lucian boy, he would not have left the murder weapon on the floor of his Firebird. Also, Monarch was a pragmatist. The person who had murdered Tony Lucian had deliberately disfigured the body post-mortem, and I suspect it had been driven by the kind of insatiable rage we associate with sexually motivated psychopaths. Just when I had convinced myself that Monarch was being set up, that the old Southern incubus of racial scapegoating was once again rearing its head in our midst, I received a telephone call that was like a brick toppling down a stone well. "Mr. Robichaux?" The voice was young, female, threaded with trepidation. "Yes, this is Dave Robichaux. What can I do for you?" "It's Lydia Thibodeau, Tony's friend." "How are you?" I said, straightening up in my chair. "You questioned me the night Tony died. I told you things." She stopped and started over. "Dr. Edwards is my academic advisor at UL. He was kind of like a friend to Tony. Slim was in one of his classes, too. I told him the truth about what happened. He said I needed to talk with you and straighten everything out. A lot of people say Dr. Edwards is gay, but I don't care. What does it matter if he's gay?" I couldn't follow her. "Straighten out what?" "I told you I wasn't sure it was Monarch who called up and asked Tony to meet him. That wasn't true. I know Monarch's voice. I bought some weed from him more than once. Can you come to my office?" For a moment I thought the line had gone dead. Don't lose her, I told myself. "It's all right. We'll talk on the phone. I appreciate your cooperating with us. You're sure it was Monarch Little?" I said. "As sure as you can be just by listening to somebody over the phone. How many people lisp like that? He sounds like he has wires all over his teeth." "What else did you want to straighten out, Lydia?" "Sir?" "You said there were things You told me that were not correct. You used the plural.
Maybe Slim was with Tony?
Say that again.
Before Tony left to meet Monarch, I told him it was crazy to go meet a drug dealer when he was already in so much trouble. Tony said he'd be all right because Slim would go with him. He said Slim can handle the action. Monarch already learned he'd...
Say it, Lydia.
He said Monarch already learned he'd better not fuck with Slim. Tony always looked up to Slim. It never made sense to me. Slim is no good.
What do you base that on?
He's mean. His fraternity brothers act like he's their friend, but the truth is they're afraid of him. I told Dr. Edwards that. I told him Slim scared me.
I was writing on a yellow legal pad while she talked. What did Dr. Edwards have to say about that?
He said Tony and Slim both wore masks. He said not to be afraid of someone who can't live with the person who's inside his skin. He said it was too bad Tony couldn't have learned that lesson. I don't know what he meant. What do you think he meant?
I'm not sure. Was Tony maybe unusual or different in some way? I asked, wondering if I was now pushing the envelope.
Sir?
Let me meet you someplace.
I have to go to work now. I'm helping my father at the restaurant.
Your father runs the restaurant at the new casino?
What does that have to do with anything?
Nothing, I said.
I was just trying to undo a lie I told you. Now you're trying to make me say bad things about Tony. Monarch Little killed him, didn't he? Why are you protecting a piece of scum like that? I wish I hadn't called you, Mr. Robichaux. You're on the side of black people. It's always like this. They do whatever they want.
I started to reply, but she broke the connection. Had I been completely wrong? Did Monarch do it after all? Was my enmity toward Lonnie Marceau so extreme that I would take up the cause of a dope dealer who had set up and murdered a hapless college kid whose father had already psychologically damaged him beyond repair? Was I one of those who always saw a person of color as a victim of social injustice? I didn't like to think about the answer. The temperature hit 99 that afternoon. The trees along East Main were almost indistinguishable from one another inside the haze of heat and humidity and dust that covered the town. The tide was out, and Bayou Teche had sunken inside its banks, and in the harshness of the sunlight, alligator gars roiled the water next to clumps of lily pads that had burned yellow on the edges. As I drove home, the wind was hot and smelled of tar and carbon monoxide, and even though I had left my air-conditioned offices only 5 minutes ago, I could feel sweat running down my sides like trails of ants. Molly was not an angry or resentful woman, nor was she one who judged or sought to punish. But her disappointment in others could lie buried in her face as deep as a stone bruise. Perhaps she thought violence could be exorcised from an individual in the same way demons were cast out by medieval clerics. No, that was my own resentful thinking at work. Molly believed too much in others. At least she probably believed too much in me. We said little at supper and even less as we washed the dishes and put them away. As the light went out of the sky and the trees filled with thousands of birds, we found ways to occupy ourselves with chores that did not involve the other. Just before 10 o'clock, when I usually watched the news, I heard her moving about in the kitchen, opening the icebox, setting down a plate on the table. "Dave," she said. I got up from my soft chair in the living room and went to the kitchen door. She had on her nightgown, and I could see the spray of freckles on her shoulders. "What's up?" I said. "I fixed you a piece of pie and some milk. Are you having any?" "I'm pretty tired. I think I'm just going to bed." "I see," I said. "The heat seems to affect me more than it used to." "It's been a hot one." "Good night," she said. "Yeah, good night," I replied. I lay on the couch and watched the local news until 10:30. Then I stared at CNN for the amount of time it took me to fall asleep in my clothes, a floor fan blowing in my face, my wife on the other side of the bedroom wall. Some people in AA say coincidence is your higher power acting anonymously. I'm not sure about that, but on Thursday morning after I'd already left for work, Tripod began to tremble and to cough and rasp deep in his throat as though he had swallowed a hairball. Molly took him to a veterinary clinic, one that also boarded and groomed animals. While she was waiting for the veterinarian, a blade-faced, well-dressed man with an athletic build, 6.5 feet tall, entered the room with a French poodle on a leash. The poodle's fur was dyed pink. Molly had put Tripod in a cardboard box lined with newspaper and a vinyl garbage bag, and had fold-tucked the flaps on the top over Tripod's head and placed the box by her foot. But Tripod had wedged his head between the flaps and had just started a survey of the room when the poodle's scent struck his nostrils. Lonnie Marceau was filling out a form on a clipboard at the intake window, the poodle's leash lying on the floor. The poodle turned toward Tripod's box and made a soft growling sound, like the purr of a distant motorboat. Tripod jerked his head down through the flaps and skittered around in the box, coughing violently, his weight flopping sideways on the stump of his missing hind foot. Sir, would you take control of your animal? He's frightening my coon," Molly said. "Sasha is harmless, believe me," Lonnie said. "The coon doesn't know that. I'm not sure I do either," she replied. He nodded as though he understood the urgency of her request, but kept writing. In the meantime, Tripod's paws skittered and scratched inside the cardboard, and his incontinence kicked into major download. "Sir, you're causing problems you can't guess at. There's a tether post for your pet in the other room," Molly said. "Sorry, I don't quite understand." "This is a very old and sick raccoon. Your dog is terrifying him. Now try to act with a little decency." "Please accept my apologies," Lonnie said, bending over to pick up the poodle's leash. Then he sat down 3 chairs away from Molly and Tripod and began reading a magazine, impervious to Molly's stare. Molly gathered Tripod's box in her arms and rose from her chair just as the receptionist slid back the glass on the intake window. "Mr. Marceau, do you want your poodle shampooed and clipped?" she asked. "Give her the works. She's going to a show this weekend," he said, looking at the receptionist over the top of his magazine. "You're Lonnie Marceau, the district attorney?" Molly said. "I am," he replied pleasantly. "I must be the dumbest woman on the planet," she said, and started toward the other waiting room. "Are we back to my poodle again?" Just then the bottom broke out of the box and Tripod plummeted to the floor, landing on his back with a sickening thump. Molly squatted down and picked him up, his bladder emptying down her forearms. "Poor Tripod," she said. "Madam, I'm not responsible for your Lonnie began. "Shut up," she said. "I took my husband to task for punching you in the mouth. Now I wish he'd knocked your teeth down your throat. I've known some self-important idiots in public office, but you're pathetic." "You're Mrs. Robichaux?" "Duh." Molly called my office as soon as she returned home with Tripod. "He was poisoned?" I said. "The vet's not sure, but that's what he thinks," she replied. "Tripod probably vomited most of it back up. The vet wants to see him again in 2 days, but most of the poison is probably out of his system." "What's Tripod doing right now?" "Sleeping on a blanket in front of the floor fan." "Run that stuff about Lonnie Marceau by me again?" "Who cares about a jerk like that? Come home for lunch," she said. "What did you say to him?" "It's not important. Why waste time talking about it? I'll see you at lunch. Keep your powder dry." "What's that mean?" "Guess." Molly didn't go about things halfway. What some might refer to as a conjugal expression of amends was, in the case of Molly Boyle, like being subsumed by an Elizabethan sonnet devoted to a celebration of Eros and the ethereal interludes he offered from all the dross of everyday life. Her skin, which was fine-grained and smooth and taut from years of farm work in Central America, took on a flush that was like the cool burn of the sun out on the Gulf in late autumn. The pillow was imprinted with the smell of her hair, the sheets damp from the sweat on her thighs and back. When I closed my eyes, I thought of breakers sliding across a beach into clumps of bougainvillea, and a coral cove where schooled-up kingfish flitted next to a patch of floating hot blue. And I thought of a great hard-bodied fish curling out of a wave and plunging into a rain ring. She came under me, her womb actually scalding, then got on top of me and did it again, her breath drawing slowly in and out as though a piece of ice were evaporating on her tongue. We took a shower together and dressed, and I checked on Tripod again and smoothed his fur with a brush that was used for no other purpose. "Who did this to you, old partner?" I said. I went into the backyard and checked Tripod's bowls. There was clean water in one bowl and a half-eaten strip of a sardine in the other. Most of the time, if he was not in the house, he stayed on his chain and wasn't allowed to roam because of his age and his propensity for getting into trouble. There seemed little chance that he'd eaten either tainted or poisoned food by accident. Through the bamboo border on the side yard, I saw Miss Ellen Deschamps sprinkling her rose garden in the shade. Miss Ellen was our one-woman, or rather one-lady, neighborhood crime watch program. Parish sheriffs, zoning boards, and city mayors could come and go, but Miss Ellen's standards did not change with the political season. She served high tea on her upstairs balcony at exactly 3 p.m. every weekday and had her black yard man deliver handwritten invitations to her guests. Any resident on East Main who did not properly attend to the upkeep of his home and lawn and flower beds would receive a polite note from Miss Ellen. If that failed, she put on formal dress, including white gloves, and marched to the home of the offending party and invited him out on his own porch in full view of the street to have an extended conversation about the importance of setting a good example for the less fortunate. "Miss Ellen, did you see anyone prowling around our house in the last day or so?" I asked. She twisted the water faucet shut and walked toward me. She wore a wide straw hat and a blue sundress and an apron with big pockets for her garden tools. Miss Ellen had a way of never speaking to others from a distance, as though honesty and candor always required her to look directly into a person's eyes when she spoke. "He said he was a friend of yours. He said he was staying with you." "Who?" I asked. "A blond man who tied a canoe at the foot of your property. It was at dawn. He opened a can of sardines and fed the raccoon." This wasn't a friend. Tripod was poisoned. I saw something shrink inside her. "I thought he might have been vacationing here. He was very relaxed and polite. He came out of the fog and made a point of saying hello. He said he didn't want to startle me." "Was he a tall or short man?" "No, he wasn't tall." "How about an accent or tattoos?" She seemed to look into her memory, then she shook her head. "He had tiny pits in his cheeks, like needle holes." "This afternoon somebody from the department will bring you a few mug shots. Maybe you can pick this fellow out for us." But she wasn't hearing me. Her face made me think of paper that had been held too close to a heat source. It seemed to have wrinkled from within, as though someone had pinched off a piece of her soul. "Mr. Robichaux, I'm very sorry I didn't notify you. Is your raccoon—" "He's fine, Miss Ellen. Don't feel bad about this. You've been very helpful." "No, I haven't," she said. "I should have called your house." "I think you've already told me who this guy is. You've done a good deed here." "Do you really mean that?" "I do." "Thank you, Mr. Robichaux." "Miss Ellen?" "Yes." "If you see this man again, don't talk with him. Call me or the sheriff's department," I said. "This man is genuinely wicked, isn't he?" "Yes, he is." I watched her go back to work in her garden, troweling a hole for a potted caladium, the damp black soil she had created out of coffee grinds and compost sprinkled on her forearms like grains of pepper. But I knew Miss Ellen had not returned to the normalcy that characterized an ordinary day in her life as caretaker of East Main. The lie told her by the man in the canoe had diminished her faith in her fellow man, and if wounds can remain green, this one I suspected was at the top of the list. On the way back to the house, I saw a tube of roach paste lying inside the bamboo border of my property. That afternoon, a uniformed deputy showed Miss Ellen a half-dozen booking room photos. The deputy radioed in that she took all of 2 seconds to tap her finger on the face of Lefty Ragusa. Why would Ragusa commit such a senseless act of cruelty? If you ask any of these guys why they do anything, and by these guys I mean those who long ago have stopped any pretense of self-justification, the answer is always the same. I felt like it. I called Joe Dupre, an old friend at Lafayette PD who had transferred from homicide to the sex crimes unit to Vice. The last helicopter may have lifted off the roof of the American Embassy in Saigon in 1975, but 30 years later Joe was still humping a pack on a night trail, an M60 across his shoulders, his arms spread on the stock and barrel like a man on a cross. He was addicted to speed, booze, bad women, and the conviction that no force on earth could remove his fear of sleep. I had long ago given up trying to help Joe, but I still admired his courage, his integrity as a cop, and the fact that he stacked his own time and didn't complain about the burden he carried. "This guy does scut work for Whitey Bruxall," he said. "More or less. Maybe he helped take down an armored car in Miami. 2 people got killed in the heist. One of them was a friend of mine." "Why would he want to poison your coon?" "Maybe Whitey Bruxall is starting to feel the heat and wants to provoke me into self-destructing. Or maybe it has to do with Clete Purcell. He bounced Ragusa around a little bit." "I can't quite visualize bounced." "Clete blew him all over a restroom with a fire hose." I heard Joe laugh. "You want me to have a talk with Ragusa?" "That's like talking to a closet full of clothes moths. I need a serious handle on him, something that can jam him up and leave him with bad choices. I'll see what I can come up with. Look, on the subject of Whitey Bruxall, I took a strange call from his wife 3 days ago." "You're not working Vice anymore?" "We think Bruxall is laundering meth money. For a while I was in charge of a surveillance at his house. Anyway, his old lady seems to be a real nutcase. Check this out. He met her at what's called the Wild Hog Festival in Collier County, Florida. People who are half human come out of the glades. Joe, I've got a time squeeze going here. She told me in this mush-mouthed cracker accent that the gas man stole $20 out of her purse. So I told myself this is a good time to see the inside of Bruxall's house. When I get out there, she tells me she found a $20 bill on the floor, and there was no problem, that the gas man had checked out a leak by the barbecue pit and had come inside to turn off and relight her pilots, but she was mistaken about the missing $20. So I say, "You had a gas leak out here?" She said the meter reader smelled it by the barbecue pit out on the breezeway, and a repairman came in to turn off all the pilots on the hot water heaters so they could see if gas was still going through the meter. She said the repairman asked her to sit on the glider in the yard in case there was any danger. I said, "Your husband wasn't home?" She goes, "No, he was out of town. Why you ask that?" Then she tells me these guys were in and out of her house for a half hour. I called the gas company when I got back to the department. They said no meter reader had been out to the Bruxall residence since last month. "Feds?" I said. "They're chasing terrorists." "Thanks for your help, Joe." "We're firing pop guns against the side of an aircraft carrier," he said. "I don't see it that way." "The gambling industry in this country pulls in hundreds of billions a year. Guys like us earn paychecks that have the purchase power of toilet paper. Who do you think is going to walk out of the smoke?" "So we'll piss in their shoes." "That's why I always liked you, Dave. Innocent all the way to the boneyard." I looked at the case files on my desk and couldn't begin to compute the amount of time I needed to pursue the investigation into the murder of Tony Lujan, the possible rape and subsequent suicide of Yvonne Darbon, and the vehicular hit-and-run death of Crustacean Man. I was convinced all 3 cases were tied to one another, but I wasn't sure how. To complicate matters, Tony's part-time girlfriend had told me she was absolutely sure Monarch had called the Lujan home and arranged a meeting with Tony shortly before he was killed at close range with a 12-gauge shotgun. My earlier belief that Monarch was not a killer now seemed more and more like the thinking of a politically correct fool. My file folders on Tony Lujan, Yvonne Darbon, and Crustacean Man were thick with handwritten notes, crime scene photos, summations of witness interviews, post-mortem forms, cassette tapes of 911 calls, forensic reports, and national database printouts on firearms and ballistics. The clerical work I had done on all 3 cases was impressive to look at. The truth was all 3 investigations had become circular and virtually worthless in terms of prosecutorial value. But in my opinion, there was still one individual out there besides the killer who had knowledge about the causes behind Tony's death. If so, he had obviously not been willing to come forward even though he was ostensibly a religious man. I'd met him once before at the home of the Chalons family, one that was notorious for its involvement with casinos on the Texas-Louisiana state line. Maybe it was time to test the legitimacy of Colin Aldridge's claim on spirituality. I called Alice Weirenhouse, Clete's secretary, at his New Orleans office, and in a half hour she called back and told me where I could find Aldridge. I signed out of the department and told Helen I would be out of town until at least the next morning. Chapter 17. The 2-story home that was deeded in the name of his ministry was built of lacquered logs on a bluff that overlooked the Mississippi Sound and a stretch of shell-streaked beach spiked with salt grass. To the west, the alluvial flow of the Mississippi River formed an enormous brown cloud of silt and mud along the Louisiana coastline, but just east of the river's mouth, the Gulf was green, capped with waves all the way to the southern horizon, and pelicans glided above the water like fighter bombers in formation. It was almost dusk when I drove down a broken asphalt lane through pine trees to his front gate. I expected that he would have private security in place around his home, but there was none that I could see, only a railed fence around a yard planted with flowers and St. Augustine grass. I knocked on the front door, but no one answered, and I could hear no sound from inside the house. The borders of the deck were hung with baskets of impatiens and geraniums, and inside the railing were iron chairs that had been painted white and a glass-topped table shaded by a canvas umbrella. The sky was aflame with the sunset, the pine trees north of the dunes whipping in the evening wind. The fragrance of the flowers, the salt air, the resinous smell of the trees that reminded the viewer he was still in the state of Mississippi were like a perfect moment in time, an encapsulation of everything that was aesthetic in the Deep South. But there were no people, no children playing on the beach, no woman reading on the deck, no gardener snipping flowers for a vase that would be placed with burning candles on a dining room table. For reasons that perhaps made no sense, I thought of the paintings of the young Adolf Hitler when he had supported himself as a sidewalk artist. Hitler's street scenes and buildings were geometrically precise, the lines like the edges of knives, but there were no people on the streets or inside the buildings, as though the human family had been vacuumed off the planet. On the far side of Aldrich's house were a dock and boat slip and a channel that was fed by the bay at high tide. No boat was moored at the dock, but a bright rainbow-like film of gasoline and oil floated next to one of the pilings. A cooler and an orange life jacket and a cheap spinning rod lay in a pile on the planks, as though the owner had started to take them with him in his boat, then had lost interest in his purpose. I went back to my truck, pushed back the seat, and closed my eyes. As the sun sank behind the pines and the summer light turned green and dark across the sky, I heard the drone of an outboard in the distance. I took my field glasses out of the glove box and focused them on a 12-foot aluminum boat bouncing through the whitecaps, farther out than I would have been willing to go in a boat that size. As Colin Aldrich came up the channel, canted sideways on the rear seat, his hand on the throttle, his expression showed mild curiosity at my presence, but no sense of alarm. He cut the gas and let his boat slide into the dock on its wake. "My name is Detective Dave Robichaux with the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department," I said, opening my badge holder. "We met a year or so ago in Jeanneret." "Yes, I remember you. How are you?" he said. Without waiting for me to answer, he looped the painter of his boat around a post on the dock and stepped off the bow onto the planks. He was wearing beltless, wash-faded Levi's and a print shirt. His skin was slightly burned by the sun, adding an air of ruggedness to his boyish good looks. "You left your fishing gear and cooler behind," I said. "I'm not that keen on fishing, really. I just like to get out in the wind." "I'm investigating the death of Tony Lucian. I thought you might be able to help me out." "I don't see how," he said, gathering up his fishing rod, cooler, and life jacket, glancing sideways at me. "I've interviewed Tony's mother at some length. Evidently you're a good friend of the family." "I know Mrs. Lucian. She's a supporter of my ministry, if that's what you mean." "Did she tell you Tony's life was in danger?" He gave me a quizzical look. "Where did you get that?" he said. But again, he didn't wait for me to answer. "Mrs. Lucian is a private person. She shares very little about the tragedies in her life." Aldrich had just made his first and second mistakes. Like all people with something to hide, he telegraphed his fear by trying to fill the environment around him with his own words. Also, he answered questions with questions or made oblique statements that were factually true but did not address the issue. I was convinced he was dirty from the jump, but it was going to be a long haul to prove it. I pulled at my ear. "Can we sit down? I asked. "I'm expecting some people over." "You're not wearing a watch," I said and smiled. "Pardon? You have people coming over, but you went out in your boat and didn't bother to wear a watch." "You're an observant man," he said. He grinned and removed a pocket watch from his jeans. "Let's go on up on the deck for a few minutes, but then I have to take a shower and put something together for dinner." He dropped his cooler and life jacket and spinning rod on the grass, then mounted the wood steps to the deck. "Watch that third step, it's a little rotted," he said, glancing back at me. Colin Aldridge was not only slick, he was likable. But I'd known his kind before. They tested your charity by forcing you to believe in them. To reject their sincerity, their mix of patriotism and religion and love of family, was somehow to reject your own country. Ultimately, they used the suffering of others to justify their own actions. Colin Aldridge's support for foreign wars was unequivocal, regardless of the issues involved. His rhetoric was lofty, his eyes clear, his principles as present in his manner as a flag popping in the breeze. Tony Lucian might be a thorn in his conscience, but not one so great that a Band-Aid or two couldn't heal it. I sat down in one of the scrolled iron chairs on the deck and stared at my shoes a moment. I think Tony Lucian was involved in the death of a homeless man. I think his mother told you what her son had done. You didn't come forward with that information, Mr. Aldridge. That's called aiding and abetting after the fact. Maybe what you say is true. Maybe it's not. But as an ordained minister, I have certain protections under the law. We can settle some things here, or we can do it in front of a grand jury. The word is Bella Lucian and Whitey Bruxall and a few other casino operators launder money through a Washington lobbyist who in turn gives it to your ministry. Then you exercise your influence on your religious constituency to shut down their competitors. Frankly, I don't have any interest in your ties to the gambling industry, but I've got 3 open homicide cases on my hands, and I believe you got the key to at least one of them. The evening light had receded into a single strip of purple and red clouds on the western horizon, but even in the gloom I could see my words take hold in Aldridge's face as though he'd been bitch-slapped in public. "You need to speak to my attorney," he said. "Fuck your attorney. If you want to shill for Whitey Bruxall and Bella Lucian, that's your business. But Tony Lucian and maybe Slim Bruxall, that's Whitey's kid, ran over a derelict and left him to die on the side of a road. We call the derelict Crustacean Man because we have no other name to put on him. But I guarantee you, Mr. Aldridge, before this is over, that guy is going to have a name and somebody's going to take the bounce for his death. If you are aiding and abetting, your next evangelical crusade is going to be on closed-circuit TV in Angola Pin." He rose from his chair, flipping open his cell phone, almost spiking himself in the eye on one of the umbrella's points. "I just hit the speed dial to the ministry's security service. They'll help you find your way to your vehicle." I stood up and looked at the sunset. The air was filled with the heavy, damp green smell of the Gulf, and I said, or perhaps thought, a prayer of thanks for the fact I didn't have to live inside Colin Aldridge's skin. "One cautionary word before I go," I said. "I used to find ways to skirt on the edge of blowing out my own doors. That's how depression works. It's like being drunk, except you don't know you're drunk, and you find ways to set yourself up for the big exit because you can't deal with the guilt that's stitched like a black tumor across your brain. I'd give some thought to my problems, Mr. Aldridge, before I stepped across a line and found myself irrevocably on the way to being dead for a very long time." Then I walked back down the steps and followed a sandy path toward my truck, the wind cool and gusting off the bay through the pines. When I looked over my shoulder, Aldridge was still on his deck, his hands propped on the railing, like a ship's captain peering out onto the ocean, every light in his house blazing against the darkness. That night, I slept in a motel in Slidell on the northeast side of Lake Pontchartrain, and early the next morning I returned to New Iberia. I felt better for having confronted Aldridge, but I was no closer to resolving the contradictions at work in the Lucian homicide. With rare exception, homicides are committed for reasons of money, sex, or power, or any combination thereof. What was the motivation in Tony's death? If Monarch Little was the shooter, it was because he had tried to extort money from Tony and the extortion attempt had gone south. but Tony's occasional girlfriend, Lydia Thibodeau, had indicated Slim Bruxall had gone to the meeting with Tony. Where was Slim while Tony was being blown apart? Or was Slim in fact the shooter? It was possible. Slim was probably mixed up in the death of Crustacean Man and feared that Tony would flip for the DA. By killing Tony and putting it on Monarch, he would take out two problems at once. But in my mind's eye, I could still see the point-blank wounds delivered to Tony's skullcap, jaw, and viscera. The person who killed Tony had borne him a special hatred and was not simply a cynical pragmatist getting a problem out of the way. Who kills with that kind of insatiable rage? Someone whose anger and desire for revenge comes straight out of the libido. I looked at the clock. It was 1:21 p.m. on Friday. What better time to catch an academic about to flee a faculty meeting for the solace of a dry martini in his backyard? I called the political science department at UL in Lafayette and was told that Dr. Frank Edwards had already gone for the day. Could I have his home telephone number? I asked. We're not allowed to give that out, the secretary said. I'm a police officer. So why don't you look in the phone directory? She said. I flipped open the Lafayette phone book and found the number at the top of the page. The address was in an oak-shaded neighborhood in an old part of town, one of those urban enclaves where people hold on to their accents and their eccentricities and take a peculiar pride in the genteel poverty that often marks their lives. The phone rang for a long time before a man picked up. I assumed he was not one who made use of answering machines. Yes, he said. May I speak to Dr. Edwards? I'm Dr. Edwards. This is Detective Dave Robichaud of the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department. I'd like to talk with you about Tony Lujan and Slim Bruxall, I said. For a moment I thought the line had gone dead. Are you there, Professor? Lydia Thibodeau contacted you. She said you encouraged her to come forward with information about Slim and Tony. I appreciate you having done that. Again the line went silent. I'd like to come over to Lafayette and talk with you in person, I said. Yes, I guess you would, he said, with a sense of resignation I didn't understand. I'll be at home. How important will this turn out to be? Excuse me? Are we talking about a trial, public testimony, that sort of thing? I'm not sure. Is there a problem, sir? That depends on whether or not you think young brown shirts belong in our universities. I took the 4-lane into Lafayette, and in 45 minutes was through the university district and driving down a quiet residential street where the sidewalks had been broken and pitched by the huge tree roots that grew under them. Inside, the filtered light and the ambiance of shade-blooming flowers, the palms and Spanish daggers that grew under a canopy of live oaks, the air vines and lichen-stained goldfish ponds, and the late Victorian frame houses whose rain gutters bled rust down the walls. You could have sworn you were looking at a misplaced piece of history ripped out of the year 1910. The political science professor was reading on the gallery of his 2-story house, one knee crossed, a wood-bladed fan turning overhead, a shot glass and a small pitcher by his foot. A plump, middle-aged white man in mismatched gardening clothes was watering the caladiums at the base of an oak tree with a sprinkling can. When he heard the piked gate squeak open, he smiled politely in my direction, then walked casually into the backyard with a sprinkling can, his soft buttocks tight against his pants. "You Dr. Edwards?" I said to the man on the gallery. He glanced at my badge, which was clipped on my belt. "Would you like a glass of anisette? It's ice cold," he said. "No, thanks." I walked up on the gallery, the boards under my feet sinking with my weight. I sat on the edge of a wide, deep-set straw chair. "Could you explain that remark about young brown shirts?" The professor was dressed in linen slacks and sandals and a tropical shirt that exposed the bones in his chest. His beard was clipped close to the skin, his teeth tiny and tea-colored inside his mouth. He closed his book on his knee. "I think the purpose of your visit involves Slim Bruxall more than it does Tony Lujan. Slim conjures up a certain image. I think of armbands and people with heavy boots stomping down a street in Nuremberg. But ultimately, I guess he's a victim too." "Not in my view. You told Lydia Thibodeau that Slim and Tony both wore masks. You told her not to be afraid of someone who couldn't live with the person inside his skin. You were talking about Slim?" He filled his shot glass with anisette, then sipped from it as though testing its coldness before draining the entire glass. He wiped his lips with the tips of his fingers, his eyes focused on the columns of sunlight in his yard, the motes of dust and desiccated leaves swimming inside them. "There's a nightclub here where friends of a kindred spirit tend to gather," he said. "It features its own kind of entertainment. Are you with me, sir?" "I think so. Most people who frequent this club have no problem with who they are, but others find excuses to be there. We need to get to it, Dr. Edwards." Slim and his friends would make themselves available at the bar. Of course, the men who picked them up would be robbed. They would also have their teeth kicked in. Not only teeth, but ribs, scrotums, or any other place Slim could get his foot. Do you know this for a fact? Do you think I'd make up something like this? Do you know the risk I'm taking by telling you this? With Bruxall? He looked away in annoyance, and frankly I couldn't blame him for it. Was Tony Lucian gay? I asked. Maybe he hadn't decided on what he was. You think he came on to Slim? Tony had a dependent personality. He was frightened. His girlfriend had committed suicide. I suspect he had undefined longings that... Go on. For what purpose? Tony's dead. I'm going to ask one favor of you, Detective Robichaux. Yes, sir? If the content of this conversation is passed on to Slim Bruxall or his attorney, I want to be notified immediately. I'm not sure I can do that. It's so good to have met you, he replied, opening his book again, focusing his eyes disjointedly on the page. The traffic was heavy on the 4-lane, and I took the old highway past Spanish Lake into New Iberia. The sun had gone behind the clouds in the west, and the air was dry and hot, and dust was rising from the cane fields. I'm not qualified to speak on the question or causes of global warming, but anyone who believes Louisiana's climate is similar to the one in which I grew up has a serious thinking disorder. When I was a child, summer thunderstorms would sweep across the wetlands at almost exactly 3 o'clock every afternoon. Today, weeks will pass with no rain at all. The wind will turn into a blowtorch, the ground into flint, the sky into a huge cloud of cinnamon-colored dust. As I drove past Spanish Lake, I could see electricity forking inside a bank of distant thunderclouds and smell an odor on the wind like fish spawning, like first raindrops lighting on a scorching sidewalk. I got back to the department just in time to return the cruiser and punch out for the day. Just as I was leaving the office, my phone rang. It was Joe Dupre, my friend at the Lafayette PD. You wanted a handle on this bozo Lefty Ragusa? I didn't come up with a whole lot, but here it is. He does security work at a couple of casinos and the new track in Opelousas. He's got no arrests in Louisiana, not even traffic citations, but I suspect he's cruising on the edge of it. How do you mean? He smokes a lot of China White because he doesn't like to use needles anymore. He also likes to bust up women with his fists, usually someone who's down to seeds and stems. He hangs in a dump in North Lafayette. A rough trade joint? No, it's a zebra hangout. From what I hear, the broads he picks up never see it coming. Then they're on the floor spitting out their teeth. Dave? Yeah. If you have a tete-a-tete with this guy, not a lot of people around here are going to be wringing their hands or calling up the ACLU. He gave me the address of a club north of the Four Corners district in Lafayette. I headed home in my truck, and by the time I reached my driveway, I could feel the barometer dropping and see birds descending out of the sky into the trees. Then, like a blessing from heaven, the clouds broke loose and hailstones as big as mothballs clattered down on our tin roof. Molly and I opened all the windows and flooded the house with the cool smell of the storm, then fixed potato salad, ham and onion sandwiches, and iced tea, and ate supper in the kitchen. We brought Tripod and Snugs inside and gave each of them a bowl of ice cream, which they ate in front of the floor fan, their fur lifting in the breeze. Steam rose off the bayou. Then the sky went totally black with the storm, and the lights came on in City Park, and you could see torrents of leaves blowing out of the trees and falling on the water. But in spite of the fine evening the rain had brought us, I couldn't stop thinking about the implications of my interview with Dr. Edwards. I believed him to be a man of conscience who had been willing to put his reputation and his academic career at risk in order to see justice done. Perhaps more significantly, he had also been willing to invite the violent potential of Slim Bruxall into his life. The legal importance of my interview with Dr. Edwards was doubtful. That fact, I'm sure, was not lost on him. The fact he had remained willing to go forward with it anyway said a lot about Dr. Edwards' character. It also said a lot about Slim Bruxall and the ferocious energies of homophobes who can't deal with the female hiding inside them. But another piece of unfinished business was on my mind as well. As I watched Tripod eating from his ice cream bowl in front of the fan, I thought about the many years he had shared our house and our lives as an adopted member of the family. I thought about the war he had waged with Baptiste, the elderly black man who had run our bait shop, over custody of the candy bars and fried pies Baptiste kept on a display rack by the cash register. I remembered how Alifair, as a little girl, had snuck Tripod through a screen window and hid him under the covers after he had been expelled from the house for doing various kinds of mischief. I thought about how Tripod had always been a loyal and loving pet who never strayed more than 50 yards from his home because it had always been a safe place where he could trust the people who lived or visited there. Then in my mind's eye, I saw a blond man with tiny pits pooled in his cheeks, squeezing a tube of roach paste into Tripod's bowl. All these things, along with the fact that Monarch Little had lied to me, gave me no rest. Pax Christi is having a meeting at Grand Coteau tonight. I think I should go. I missed the last one. Do you mind? Molly said. No, just be careful on the road, I said. As soon as Molly had backed her car into East Main, I took my Remington 12-gauge from the closet and sat down on the side of the bed with it, and a box of pumpkin balls and double-aught bucks. Years ago, I had sawed off the barrel at the pump handle, sanded the serration smooth with emery paper, and removed the sportsman's plug from the magazine. I fed the shells into the tube one after the other until I felt the magazine spring come tight against my thumb. Then I called Cleet Purcell at his motor court and told him I would pick him up in 10 minutes. "What's shaking, Big Mon?" he said. "The Bobbsey twins from Homicide ride again," I replied. "Ah," he said, like a starving man dipping a spoonful of chocolate ripple into his mouth. Chapter 18. The sky was still black and charged with lightning, the cypress and oak trees along the Teche thrashing in the wind when I parked my truck in front of Monarch Little's house. Through the front window I could see him working a crossword puzzle on his knee, his brow knitted, a small pencil clenched in his meaty hand. I kicked open the front door and entered the living room in a gust of wind and water. I threw my rain hat in his face. "You really piss me off, Monarch, and it's not just because you're a dope dealer, it's because you're genuinely stupid," I said. His mouth hung open. "You know the definition of stupid?" I said. "Stupid is when you have your head stuffed so far up your fat ass you think you can help your cause by lying in a homicide investigation." He looked past me at my truck. Cleet was sitting in the passenger seat, drinking from a can of beer, the raindrops sliding down the window and the porch light. "Who that?" he asked. "A friend of mine who gets even more pissed off than I do at stupid people. Pick up my hat." "Mr. D, if I have to pick it up, I'm going to slap you silly with it." "Why are you hurting me like this?" He reached down and handed me my hat. I started to hit him with it, then stopped. "You lied to me. A lie is an act of theft. It steals people's faith and makes them resent themselves. No, don't open your mouth. Wrong time to open your mouth, Monarch. If you try to lie to me again, I'm going out the door and let you drown in your own shit. Am I getting through here?" "You kick open my—" I slapped his head with my hat twice, whipping it hard across his scalp. He took both blows full force and didn't raise his hands to protect himself. He even tried to stare me down, but his eyes were shiny now, and his lower lip was trembling. "Answer my question," I said. "I didn't have no money. I got to bring my mother home from M.D. Anderson. She got to have nurses, special care, special diet, trips back and forth to Houston. I thought I'd jack Tony Lucian for a couple of grand, so I called him up and said I'd meet him out by the Boom Boom Room. Then I started thinking, what if he called Slim Bruxall? What if some of them college boys showed up with ball bats? What if Mr. Bella showed up and decided to pop me down by the bayou? So I ain't gone. Next thing I know, my car's on fire and shotgun shells are blowing up inside it. I pressed out the folds in my rain hat and smoothed the brim. You'll take a polygraph on that? I'll ask Miss Betsy if I should. The FBI agent? Yeah, who you think? She been my friend. Do you know what the term uneducable means? No, I ain't that smart. But at least Miss Betsy ain't slapped me with her hat, and she ain't talked to me like I'm a dumb nigger. I had stepped into it again, taking on the role of a white man from an earlier generation talking to a black street kid who had grown up in a free fire zone. I wanted to blame my ineptitude on Monarch, but in truth I'd acted imperiously toward a man who was clinging to the sides of the planet with suction cups. Even worse, I'd been deliberately cruel, an act that under any circumstances is inexcusable. You ever hear anything about Tony Lucian or Slim Bruxall being homosexual? I asked. He wiped at his nose with his wrist. Then I saw several disconnected thoughts start to come together in his eyes. You saying, like were they lovers? Not exactly. You saying, like maybe they had a fight, and Slim took him out with a shotgun and put it on me? Could be. Or maybe Tony came on to him and Slim couldn't deal with it. My point is, I think you're an innocent man. He lowered his head and fiddled with his hands. When he looked up again, there were tears on his eyelashes. I got allergies. Every time the weather changes, my nose starts running. I got to get me a prescription for it. I sat down on a tattered footstool in front of him. A bolt of lightning struck on the far side of the bayou, and the entire rural slum in which Monarch lived, the pecan trees, the crepe myrtle, the slash pines, the junker cars slick with rain, the clapboard shacks and tar paper roofs, was caught inside a cobalt glow that collapsed in on itself as quickly as it came. I apologize for hitting you. I didn't have the right to speak down to you either, I said. Believe it or not, I respect you. You treated Bela Lucian with mercy when you could have broken his neck and gotten away with it. You're a stand-up guy, Monarch. It's too bad you're on the wrong side of the fence. What's uneducable, or whatever mean? It means Betsy Mossbacher is probably straight up, but watch out for the DOJ. They'll use you, then spit you out like yesterday's chewing gum. You heard it first from the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department. I ain't up to this no more. The club where Lefty Ragusa hung out was located north of the Four Corners area in Lafayette, on a back street that for years had marked the border between a poor black neighborhood of dirt streets and rental shotgun cabins and a similar neighborhood of poor whites and what are sometimes called Creoles, or people of color. Before the Civil Rights era, the bar had been one where dark-skinned people moved back and forth across the color line as the situation demanded. In back, inside a grove of pine and cedar trees, was a cluster of dilapidated cabins where many an interracial tryst was conducted. Over the years, the streets had become paved and the privies replaced by indoor plumbing, but the Caribbean nature of the neighborhood and the function of the bar, one that Joe Dupre had referred to as a zebra hangout, remained unchanged. I turned off the asphalt into a gravel parking lot that was pooled with gray water and layered with flattened beer cans. The club was oblong, built of both cinder blocks and wood, all of it painted red and purple, the corrugated roof the color of an old nickel. Behind the building, a transformer on a pole was leaking sparks into the darkness, but a gasoline generator was roaring inside a wooden shed, powering the lights inside the bar. When I turned off the ignition, killing the windshield wipers, the rain cascaded down the glass. "That's his Ford Explorer," Cleet said. "You sure?" I said. "He followed me all the way to New Orleans in it." Cleet's humped shape, his pork pie hat tilted down on his forehead, was silhouetted against the streetlight. My 12-gauge pump rested between his thighs, the barrel leaning away from him against the dash. "I'm going through the front door. Watch the back," I said. "How far you want to take this?" "That's up to Ragusa." "I know you, Dave.
You get us into rooms without doors or windows, then give yourself absolution for leaving hair on the walls.
This from you?
If you want to smoke the guy, I got a throwdown on my ankle, but get him out of the bar before you do it.
You're exaggerating the nature of the situation, Cleet.
Right, he said.
I unclipped my holster and my .45 from my belt and set them on the floor of the cab. Then I took my slapjack out of my raincoat pocket and set it on top of the holster. Satisfied?
Where's your hideaway? He asked.
Which hideaway? I said. He tapped the edge of his loafer against my right ankle.
What's that, a steel brace?
Stay in the truck. He pulled at his belt and made a face, but this time it wasn't about me.
You got any Tums? I ate some shrimp spaghetti for lunch that smelled like 3-day-old fish bait.
I got out in the rain. The power wire on the pole fell into the darkness, then struck a pool of water and snapped like a coach whip. Cleet got out on the other side of the truck, the shotgun stiff and hard-looking inside his raincoat. He walked heavily toward the rear of the club, his big shoulders bent forward, the back of his neck glistening with rainwater. I pushed open the front door and stepped inside the smoky, air-conditioned coolness of the club. A long wood bar ran the length of one wall. The people drinking there glanced at the door in the inrush of rain as though expecting an event, a messenger, a harbinger that would indicate a change in their lives. Then they returned to their drinks or watching their reflections in the bar mirror, hypnotized somehow by the stylized ways they smoked their own cigarettes. In an alcove to the right of the bar was a cone of yellow light, under which Lefty Ragusa stood by a pool table, chalking the tip of his cue. He wore a pleated short-sleeved lavender shirt and cream-colored slacks and suede shoes with thick soles and heels. His sleeves were folded neatly on his upper arms so that his biceps bulged against the fabric with the tautness of muskmelons. He gave no indication of noticing my entry into the club, but I knew that he saw me. In the same way you know when a predator's eyes brush across your skin like the touch of a soiled hand. I ordered a glass of club soda and ice with a lemon twist at the bar and watched him in the mirror. He leaned over the table and busted an 8-ball rack all over the felt. A solitary ball dropped into a corner pocket, but he didn't move toward his next shot. Instead, he set his cue butt down on the floor and casually chalked his cue again, stroking the talc across the rounded surface, taking his time, ignoring the other shooter, who waited by the wall rack, obviously impatient for the game to go forward. "Tell you what," Ragusa said. $3 on each ball in the string. 3 to you for each one I leave." The other shooter, a heavy man who looked like a Mexican laborer, nodded without speaking. Ragusa bent over the table and sank one ball after another with the geometrical precision of an artist, banking shots, making combinations, using reverse English, crawling the cue ball along the rail until it whispered against the target ball and dropped it with a deep thud into a leather pocket. Then he scratched, with 3 balls still on the felt, the signature of a hustler who never allows the sucker to feel he's been taken. But when Ragusa went back to his table and joined a high yellow woman who wore a knit tank top over a bulging bra, I could see the look of triumph in his eyes, the curl at the corner of his mouth. The back door opened, and I felt the building decompress, the walls creaking slightly, as Cleet came in from the storm and walked through the shadows, past a lattice-work partition into the men's room. Cleet had accused me of planning to take Lefty Ragusa off the board. The truth was I had no plan, or perhaps more honestly, I had no conscious one. But I knew that Ragusa belonged to that group of human beings whose pathology is always predictable. By reason of either genetic defect, environmental conditioning, or a deliberate choice to join themselves at the hip with the forces of darkness, they incorporate into their lives a form of moral insanity that is neither curable nor subject to analysis. They enjoy inflicting pain and view charity and forgiveness as signals of both weakness and opportunity. The only form of remediation they understand is force. The victim who believes otherwise condemns himself to the death of 1,000 cuts. So if your profession requires that you remain within the parameters of the law, how do you deal with the Lefty Ragusas of the world? The answer is you don't. You turn their own energies against them. You treat their personal histories with contempt. You yawn at their stories of neglect and deprivation and beatings by alcoholic fathers and promiscuous mothers. Worse, you laugh at them in front of other people. The effect can be like a bolt of lightning bouncing around inside a steel box. The bartender put a bowl of peanuts in front of me. His black hair looked like oily wire combed across his pate. "You a cop?" he said. "I look like a cop?" "Yeah," he replied. "You never can tell," I said. "We got free gumbo tonight. It'll be done in a minute." Behind him, a stainless steel cauldron was starting to bubble on a ring of butane flame. I looked in the mirror at the reflection of Lefty Ragusa. But now he had more company than the mulatto woman in the knit top. A man with washed-out blue eyes that did not fit his negroid face and rope-like black hair plaited down tightly on his scalp sat next to him. Sitting across from him was a man whose size and proportions took me all the way back to a specific moment in Opelika, Florida, when Dallas Klein had burst out the back of the bar, trying to flee the consequences of his gambling addiction, and had collided into a man who seemed as big as the sky. What was the name? Nestor? Ernest? No, Ernesto. His neck rose into his gigantic head with no taper, as though his neck and jowls were one tubular column of meat and bone. The width and curvature of his upper back made me think of a whale breaking the surface of a wave. I looked toward the men's room. Cleet was still inside. "What are they drinking over there by the pool table?" I said. "Beer," the bartender replied. I placed a $20 bill on the bar. "Send them a pitcher on me." "Something I should know about here?" he asked. "Nothing I can think of," I replied. A few moments later, I watched in the mirror as the bartender set the pitcher in the midst of Lefty Ragusa's group. I saw Ragusa glance in my direction, then tell the bartender to take the pitcher away. Cleet was still not out of the restroom. But showtime was showtime, I told myself. I picked up my club soda and walked past the pool table until I was standing behind Ragusa's chair. "You don't like draft beer?" I said. The tin-shaded light over the pool table threw my shadow across Ragusa's hands and wrists. He waited a long time before he spoke. "This is a private party here," he said. "Does this lady know your history, Lefty?" I said. "You need to beat feet, Jack. This is not your jurisdiction." His hands were folded, his thumbs motionless. He didn't turn his head when he spoke. I scraped a chair up behind him and sat down so that I was looking over his shoulder, like a kibitzer at a card game. I stared into the face of the woman next to him. She tried to smile, then her eyes broke and her face went flat. "Lefty ever tell you about his psychiatric problems?" I said. "Excuse me?" "He likes to beat up women with his fists. It happens so fast they rarely know what hit them." "I'm not sure what we're talking about," she said. She lowered her eyes and placed one hand on the tabletop. Then she took it away and placed it in her lap. "A prison psychiatrist once described Lefty as an anal retentive. That means he was strapped on the training pot for long periods of time. I suspect his jockey underwear is loaded with skid marks." I laughed and clapped Ragusa hard on the back, snorting when I inhaled. "How about it, Lefty? You ever download into your Fruit of the Looms?" I could see the back of his neck darken, like a shadow creeping from his collar to his boxed hairline. "Lefty has a problem with animals, too," I said to the woman. "If you ask him why he's cruel to a gentle and defenseless creature, he'll probably tell you about all the hard breaks he had when he was a kid. The truth is, Lefty hurts pets and innocent people because he's a gutless punk and never could cut it on his own, either as a child or an adult. Lefty was probably a good bar of soap in prison, but don't let him ever tell you he was stand-up or a solid con. He had sissy status even before he got to Rayford and was probably given head in the bridal suite his first day down. Right, Lefty?" I let out a wheezing laugh and slapped him hard between the shoulder blades again. The muscles in his back were corded as tight as cable. The woman started to get up from her chair. "Sit down," Lefty said. "This guy's a drunk. He got run out of Miami. He got run out of New Orleans. He makes a lot of noise, then he goes away." Wish I could do that, Lefty. I mean, just kind of disappear. But you poisoned old tripod. It takes a special sort of guy to do something like that. Even from the side, I could see his face scrunch. I did what? He said. That's the name of my daughter's pet raccoon. He almost died because you mixed roach paste with sardines and put them in his pet bowl. I looked across the table. What would you do if you were in my place, Ernesto? Ernesto's eyes were small and brown, deep-set, non-expressive. His hair was tied in a matador's twist on the nape of his neck. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled in a self-deprecating fashion. How about you? I said to the man whose blue eyes didn't match his face. He glanced from side to side as though the answer to my question lay in some other part of the bar. His plates looked like centipedes on his scalp. He wore a purple silk shirt and a crucifix, and a P-38 GI can opener on a chain around his neck. I don't got nothing to do with this, Mom, he said. Glad to hear that, because Lefty here has been a bad boy. I wonder if Whitey knows that Lefty has been causing a lot of trouble over in Iberia Parish, like pouring acid all over Clete Purcell's car. I thought you were pro, Lefty, but the more I see your handiwork, the more I get the impression you're just a little jailhouse bitch who can't get it up unless he's whacking on a helpless female. Is that because you're short? I saw the thumb on his left hand twitch slightly. Those elevator soles on your stomps aren't strong indicators of self-confidence, I said. I patted him softly in the middle of the back and felt his skin constrict from the blow that didn't come. You're wrapped too tight, I said. Relax. I'm not going to hurt you. You're probably one of those guys who... I started laughing again, my words breaking apart. Seriously, you're one of those guys who has a legitimate beef with the universe. It's not easy being a little guy or the product of a busted rubber. I hit him again and laughed harder, coughing on the back of my wrist, my eyes watering. Did your mother ever pick you up by inserting Q-tips in your ears? That's a sure sign there are problems in the family. His neck was blood dark, the skin around his mouth drawn down like a shark's. His hands were set squarely on the tabletop. He coughed deep in his throat and spoke in a clotted whisper, his eyes fastened on the opposite wall. You got to speak up, Lefty, I said. I did 37 days in isolation, in the dark, a cup of water, and 1 slice of white bread a day. I can take the worst you got and spit it in your face. Really? I'm done talking with you. Find yourself an alcoholic titty to suck on. I can direct you to a topless bar full of guys like you, he said. A man walked over from the bar and scraped up the cue ball from the pool table. He bounced it off 2 rails and watched it miss a pocket. Anybody up for a game of rotation? He asked. Yeah, over here, Ragusa said and threw 3 quarters on the felt. Ernesto and the man with the island's accent grinned at him, happy in the knowledge their friend was back in the groove. I glanced toward the latticework partition in front of the men's room. Clete was watching us from behind it, the shotgun still inside his raincoat, the brim of his hat low on his brow. I shook my head at him. I should have known Ragusa wouldn't rattle. He had stacked too much hard time in too many joints and had probably thrived in the prison population. Also, he may have seen Clete behind the latticework and figured he was being set up to get blown out of his socks. I got up from the chair and went back to the bar to retrieve my hat. Then, Lefty Ragusa, like every wise ass on the planet, decided he'd have another run at fate. He's no problem. Believe me, the guy's a joke, he said to the others at his table. A joke. Those words were essentially the same ones Dallas Klein heard just before his executioner pulled the trigger on him. I put on my rain hat and showed no indication I had heard Ragusa's remark, then walked around the end of the bar onto the duckboards. Need to borrow this? I'll settle up with you later, I said to the bartender. Whoa, he said. No woe to it, bud, I said. I used 2 dish towels to pick up the stainless steel cauldron from the stove, then I headed straight for Ragusa. His friend saw me coming, but unfortunately for him, he didn't. The woman pushed her chair back, knocking it to the floor, holding her purse in front of her. Where you think you're going? Ragusa said. I slipped one wadded towel under the cauldron's bottom and poured the entire contents, perhaps 2 gallons of steaming gumbo, on his head. It must have hit him like a whoosh of flame from a blast furnace. He screamed and clutched his face and tried to wipe the curtain of stewed tomatoes and okra and shrimp off his skin. He rolled on the floor, clawing at his hair, kicking his feet. I picked up a pitcher of beer from another table and poured it onto his face. "You okay down there?" I said. Ernesto and a man from the islands had risen from their chairs and were coming around the table. Cleet stepped out from behind the partition, opening his raincoat so they could see his shotgun, which he held against his side, muzzle down, his wrist protruding through a slit in the coat's pocket.
"You guys want to buy into this, that can be arranged," he said.
The room was absolutely silent, the patrons at the bar frozen in time and place, the bartender's hand motionless on the telephone. Cleet raised his left hand, palm up, curling his fingers, signaling for me to walk toward him, his eyes on Ernesto and the man from the islands. I wiped a smear of gumbo off my fingers onto one of the dish towels and dropped the towel on top of Ragusa, then started walking toward Cleet in the back door. My mouth was dry, my heart racing, my face suddenly cold and damp in the breeze from an air conditioning unit. Then I saw Cleet's eyes shift, his expression constrict, and I heard feet running at my back. Lefty Ragusa tackled me around the waist and threw us both into a tangle of chairs and a table laden with beer bottles. His face was bright and shiny like a painted Indian's, his skin already swelling where it had been scalded. He clenched his right hand deep into my throat and hit me full in the face with the other. Then he was all over me. He head-butted me, got a thumb in my eye, and tried to grab my genitalia. I could smell the deodorant under his armpits and the bile in his breath and the testosterone in his clothes. See the patina of blonde hair on his skin, the mucus at the corner of his eye. A pearl of sweat dripped from a nostril. I could see his buttocks clench as he wrapped his legs around me and the sensual pleasure on his mouth when he thought he was connecting with bone and organ. I got my fingers around the neck of a beer bottle and broke the bottle across his face, but it did no good. When I was almost to my feet, he tackled me again, this time around the knees, locking his arms around my calves as I toppled forward. Then he felt the .25 automatic Velcro strapped to my ankle. "Gotcha," he said, working his hand down to the holster. "Gold BB time, dickwad." He was on all fours, the .25 auto peeling loose from the holster, his right hand gripped like a machinist's vise on my foot so I couldn't move it. The cool green fire in his eyes was like a lascivious burn on my skin. I cocked my left foot and drove my loafer straight into his mouth. I saw his lips burst against his teeth and the shock of the blow climb into his eyes. I stomped his mouth again in the same place at the same angle, doing even more serious damage. Then I caught him across the nose and saw something go out of his eyes and face that was not replaceable. But the succubus I had tried to exorcise by marrying a woman of peace still held title to my soul. I saw the room distort and the faces of the people around me turn into Grecian masks. And I heard a sound in my ears like the steel tracks of armored vehicles wending their way across an unforgiving land. I heard people screaming, and I did not know if their voices were from my sleep or if my own deeds had transformed me into an object of horror and pity in the eyes of my fellow man. I ran Lefty Ragusa's head into the corner of the pool table and saw a horsetail of blood leap across the felt. I kicked his legs apart, as though I were about to frisk him, then lost my purpose and smashed his face down on the table's rim, once, twice, perhaps even a third time. When he fell to the floor, his nose was roaring blood, his eyes filled with a new knowledge about the potential of evil, namely that others could possess elements of darkness in their breast that were the equal of his own. "Suffering mother of Jesus, back off, Dave," I heard Cleet say. "What?" I said, my own voice wrapped inside a sound like wind blowing in a tunnel. "Dude's finished. He's bleeding from every hole in his body. You hear me? Back away. He's not worth it. The guy may be hemorrhaging." I could feel the room come back in focus, see the faces staring at me in the gloom, their mouths downturned, their eyes marked with sadness as though everyone there had in some way been diminished by the violence they had witnessed. Cleet was standing between me and Lefty Ragusa now, the shotgun still inside his coat. "I just need a few more seconds with him," I said. "Can't just walk away and leave loose ends." "No, we bag it and shag it," he replied, reaching for my arm. I pulled loose from his grasp and knelt beside Ragusa. I reached down in my raincoat pocket, then bent over him, my back obscuring the view of Cleet and Ragusa's friends, my hands going down almost involuntarily to Ragusa's face and the blood that reeled back from the corners of his mouth. When I got to my feet, the ends of my fingers looked like they had been dipped in a freshly opened can of paint. Cleet stuck one arm in mine and pulled me with him, out the door, into the night, into the clean smell of ozone and trees that were dripping with rain. A crowd had formed around Lefty Ragusa, and I heard a man in a Cajun accent say, "What's that in his throat? Get it out of his throat. The guy can't get no air." There was a pause, then a second man, also with a Cajun accent, replied, "It's toothpaste." "No, it ain't. It's a crunched-up tube of bug poison. Holy shit, the guy done this is a cop." Chapter 19. Cleet drove because my hands would not stop shaking in the aftermath of what I had done to Lefty Ragusa. The wind had knocked an oak limb down on a power line by Four Corners, darkening part of the city, killing all the traffic lights. Cleet sped through the Black District, then skirted the university, splashed through the bottom of an underpass, and caught the 4-lane to New Iberia. He made it as far as the first drive-by liquor store south of town. "What are you doing?" I said. "Time for some high-octane liquids. I'm over the hill for this stuff. You want a Dr. Pepper?" he said, getting out of the truck. "Leave the booze alone, Cleet." "You should have seen your face back there. You scare me sometimes, Dave." His words and their content seemed to have been spoken to me by someone else. I watched him walk inside the liquor store and put a 6 carton of beer and a pint of Johnny Walker on the counter. He bought a length of boudin, and while the clerk warmed it in the microwave, he went to the cooler and brought back a king-size bottle of Dr. Pepper. I wanted to walk inside and ask him to repeat what he'd said, as though my challenge to him could take the sting out of his remark. Then I realized that my attention was less on Cleet than on his purchase, the ice-cold bottles of Dixie, their gold and green labels sweating with moisture, the reddish-amber wink inside the Johnny Walker. I rubbed my hand on my mouth and stared at the trees changing shape in the wind, a yellow ignition of light splintering through the clouds without sound. Cleet pulled open the driver's door and got inside, wiping the rain out of his eyes with the back of his wrist. He handed me the Dr. Pepper and twisted off the cap on the Johnny Walker. He looked sideways at me before he drank. "This is rude as hell, Dave, but my nervous system is shot," he said. Then he took a deep hit and chased it with Dixie. The color bloomed in his face and his chest swelled against his shirt. "Wow, that's more like it," he said. "I swear that stuff goes straight into my Johnson. 4 inches of scotch or gin and I need to lock my schlong in a vault." "What was that crack about my face?" I asked. "I thought you were going to do the guy." "He deserved what he got. I'd do it all over again." "You want to lose your badge over a shithead like Ragusa? This isn't Iberia Parish. We got no safety net here, Streak." He drank again from the scotch bottle and out of the corner of his eye saw me watching him. "Drink your Dr. Pepper," he said. "Tell me that again and see what happens." He turned on the radio and began changing the stations. "The Cubs got a game on." I turned the radio off. "Where do you get off lecturing me, Cleet?" I said. He put his booze down and rested his big arms across the top of the steering wheel. "Here's what it is. The problem's not you, it's me. I wasn't kidding about leaving my big boy in a safe deposit box. I got myself in a jam with Trish. It's not just sexual. I really dig her, but I think she and her friends are planning a serious score." He was obviously redirecting the subject, protecting me from my own bad mood and the darkness that still lived inside me. But that was Cleet Purcell, a man who would always allow himself to be hurt in order to save his friends from themselves. "A serious score where?" I asked. "Maybe a takedown on a casino." "They pulled off that savings and loan job in Mobile, didn't they?" "If they did, they got lucky. They're all amateurs. They get up each day and pretend they're country singers or boxers or Hollywood screenwriters. It's like being in a room full of schizophrenics. Look, I may have a few bad entries in my jacket, but I'm not a criminal, for Christ's sakes." "Get away from them." "What do I do, just throw Trish over the gunnels because she wants to nail the guy who killed her father?" "In a word, yes." When he didn't answer, I said, "I think they already creeped Bruxall's house."
How you know that?
Joe Dupre at Lafayette PD told me. A couple of guys impersonated repairmen from the gas company and got free run of the house for a half hour.
What for?
Who knows? Stop drinking if you're going to drive.
They were actually inside Bruxall's house?
Asked Trish Klein.
Dave, you have a talent for making people feel miserable. Every woman I meet turns my life into a nightmare. And all you can say is stop drinking if you're going to drive? 20 minutes ago you were trying to kill a guy with your bare hands. Why don't you show a little empathy for a change?
We were back to normal. He spun gravel under the tires and roared onto the highway, fishtailing on the asphalt, bent over the wheel like a sorrowful behemoth. I had left a note for Molly before I'd picked up Cleet and gone to Monarch Little's house. When I got home, the note was still on the kitchen table with an additional message written in Molly's hand at the bottom. Got too tired and couldn't wait up. Pecan pie and milk in the icebox. Love, Molly. I checked the message machine and the caller identification on the telephone. No one had called that evening. I stripped in the bathroom, stuffed my bloody shirt and trousers deep in the clothes hamper, and got in the shower. Molly was still asleep when I lay down beside her. Outside, the rain ticked in the trees, and occasionally the flash of lights on emergency vehicles passed on the street, but none of them stopped in front of my house. Lefty Ragusa had obviously not dimed me with the Lafayette PD. Would he come around again and try to square things on his own? I doubted it. His real problem would be with Whitey Bruxall. Men like Whitey want respectability almost as much as they desire power and obscene amounts of money. Ragusa had just managed to drag Whitey's name into a back-of-town barroom brawl resulting from Ragusa's cruelty to an animal. I had a feeling Whitey's bedside visit to his employee would not be a sympathetic one. But I had a problem of my own that would not go away, nor would it let me sleep. After 4 hours, I gave up any hope of escaping the gargoyle that lived within me. I sat on the side of the bed, my hands in my lap, my head filled with images that no power on earth could relieve me of. The digital clock on the nightstand read 4:13 a.m. "What's wrong, Dave?" I heard Molly say. "I tried to kill a guy tonight," I replied. I felt her weight shift on the mattress. Her legs and bottom slide loose from the sheets. She walked around the side of the bed and sat beside me. She picked up my hand and looked hard into my face. "Tried to kill which guy?" she said. "The man who poisoned Tripod." I kicked his face in, then I shoved that tube of roach paste down his throat. I mean, down his throat, too. I wanted him to strangle on it. She looked into space, her hand still covering mine. "How bad did you hurt him?" "Enough so he'll never poison one of our animals again." "Dave, when you say you wanted to kill this man, you're describing an emotion, not an intention. There's a big difference. Had you really wanted to kill him, he'd be dead." I thought about what she had just said. The implications were not necessarily flattering. "I never shot anyone who didn't try to kill me first," I said, now defending a history of violence that went all the way back to Vietnam. "This man is evil, and I wish you hadn't gone after him on your own. But stop judging yourself so harshly. You were protecting a creature who can't protect himself. You don't think God can understand that?" I'm not a theologian, but I believe absolution can be granted to us in many forms. Perhaps it can come in the ends of a woman's fingers on your skin. Some people call it the redemptive power of love. Anyway, why argue with it when it comes your way? The next morning was Saturday, and Helen was home when I called her. I told her about my behavior of the previous night, every detail of it, including the fact Cleet had backed my play with a 12-gauge pump. When I finished my account, I could hear a whirring sound in the receiver and feel a steel band tightening across my sternum. "You still there?" I said. "I don't know what to say." "Nobody called in a 911? "That's your main concern here?" Ragusa dealt the play. Considering what he did to Tripod, I think he got off light. "There's no point talking to you. You hear nothing I say." I called to tell you I'll take the heat. If it costs me my job, that's the way it is. I don't want you compromised. I'm having a hard time with this show of magnanimity. I did what I felt I had to. I'm sorry if I've hurt you or the department, I said. I know Ragusa, Helen. He's the kind of guy you put out of action before he burns your house down. He was quiet a moment. Then I heard a sound like dry bread being crunched, and I realized she was eating toast. I thought our conversation was over, that my moment in the confessional box had come and gone. As was often the case in my dealings with the complexity of Helen Swallow, I was wrong. One day, they're going to kill you, Pops. When that happens, a big part of me is going to die with you, she said. I went outside and worked in the yard, flinging shovel loads of compost into the flower beds, my eyes burning with sweat. Then I jogged 2 miles in the park, but Helen's words stayed with me like an arrow in the chest. Just as I returned home out of breath, aching for a shower, Betsy Mossbacher pulled a steel-gray Toyota into my drive. "Hello," I said. She didn't reply. She got out of her car and looked me flat in the face. Her jeans were belted high on her hips, her cowboy boots powdered with dust. "What's the trouble?" I said. "You are." "You'll have to explain that to me." "You went over to Lafayette and beat the crap out of Lefty Ragusa." "What about it?" I said. My cavalier attitude seemed to light a fire in her chest. Her eyes stayed fixed on my face as though she was deciding how much information she should convey to a fool. "You listen," she said. "We have knowledge about the inner workings of Whitey Bruxall's circle that you don't. You understand the connotations of what I'm saying?" "You've got him tapped?" She didn't acknowledge my question. "Bruxall thinks Trish Klein and her merry pranksters are planning to take down one of his operations. He also thinks your fat friend Clete Purcell is involved. So what do? You remodel Ragusa's head and stuff a tube of super glue down his throat." "It was roach paste," I said. She blinked. I suspected from a level of anger that she could barely contain. "You think this is funny?" "No, I don't," I replied. "Good, because we now have the sense Whitey believes you and Purcell may both be working with Trish Klein. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if you are." "Wrong. Look, you know anything about Whitey's house getting creeped?" "No," she said, surprised. "I think Trish Klein's friends did it. They convinced Whitey's wife they were from the gas company." I could see the consternation in her face. It was obvious the Lafayette PD was not sharing information with her, perhaps because she was a woman, perhaps because she was a Fed, or perhaps both. "What were they after?" she asked. "You got me, but whatever it is, Purcell is not part of it." "That's not the impression we have. Your friend's anatomy seems turned around. I think his penis and main bowel are located where his brain should be," she said. "You don't have the right to talk about him like that," I said. "You still don't get it, do you? I work with a few people who aren't as charitable as I am. They wouldn't be totally unhappy if Whitey decided to have your friend clipped, or if Whitey decided to put up a kite on an Iberia Parish detective who's known for his hostility toward the Bureau." "You're a rough bunch. You don't know the half of it," she said. Then I saw a look in her face that every veteran police officer recognizes. It was the look of a cop out of sync with her peers, her supervisors, and the political and bureaucratic obligations that had been dropped on her. There may be room in government service for the altruist and the iconoclast, but I have yet to see one who was not treated as an oddity at best, and at worst an object of suspicion and fear. "I talked with Monarch Little last night," I said. "He admitted he called Tony Lucian and tried to shake him down just before Tony was killed. They were supposed to meet out by the Boom Boom room, but Monarch claims he decided not to go." "So?" she said. "I believe him. I think Monarch is an innocent man." She bit off a piece of her thumbnail and looked down the street. "Who do you think did it?" "Right now, I'd bet money on Slim Bruxall." "Could be," she said. "Tell Purcell to keep his wick dry and stay away from casinos. One other thing. I don't know if I can handle it. I talked to the sheriff before I came over here. She seems to be very protective toward you. I'd thank my stars I had a boss like that. I decided not to comment on her ongoing inventory of my personal life. I wrote my cell number on a slip of paper and handed it to her. Call me with anything you get on Trish Klein. I'll do the same, I said. I hope you're telling me the truth. I don't want to offend you, but I think you should give some serious thought to the way you talk to other people, Agent Mossbacher. No shit, she replied. After she stuck my number in her shirt pocket, she backed into my garbage can and mashed it between her bumper and an oak tree. Oh, geez, I can't believe I did this again, she said, twisting the steering wheel, bouncing over the curb in a shuddering scrape of steel against concrete. I was convinced they grew them special in Chugwater, Wyoming. On Sunday, Molly and I went to Mass at the University Chapel in Lafayette, then ate deep-fried crawfish at Fody's in St. Martinville, and took an airboat ride on Lake Martin. It was a wonderful afternoon. The lake was wide, the water high from the storm, the shoreline bordered with flooded cypress and willow trees whose leaves riffled in the breeze. Strapped into the elevated seats on the airboat, roaring across the lily pads, ear protectors clamped down on our heads, we had an extraordinary view of the Edenic loveliness that at one time characterized all of Louisiana. Each time the airboat tilted into a turn or swerved across a slough that was little more than wet sand, Molly hugged my arm like a teenage girl on a carnival ride. But I couldn't get my mind off my conversation with Betsy Mossbacher. Obviously, she had learned through a phone tap that Whitey Bruxall believed he was about to be taken down by the daughter of a man he had ordered killed. It was probably true he had ice water in his veins. Indeed, he had probably been respected for his intelligence and mathematical talents by Meyer Lansky, the financial wizard of the mob. But I believe that Whitey, like his mentors in Brooklyn and Miami, was driven by avarice, and like any man addicted to the love of money, his greatest and most abiding fear was not the loss of his life or even his soul. "What are you thinking about?" Molly asked. "Nothing," I said. We were walking from the airboat landing to a car. The sun hung just above a line of willow trees on the far side of the lake, and a long, segmented line of black geese wended its way across it. Molly took my hand in hers. "You still thinking about that incident the other night?" she said. "A little bit. You took communion, didn't you?" "I was drunk when my friend Dallas Klein died. If I hadn't been drinking, I could have taken a couple of those guys out." "Let the past go, Dave." "It doesn't work that way." "What doesn't?" "We're the sum total of what we've done and where we've been. I still see Dallas's face in my sleep. It's no accident Whitey Bruxall ended up here," I replied. I saw a look of sadness come into her eyes that I would have cut off my fingers to remove. I should have been happy with all the gifts I had. Actually, I was, more than I can describe. But I had figured out a way to pay back Whitey Bruxall for Opelika, Florida, and the slate was about to get wiped clean, one way or another. Chapter 20. The Bruxall home looked like it had been airlifted from Boca Raton and dropped from a high altitude onto a rolling stretch of white-railed horse country 15 miles north of Lafayette. It was 3 stories, built in a staggered fashion of pink stucco, with a tile roof and heavy oak doors and scrolled iron balconies. In the side yard was a turquoise pool surrounded by banana trees, trellises heavy with trumpet vine, potted palms, and the overhang of giant live oaks. Immaculate automobiles that could not have cost less than $70,000 were parked in the driveway in the porte cochere, almost as though they had been posed for a photographic display, demonstrating the munificence of a free market system that was available to rich and poor alike. Beyond the barn, a red Morgan, a mare, galloped in a field. I thought of the winged horse emblazoned on the T-shirt worn by Yvonne Darbon the day she died. I thought of her young life destroyed by rape at the hands of Bellerophon Lucian, and I thought of the boys who had gangbanged her in a fraternity house when she was stoned. and I thought of the innocent people all over the world who suffer because of the greed and selfishness of the few. These were not good thoughts to entertain as I pulled an unmarked departmental car next to the SUV Slim Bruxall had driven the afternoon he busted up Monarch Little at the McDonald's on East Main in New Iberia. I had called Whitey earlier at his office and had asked to see him. Most criminals of his background would have hung up or told me to talk to their attorney, but Whitey was an intelligent man and had done the unexpected, inviting me to his home at lunchtime. If I was to have any degree of success with him, I needed to empty my mind of all residual anger about him and his friends, even my conviction that they had murdered Dallas Klein, and concentrate on one objective only, and that was to leave in Whitey's head a tangle of snakes that would eat him alive. When he opened the door, he stepped out on the porch and looked in the yard, virtually ignoring my presence. "You seen a gardener?" "No," I said blankly. "That's all right. Come on in. I got this new gardener. He chopped up the hose in the lawnmower. What are you going to do? People don't want to work for a living anymore." I had to hand it to him. Dressed in white slacks and a black short-sleeved shirt with a silver monogram on the pocket, his white hair clipped and neatly combed, he was the image of an athletic, self-confident man in his prime. The fact I had stomped the shit out of his right-hand man seemed inconsequential to him. He hit me on the shoulder and told me to come into the living room with him. "So what's on your mind?" he said, walking ahead of me. "I've got a dilemma," I said. "Yeah?" he replied, sitting down in a chair upholstered in red velvet. Through the front window I could see the driveway, a big live oak in the yard, and the 4-lane highway that led to Opelousas. The Iberia Parish DA is an ambitious guy. He wants to wrap up Tony Lujan's homicide and maybe make a lot of black voters happy at the same time. Get my drift? No, I don't get your drift. Monarch Little skates. Your boy takes the bounce. I don't know if Lonnie is going to ask for the needle or not. Say that again. Lonnie Marceau wants to be governor or United States senator. He's not going to get there by convicting a black dirtbag nobody cares about. Lonnie wants to screw you, Mr. Bruxall. By screwing you, he can also bring down Colin Aldridge. That will buy him the national attention he needs. Call me Whitey. Slim didn't kill Tony. Tony was his friend. Where you get off with this? Tony was going to give up Slim on the hit-and-run death of the homeless man. There's another theory about Slim's motivation as well. Theories are like skid marks on a bowl. Everybody's got them. I think you're here to squeeze my balls. I glanced out the window at the highway, then grinned at him. "You're not going to own anything to squeeze, Whitey," I said. For the first time his brow wrinkled. "The feds have you and Bellerophon Lujan on racketeering charges. Lonnie wants a piece of you too. That's where your son comes in," I said. "Second in line does the time. From Lonnie's perspective, your ass is grass." "You saying Bello is rolling over on me?" "I'm saying it's a done deal. Come on, you're a smart man. Bello's a coon-ass, born and bred in South Louisiana. You're from Brooklyn. People here think New York is a place where homosexuals go to get married and every other woman has an abortion. Why you keep looking out the window?" I ignored his question. "This is the short version. They're about to freeze your assets. As you probably know, a RICO conviction will allow the feds to seize everything you own. In the meantime, you've got other issues and enemies to deal with." "Issues? I don't like that word. Everybody's always talking about issues." Then paradoxically he said, "What issues? What enemies?" He saw me looking out the window again, this time at a vintage Cadillac convertible with a fresh pink paint job coming up the driveway from the 4-lane. "Who's that guy?" he said. "He does scud work for us. I told him I'd be here. You mind?" "What's his name?" "Cleet Purcell." "That fat guy is Purcell?" "Yeah, I do mind. His squeeze is this Trish Klein broad. What are you guys working here?" I got up and opened the side door to the terrace. "Hey, Cletus, over here," I said. "Hey, you answer my question," Whitey said. But again I didn't reply. Cleet walked through the dappled shade of the live oak, his face affable and handsome behind his yellow-tinted aviator's glasses. I could feel the air-conditioned coolness from the living room rushing past me into the heat and humidity of the afternoon. "Hey, how's it hanging?" he said to Whitey as he came through the door, uninvited. But I had underestimated Whitey. He might have been a creature of his times, his psychological makeup as hard as the concrete he grew up on, but he was nevertheless capable of mustering a level of dignity, even if it was feigned, that men of his background seldom possess. "It's lunchtime, and I was going to ask Mr. Robichaud to join me," he said. "Because you're his friend, you're welcome too. But this is still my home, the place where my family lives. Any guest in my house has to respect that." "You got it, Whitey. But I've had the pleasure of meeting your employee, Lefty Ragusa. He's not a family-type guy," Cleet said. "What might have happened outside this house has no application inside it, you follow? You want to eat, there's a spread laid out for us in the dining room. You want to act rude, it's time for you to go," Whitey said. "Here's a story for you," Cleet said. "We've got a congressman here who was asked to describe Louisiana on CNN. He goes, 'Half of it is underwater, and half of it is under indictment.' Right now, in your case, that means you're anybody's hump. Forget the lunch, let's talk business." "What business I got with you?" "The word is your kid's a closet bone smoker. The Iberia DA has got the handle he needs to jam him and you both. Dave didn't tell you?" The transformation that took place in Whitey's face was like none I had ever seen in another person. The eyes didn't blink or narrow. The color in them did not brighten with anger or haze over with hidden thoughts. The jawbone never pulsed against the cheek. Instead, his expression seemed to take on the emotionless solidity of carved wood, with eyes as dull and cavernous as buckshot. I believe I could have scratched a match alight on his face and he wouldn't have blinked. "What'd you call my boy?" he asked. Cleet pressed the palm of his hand against his chest. "I didn't call him anything. That's his rep in a couple of drag joints in Lafayette. I thought you and Dave had talked. The DA thinks the Lusian kid came on to your son and your son blew up his shit. The point is, when piranhas smell blood, they clean the cow to the bone. You want your casino interest let alone? Maybe I can make that happen. I'm getting through to you here?" "Yeah, you're both working with this twat Trish Klein," Whitey said. Cleet looked at me. "You heard the man, Streak. I told you it was a waste of time. Hey, Whitey, this isn't Miami. Louisiana is a fresh-air mental asylum. Dave knocked a tooth out of the DA's mouth and he's still got his shield. What does that tell you? You think we're here to shake you down for chump change? While you're in the slams, what do you think Bela Lusian is going to be doing? Protecting your assets till you get out? He'll turn your pad into a cat house and your horses into canned dog food." We left Whitey standing in his living room. Outside, as we crossed the thick carpet-like texture of his St. Augustine grass, I heard the red Morgan running in the pasture. Her neck and flanks were dark with sweat, her mouth strung with wisps of saliva. She clattered against a rail, and I would have sworn she nickered at me. Cleet got in his caddy and headed down the driveway. Just as I started my engine, I saw Whitey come out the front door. "Hey, Robichaud, wait up," he called. I rolled down the window. "What?" I said. "What he said about my boy?" "Yeah." "People are saying that? Or your friend was just working my crank?" "Your kid has problems. Homosexuality is probably the least of them." "You got a kid?" "An adopted daughter. How would you like it if somebody talked about her like you talk about my boy? How would you like it if my lawyers came after you through your family? We're not like you, Whitey. Dallas Klein's blood is on your soul. On the day you die, I believe his specter will stand by your bedside. Nothing you do from now until then will change that fact. Your son is a monster. I have a feeling you know it, too." For a moment I saw a look in Whitey's eyes that made me believe there are some people who are truly damned. Then the moment passed, and he squinted into the haze and pinched the humidity out of his eyes. "I went to school under the Catholic nuns," he said. "They taught us after we pissed not to shake off more than 2 times. You know what we did? We all ran down to the John and shook it off 3 times to see what would happen. Good try, Robichaud, but you and your friends belong here. Like you say, it's a place for jerk-offs." Upstairs, Slim Bruxall pushed open a window and leaned outside, his upper torso naked. "Hey, Dad, can somebody give Carmen a ride back to the dorm? I've got a softball game," he said. My life is not given to prescient moments, but occasionally I have them, particularly with the advance of age. When they occur, they leave behind a sensation like a cold burn on the heart. The sky was painted with horsetails, the trees blowing hard along the highway as I followed Cleet out of Lafayette. Then he pulled into a truck stop and went inside, not glancing back to see if I was behind him. When Cleet made choices, even minuscule ones that geographically separated him from his friends, he was usually embarking on an odyssey that invariably brought harm to only one person, himself. I pushed open the door in the cafe area and saw him at the end of the counter, his aviator glasses in his pocket, the lines at the corners of his eyes like pieces of white thread, a bottle of beer and a foaming glass and a salt shaker in front of him. I cupped my hand on his shoulder. "It's 20 minutes after 1, I said. "You haven't eaten either."
"I'm on a diet," he replied.
I sat down on the stool next to him and asked the waitress for coffee. "You did great back there, Cletus."
"Remember when we caught Augie Giacano jackrolling an old lady and threw him down a fire escape? Then we dimed him with DDG so he'd get in trouble with his own people."
"When you threw Augie down the fire escape."
"Whatever. We didn't get pushed around by Brooklyn skells like Whitey Bruxall."
He salted his beer and drank from it. He touched at his mouth with a paper napkin, then put the napkin aside, finished the glass in one swallow, and filled it again. "Eat a hamburger with me," I said.
"Everything is muy copaceticos, Streakus. No problemas here."
His eyes drifted to the television anchored on the cafe wall.
"Check out those tropical storms in the Atlantic. The Florida Straits are starting to look like a turnstile."
"I've got to get back to the department."
"See you later."
"I'm not leaving you here alone."
"What? I'm supposed to feel like the walking wounded?"
"Maybe."
"You don't get it, Dave. You never did. We're dinosaurs. This isn't the same country we grew up in. The scumbags own it from top to bottom, except they're legal now and have college degrees and wear $2,000 suits. Back in our first district days, we would have fed these motherfuckers into an airplane propeller."
A truck driver down the counter wearing a greasy bill cap looked at us, and the waitress studied the television screen with undue attention, then turned up the volume. A CNN announcer was talking about a hurricane that was strengthening off the Bahamas. "The Bobbsey twins from Homicide are forever," I said.
"Keep telling yourself that."
"Snap out of it, Cleet." This time he didn't argue with me, but reticence in Cleet Purcell was rarely a sign of acquiescence. Instead, it was the exact opposite. He put on his yellow-tinted shades and looked at the television screen, his face composed. "You going to see Trish today?" I said.
"What about it?"
"She's too young for you. You're going to get hurt real bad, perhaps irrevocably, I thought." He stared into my eyes.
"Yeah," he said.
"Yeah, what?" I said, trying to smile innocuously.
"Yeah, keep your thoughts to yourself," he replied.
It was one of the moments when the truth serves no purpose other than to keep our wounds green. Was Cleet right? Were we at the end of our string, flailing at forces that had societal and governmental sanction, convincing ourselves, like fools popping champagne corks aboard a sinking liner, that our violence could extend our youth forever into the future and that the party would never come to an end? He felt my eyes on the side of his face.
"Why are you giving me that weird look?"
"Because you're the best, Cleet, because I love you." The trucker down the counter was cutting up a steak on his plate. He glanced sideways at us, then at our reflection in the mirror. Cleet leaned over so he could see past me.
"What's up, bud?"
Cleet asked. "Not a whole lot," the trucker said, returning to his steak. He had created a puddle of ketchup sprinkled with pepper on his plate, and he was dipping each piece of meat in it before he forked it into his mouth.
"That steak looks righteous. You want a beer?" Cleet said.
"I got to drive. Another time," the trucker said.
"I'm Cleet Purcell. This is Dave Robichaux."
"I'm Joe Vernon Mack."
"You're looking at the Bobbsey twins from Homicide, Joe Vernon,"
Cleet said. "Pleased to meet y'all," the trucker said, chewing contentedly. Cleet picked up both our checks and paid for them at the cash register. Then the two of us walked outside into the wind. I arrived back at the department shortly before 3 p.m. A note from Helen on a pink memorandum slip was waiting for me in my mailbox. It said, "See me." When I walked down to her office, her door was ajar and I could see her standing behind her desk talking on the phone. She waved me inside. "He's here now," she said into the receiver. "Look, Lonnie, you made some ugly remarks about both him and me. He was defending me and this department as much as himself. You want to make trouble over this, you'll have me to deal with as well. My advice is that you be a man and accept the fact you shot off your mouth and that you got what you deserved." I could hear Lonnie Marceau's voice coming out of the receiver like a piece of wire being pulled through a metal hole. "Stop shouting," Helen said. "He's a good cop and you know it. If you want, I'll contact the Daily Iberian and the wire services in Baton Rouge and we can both make a statement about what happened. It's your call." She held the receiver away from her head and looked at it. "He hang up?" I said. "Or shot himself, except we don't have that kind of luck around here. Somebody at Lafayette PD told him you busted up Lefty Ragusa. He thinks you're running your own program, one that probably conflicts with his. Lonnie wants it all, Dave." "All what?" "He's going to indict Monarch Little for the Lusian homicide and bring racketeering charges against Whitey Bruxall. He's also got Colin Aldridge in his bomb sights. Aldridge is running for lieutenant governor. Lonnie says he's going to drive a nail through one of his testicles." "Why don't you use a more severe image?" "Those are his words, not mine." She placed her hand on the windowsill and gazed out at the cemetery, and I knew she was no longer interested in talking about Lonnie. "I got a call earlier from the sheriff of Orleans Parish. He says a warrant is being cut for Clete Purcell's arrest." "For flooding the casino?" But my question didn't register. "The Orleans sheriff says there are rumors Clete is mixed up with the people who did the savings and loan job in Mobile. This parish isn't going to be a haven for people who think they don't have to obey the law." "I'll talk with Clete." "You tell him I said he gets this shit off our plate or he leaves town." "I understand you perfectly. Thanks for standing up for me with Lonnie," I said. She looked me dead on. Her expression caught again in that strange androgynous moment when she seemed to linger between two identities, her face both beautiful and intimidating, a Helen I didn't really know. "Don't try to jerk me around, Dave. Fun and games over," she said. I walked back to my office, unsure of my next move. I was convinced I'd gotten nowhere with Whitey Bruxall. Worse, all my investigative work into the deaths of Crustacean Man, Yvonne Darbon, and Tony Lusian had produced only circumstantial evidence and theories. Most depressing of all was the fact that regardless of what I did, Lonnie Marceau was going to use the evidence selectively to advance his own career, even if he had to prosecute Monarch Little, an innocent man, for the murder of Tony Lusian. I'd had a run at Bruxall earlier, hoping to sow seeds of suspicion about his business partner, Bella Lusian. But why quit now? I asked myself. Some activities are like prayer. After you've been shelled off the mound, what do you have to lose? I waited until quitting time to drive to his horse farm outside Lauraville. From the state road, I saw him in front of a long white stable, dressed in strap overalls, working on a faucet that fed a galvanized water tank. He looked up when he heard my truck thumping across the cattle guard, his Stilson wrench suddenly motionless. "How do you deal with a man like Bellerophon Lusian? Do you hate him?" He certainly deserved the odium attached to his name. He was ignorant, driven, corrupt, racist, superstitious, and violent, his wealth ill-gotten, his libidinous appetites legendary. I believed he had probably raped Yvonne Darbon. And long before he had destroyed her and her faith in her fellow human beings, he had ruined his son's life with control and verbal abuse that disguised itself as love. But as much as I despised Bello's deeds, I could not hate the man. As my truck approached the horse tank, I saw him grin slightly at the edge of his mouth, and for just a moment I remembered the kid who had waited in the cold with a shine box at the Southern Pacific Depot, hoping to catch a few customers before they checked into the Frederick Hotel. "You going to take a swing at me?" I said as I got out of my truck. "I wouldn't do that," he said, twisting the wrench on a 3-inch nut. "I'm putting in the frost-free faucet this year, me. All these storms and droughts and hurricanes we've been having. That means we're going to have some bad winters yet." His accent, even his syntax had changed, the rough edges of New Orleans gone, as though the voice of a simple Cajun boy of years ago was speaking. Except that early innocence was not one Bello would ever be allowed to reclaim, whether he knew it or not. I picked up a paint-skinned wood chair by the stable entrance and carried it back to the tank and sat down. The sun was low and buried inside rain clouds, the pasture dark with shade, the grass channeled by the wind. "You have a restful place here," I said. "The best," he replied. His eyes took on the glimmerings of vindication and pride. But I believed another element was at work inside Bello during that moment. I suspected he was beginning to understand that the symbols of his triumph over the world would never pass on to his son, and that his victory over privation and rejection by the well-born had become ashes in his mouth. "See this?" I said. "Yeah, one of those pocket voice recorders." I clicked the recorder on, then off with my thumb. "I had a talk with Whitey Bruxall earlier today. I had this recorder running in my pocket. I was going to take you over the hurdles with it, Bello." He was grinning, and I could see he didn't understand. "I was going to play back snippets to you and let you have a little glimpse of what your business partner has to say when you're not around," I said. "But you're an intelligent man, and I won't treat you as less." "Well, I ain't sure what that means." "You can believe this or not. Either the feds or Lonnie Marceau are going to hang you by your thumbs. No matter how you cut it, you've got Whitey Bruxall as your fall partner." "What you mean, fall partner?" "He's the guy you're going down with." "Is Whitey the kind of guy who will take a maximum sentence rather than rat out a friend? I don't know the answer, but I bet you do." "He was working a deal with you?" "Put it this way. I doubt if Whitey would tell the truth to a corpse. But if I were on a burning plane with him and the plane carried only one parachute, I have a feeling who would end up wearing it." Bello fitted the Stilson back on the faucet head and began to squeak the nut tighter as though my words were of little interest to him. But I could see the fatigue in his face, and in his eyes the tangle of thoughts that probably waged war inside his head 24 hours a day. "What would you do?" he asked. "I don't think you'll ever experience any rest until you own up to your mistakes, Bello." "Starting with what?" "I think you attacked Yvonne Darbon. I think her death is eating you alive. No amount of holy roller shouting in tongues is going to change that fact or relieve you of your guilt." "Who told you I did that?" "It's written all over you." The heavy oblong steel head of the Stilson rested on the rim of the aluminum tank, his hand grasped tightly around the shank. The back of his hand was brown, mottled with liver spots and lined with veins that looked like knotted package twine. I could hear a horse blowing inside the stable. I supposed it was not a time to say anything, but there are moments when caution and restraint just don't cut it. "Why'd you do it, partner?" "She was just a kid." "Maybe there are reasons everybody don't know about. Maybe things just happen," he replied. "Run that crap on somebody else." "What do you know? You got everything. They killed my boy. You know what it's like to have your kid killed?" "Who's they?" "The niggers. Monarch Little and all them niggers with black scarfs on their heads, selling their dope, pimping their women, corrupting the town." It was hopeless. I think there are those who are psychologically incapable of honesty, and I think Bello was one of them. I got back in the truck and left him to himself. In all candor, I doubt if a worse punishment in the world could have been visited upon him. But I still had miles to go before I slept. I called Molly on my cell phone and asked if we could have a late dinner. "You have to work?" she said. "Cleet's in some trouble." "What kind?" I searched my mind for an honest answer. "There's no adequate scale. The rules of reason and logic have no application in his life," I said. "Sound like anybody else you know?" she replied. "Put my supper in the icebox." "It already is," she replied. The owner of the motor court where Cleet lived told me Cleet and a young woman had gone to a street dance in St. Martinville. They weren't hard to find. In fact, as I drove up the 2-lane through the dusk, through the corridor of live oaks that led out of town and the miles of waving sugarcane on each side of the road. I saw Cleet's caddy parked in front of a supper club left over from the 1940s. It was a happy place, where people ate thick steaks and drank Manhattans and old fashions and sometimes had trysts involving a degree of romance in the palm-shrouded motel set behind the club. Above the entranceway was a pink neon outline of a martini glass with the long-legged reclining figure of a nude woman inside. The refrigerated air in the dining room was so cold it made me shiver. Each table was covered with white linen and set with a candle burning inside a glass chimney. A man in a summer tux was playing a piano that was so black it had purple lights in it. Cleet was at a table by himself, a Collins drink in his hand, his face flushed and cheerful, his eyes shiny with alcohol. "Where's Trish?" I said. "On the phone." I sat down without being asked. "Helen says Orleans Parish is cutting a warrant for your arrest." "So I'll get out of town for a little while. You want a steak?" "The Orleans sheriff told Helen he knows you're mixed up with bank robbers. What's the matter with you, Cleet? You know how many people in South Louisiana want an excuse to blow you away?" "That's their problem." I was so angry I could hardly speak. "There used to be a slop shoot in San Diego that had a sign over the door like the one out there. You ever go to San Diego?" he said. "No. Listen, Cleet." But he had already launched into one of his alcoholic reveries that served only one function: to distract attention from the subject at hand. "It was a joint that had a neon sign with a gal inside a pink martini glass. We used to call her the Gin Fizz Kitty from Texas City. A whole bunch of Marines had fallen in love with this same broad who worked the bars outside Pendleton. They said she could kiss you into next week, not counting what she could do in the sack. Bottom line is, she got all these guys to put her name down as beneficiary on their life insurance policies. When CID finally caught up with her, we found out she'd been a whore in Texas City. We also found out a half-dozen guys she screwed ended up in body bags. How about that for passing on the ultimate form of clap? Hey, I was one of them. Get that look off your face." He drank from his Collins glass, then started laughing like a man watching his own tether line pull loose from the earth. "I want to take you outside and knock you down," I said. "It's all rock and roll, Streak. Going up or coming down, we all get to the same barn. What can happen that hasn't already happened in my life?" "I think you've melted your brain. Don't you realize the implications of the story you just told me?" "What, that Trish is hustling me? Don't make me mad at you, big man." But there was more hurt in his face than indignation. In the back of the club, I saw Trish Klein replace the receiver on a payphone, then stare in our direction, her mouth red and soft, her heart-shaped face achingly beautiful in the pastel lighting. I got up from the table and left without saying goodbye. I planned during the next 2 days to talk to Trish Klein in private about her relationship with one of the best and most self-destructive and vulnerable human beings I'd ever known. I got the opportunity in a way I didn't suspect. Chapter 21. On Wednesday, Joe Dupre at the Lafayette PD called me just before noon. "She's in lockup?" I said. "I never saw anybody look so good in a jailhouse jumpsuit." "For shoplifting at the Acadiana Mall?" "It's a little more complicated than that. She walked out of the store with a $400 handbag she didn't pay for. She caused a big scene when security stopped her. She claimed she was just showing the purse to a friend for the friend's opinion on her. She probably could have gone back inside and settled the issue by putting it on her credit card. She had a gold Amex and 2 or 3 platinum cards in her billfold. Instead, she ended up throwing the purse in the store manager's face." "She's not posting bail?" "To my knowledge, she hadn't even asked about it." I could hear him chewing gum in the receiver. "What are you telling me?" I asked. "I think she likes it here." After lunch, I drove to Lafayette in a cruiser, checked my firearm in a security area on the first floor of the jail, and waited on the second floor in an interview room while a guard brought Trish Klein down in an elevator. The guard was a stout, joyless woman who had once been taken hostage at a men's prison and held for 3 days during an attempted jailbreak. I used to see her at Red's gym, pumping iron in a room full of men who radiated testosterone. Dour, painted with stink, possessed of memories she didn't share. She unhooked Trish at the door. I rose when Trish entered the room and offered her a chair. The guard gave me a look that was both hostile and suspicious and locked the door behind her. "Did you ever hear the story about Robert Mitchum getting out of Los Angeles City Prison?" I said. "No," she said. "Mitchum spent 6 months in there on a marijuana bust and figured his career was over. The day he got out, a reporter shouted at him, 'What was it like in there, Bob?' Mitchum said, 'Not bad, just like Palm Springs without the riffraff.'" She showed no reaction to the story. In fact, she wore no expression at all, as though both her surroundings and I were of no interest to her. "What are you doing in here, kiddo?" I said. "Kiddo up your ass, Mr. Robichaux." "Well, that's clever, but people with your background in finances don't go out of their way to put themselves into slams." "I don't like being called a thief." "Yeah, I bet it was shocking to learn your photo was in the Griffin book at casinos from Vegas to Atlantic City." "Why are you here?" "Because I think you and your friends are planning a big score on Whitey Bruxall. I think you're setting up your alibi." She looked out the window at the street. "You don't know what you're talking about," she said. "You guys are going to get yourselves killed. That's your own choice, but you're taking Clete Purcell down with you. He's a grown man. Why don't you stop treating him like a child?" Down the corridor, I could hear someone yelling, a scuffling sound of chains clinking and a heavy object crashing against a metal surface, perhaps against the door of an elevator, but Trish Klein paid no attention to the distraction. "Clete's been my friend for over 30 years. That's more time than you've been on Earth," I said, regretting the self-righteousness of my words almost as soon as I had spoken them. "I suspect I should go back upstairs now," she said. "You don't think Whitey is on to you? This guy was a protege of Meyer Lansky. Your people impersonated gas company employees and creeped his house. Want to hear a couple of stories about people who tried to burn the mob?" She didn't answer, but I told her anyway. One account dealt with a man in Las Vegas whose skull was splintered in a machinist's vise, another who was hung alive by his rectum from a meat hook. I also told her what insiders said was the fate of a middle-class family man in a Queens suburb who accidentally ran over and killed the child of his neighbor, a notorious mafia don. "These bastards might look interesting on the movie screen, but they're the scum of the earth," I said. "I wouldn't have guessed that, Mr. Robichaux. I always thought the people who murdered my father were closet humanists." It was obvious that my best efforts with Trish Klein were of no value. It was like telling someone not to gargle with liquid Drano. I was about to call for the guard and leave Trish and her friends to their own fate when she lifted her eyes up to mine, and for just a moment I understood the tenacity of Clete's commitment to her. "A week before my father's death, he took me snorkeling off Dania Beach," she said. "We cooked hot dogs on a grill in a grove of palm trees and played with a big blue beach ball. Then 2 men parked a convertible under the trees and made him walk off with them down where the water was hitting on the rocks. I remember how sad he looked, how small and humiliated, like he was no longer my father. I couldn't hear what the 2 men were saying, but they were angry, and one man kept punching my father in the chest with his finger. When my father came back to our picnic table, his face was white, and his hands were shaking. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, 'Nothing. Everything is fine. Those guys were just having a bad day.' Then he put my snorkel and mask on my head and walked me down to the water and swam backward with me on his chest till we were at the end of a coral jetty. He said, 'This is where the clownfish live. Any time you're having a problem, you can tell it to the clownfish. These guys love children. Come on, you'll see.' That was the first time I ever held my breath and went all the way under the water. There were clownfish everywhere. They swam right up to my mask and brushed against my shoulders and arms. I never thought about those men again, not until years later, when I realized they were probably the ones who murdered my father. I wanted to be sympathetic. Dallas had been a good man, a brave soldier, and a devoted parent. But he had been corrupted by his addiction and had become a willing party to an armored car and bank heist that cost not only his life but also the life of the teller who had tried to foil the robbery by pushing shut the vault door. Now Trish's single-minded obsession with vengeance might cost Clete Purcell his life, or at least a large chunk of it, and that simple fact seemed totally lost on her. Why not let Whitey and his pals fall in their own shit? It's a matter of time before either the feds or the locals take them down, I said. You said Bruxall was friends with Meyer Lansky? That's right. Did the system get Lansky? He died of cancer when he was an old man. You're a laugh-a-minute, Mr. Robichaux. I banged on the door for the guard to let me out. I was determined to let Trish have the last word, to be humble enough to remember my own mistakes and not contend with the certainty and confidence of youth. But when I looked at the earnestness and ego-centered determination in her face, I saw a moth about to swim into a flame. You probably noticed the hack who brought you in here seemed out of joint, I said. The hack? The female correctional officer. She was held 3 days in a male prison riot and passed from hand to hand by guys psychiatrists haven't found names for. She ended up in these guys' hands because she thought she knew what was inside their heads and she could handle whatever came down the pike. Don't ask her what they did to her, because she's never told anyone, at least no one around here. Trish stared resolutely into space, but I saw her fingers twitch on top of the table. On the way back to Lafayette, I left a message with Betsy Mossbacher's voicemail. Later that afternoon, she called me on my cell phone. You visited the Klein woman in jail? She said. Briefly, but I didn't learn a whole lot. What'd she tell you? A story about her father and swimming with clownfish? Clownfish? I guess they're a symbol of childhood innocence for her. Anyway, I think she deliberately got herself arrested. We have the same impression at the Bureau. Some of her griffins have been showing up at 3 or 4 casinos where Whitey Bruxall is a part owner. It seems they make a point of standing in front of security cameras and getting themselves escorted off the premises. I waited for her to go on. Did I catch you on the John? She said. No, I lied. I didn't know you'd finished. You think they're planning to take down a casino? I'd say it's a diversion of some kind, but my supervisor says I always overestimate people's intelligence. You guys deal with higher quality perps, I said. Actually, he was talking about you and Purcell. 2 uniformed deputies entered the restroom talking loudly. One of them slammed down a seat in the stall next to me. Hey, there's no toilet paper on a roller. Get some out of the supply closet, will you? He called out to his friend. That night, I dreamed of New Orleans. Not the New Orleans of today, but the city where Cleet and I had been young patrolmen, in a cruiser, sometimes even walking a beat with nightsticks, at a time when the city in its provincial innocence actually feared Black Panthers and long-haired kids who wore love beads and Roman sandals. This was before crack cocaine hit New Orleans like a hydrogen bomb in the early 80s, and the administration in Washington, D.C. cut federal aid to the city by half. Oddly, prior to the 80s, New Orleans enjoyed a kind of sybaritic tranquility that involved a contract between the devil and the forces of justice. The Giacano family ran the vice and maintained implicit understandings with NOPD about the operation of the city. The quarter was the cash cow. Anyone who jackrolled a tourist got his wheels broken. Anyone who jackrolled an old person anywhere or stuck up a bar or cafe frequented by cops or who molested a child got his wheels broken and got thrown from a police car at high speed on the parish line. That is, if he was lucky. The Giacanos were stone killers and corrupt to the core, but they were pragmatists as well as family men, and they realized no society remains functional if it doesn't maintain the appearances of morality. New Orleans was a Petrarchan sonnet rather than an Elizabethan one, its mindset more like the medieval world, in the best sense, than the Renaissance. In the spring of 1971, I lived in a cottage by the convent school on Ursulines, and every Sunday morning I would attend Mass at St. Louis Cathedral, then stroll across Jackson Square in the coolness of the shadows while sidewalk artists were setting up their easels along a pike fence that was overhung by palm fronds and oak boughs. At an outdoor table in the Café du Mont, over beignets and coffee with hot milk, I would watch the pinkness of the morning spread across the quarter, the unicyclists pirouetting in front of the cathedral, jugglers tossing wood balls in the air, street bands who played for tips knocking out Tin Roof Blues and Rampart Street Parade. The balconies along the streets groaned with the weight of potted plants, and bougainvillea hung in huge clumps from the iron grillwork and bloomed as brightly as drops of blood in the sunlight. Corner grocery stores, run by Italian families, still had wood-bladed fans on the ceilings and sold boudin and poor boy sandwiches to working people. Out front, in the shade of the colonnade, were bins of cantaloupe, bananas, strawberries, and rattlesnake watermelons. Often on the same corner in the same wonderful smell, it was like a breath of old Europe. A black man sold snowballs from a pushcart, the ice hand-shaved off a frosted blue block he kept wrapped in a tarp. Traditional New Orleans was like a piece of South America that had been sawed loose from its moorings and blown by trade winds across the Caribbean until it affixed itself to the southern rim of the United States. The streetcars, the palms along the neutral grounds, the shotgun cottages with ventilated shutters, the Katz and Betts drugstores whose neon lighting looked like purple and green smoke in the mist, the Irish and Italian dialectical influences that produced an accent mistaken for Brooklyn or the Bronx, the collective eccentricity that drew Tennessee Williams and William Faulkner and William Burroughs to its breast, all these things in one way or another were impaired or changed forever by the arrival of crack cocaine. Or at least, that is the perception of one police officer who was there when it happened. But in my dream, I didn't see the deleterious effects of the drug trade on the city I loved. I saw only Cleet and me, neither of us very long out of Vietnam, walking down Canal in patrolmen's blues, past the old Pearl restaurant, where the St. Charles streetcar stopped for passengers under a green-painted iron colonnade, the breeze blowing off Lake Pontchartrain, the evening sky ribbed with strips of pink cloud, the air pulsing with music, black men shooting craps in an alley, kids tap-dancing for change, the kind of moment whose perfection you vainly hope will never be subject to time and decay. When I woke in the early dawn, with Molly beside me, I didn't know where I was. It was misty and gray in the trees, and out on the bayou I could hear the heavy droning sound of a tug pushing a barge down toward Morgan City. The ventilated shutters on the front windows were closed, and the light was slitted and green the way it had been in the cottage where I lived on Ursulines. "You okay, Dave?" Molly asked, curled on her side under the sheet. "I thought I was in New Orleans," I replied. She rolled on her back and looked up at me, her hair spread on the pillow like points of fire. She cupped her hand around the back of my neck. "You're not," she said. "It was a funny dream, like I was saying goodbye to something." "Come here," she said. She kissed me on the mouth, then touched me under the sheet. Later, after I had showered and dressed, Molly made coffee and heated a pan of milk and poured our orange juice while I filled our bowls with grape nuts and sliced bananas. Both Tripod and Snugs came inside, and I split a can of cat food between the two of them and gave each his own water bowl. Tripod, like all coons, washed his food before he ate it, and spread newspaper on the linoleum to preempt problems with Tripod's incontinence. The mist outside had become as thick and gray in the trees as fog, and I couldn't see the green of the park on the far side of the bayou. But my problem was not with the weather. I could not get rid of the sense that something bad was about to happen, that an evil medium of some kind, if left unchecked, was about to hurt someone. All drunks, particularly those who grew up in alcoholic homes, have that same sense of angst and trepidation, one that has no explainable origins. The fear is not necessarily self-centered either. It's like watching someone point a revolver at his temple while he cocks and dry-fires the mechanism over and over again until the cylinder rotates a loaded chamber into firing position. What was it that bothered me so much? Loss of my youth? Fear of mortality? The systemic destruction of the Cajun world in which I had grown up? Yes, to all those things. But my greatest fear was much more immediate than the abstractions I just mentioned. As every investigative law officer will tell you, the clues that lead to a crime solution are always there. It's a matter of seeing or touching or hearing or smelling them. Nothing aberrant happens in a vacuum. The causality and connections wait for us just beyond the perimeter of our vision, in the same way a piece of spiderweb can attach itself to your hand when you grip the undersurface of a banister in a deserted house. The perps aren't smart. They just have more time to devote to their work than we do. Lost in thought, Molly said. The deaths of Crustacean Man, Yvonne Darbon, and Tony Lujan are all related, but I don't know if any one of those cases will ever be solved. Time's on your side. How? Down the line, everybody pays his tab, she said. I'm not always so sure about that. Yes, you are. How you know? I asked. Because you're a believer. Because you can't change what you are no matter what you say about yourself. Is that right? I said. I don't hang around with the B-team troop, she said. 5 minutes later, the phone rang. It was Wally, our dispatcher. Got a 911 from Bella Lujan's wife. She said the black man who works for her went out to the stable and found Bello on the floor inside the stall. She said a horse kicked him. We got a Acadian ambulance on the way. Why'd you call me? 'Cause Miss Lujan sounded like my wife does when she tells me to get a dead rat out from under the house. I don't trust that woman. Keep me updated, will you? Why is it every time I call you I seem to say the wrong thing? The problem must be me. Just before I went out the door, the phone rang again. Here's your update. Acadian ambulance just called. Old Bello won't be posing with the roses for a while. Helen went to New Orleans, so you want to take over things? He said. Will you get the crackers out of your mouth? If the guy blew his nose, his brains would be in the handkerchief. That's the way the paramedic put it. He says it wasn't done by no horse either. That clear enough? The emergency vehicles parked by Bello's stable still had their flashes on, rippling with blue, red, and white light inside the mist. I stooped under the crime scene tape and walked down the concrete pad that separated 2 rows of 12 by 12 stalls. Coco A. Bear was already on the job, gloved, furrow-browed, morose, his gelatinous girth like curtains of fat hanging on a deboned elephant. In the gloom of the stable, he kept turning his attention from the stall to the sliding back doors, both of which were pushed back on their tracks. Out in the pasture, a sorrel mare was eating in the grass, one walleye looking back at the stable. Bello Lujan lay on his left side in the stall. The floor of the stall was comprised of dirt and sand, overlaid with a layer of straw. The wound in the back of Bello's skull was deep and tapered and had bled out in a thick pool on the straw. His eyes were open and staring, his face empty of expression, in fact, possessed of a serenity that didn't fit the level of violence that had been done to his person. A bucket of molasses balls was overturned in the corner of the stall. I suspected he never saw his assailant, and perhaps, with luck, he had not suffered either. You got a weapon? I said. It's outside in the weeds, a pick with a sawed-off handle. The black guy who found him says the chain was down on the stall and the sorrel was out, Coco said. There's some tennis shoe impressions on the concrete. Watch where you walk. How do you read it? I asked. Bello went into the stall with the mare, and somebody came up behind him and put it to him long and hard. What do you mean, long and hard? That hole in the back of his head isn't the only one in him. He took one in the rib cage and one in the armpit. Take a look at the slats on the left side of the stall. I think Bello bounced off the boards and tried to get up and caught the last one in the skull. Coco laughed out loud. Then he got shit on by the horse he was trying to feed. I'm not kidding you. Look at his shirt. Why don't you show some respect? I said. Coco coughed into his palm, still laughing. Do you ever get tired of it? Of what? I said. Being the only guy in the department with any humanity. It must be tough to be a full-time water walker, he said. Hey, Dave, come see me a minute, Mac Bertrand said from the back entrance. He had arrived shortly before I did and had done only a preliminary survey of the crime scene. A camera hung from his right hand. I'll talk to you about that remark later, Coco, I said. I can't wait, he said. I joined Mac outside. What do you have? I said. Take a look at the murder weapon. What's interesting about it is the tip of the pick has been sharpened down to a fine point, probably on a grinder. When's the last time you sharpened a pick like that? Never. So in all probability, we've got a premeditated homicide here, and the killer came prepared to do maximum damage, he said. I squatted down and looked at the pick. Mac was right. The point had been honed down to a thinness that would break if it was driven into rock or hardpan. Streaks of blood and pieces of hair coated at least 4 inches of the steel surface. "You got a good eye, Mac," I said. "Walk with me to the back fence." The rear of the lot was strung with what is called a back fence, one that is made up of steel spikes and smooth wire, and is less attractive than a rail or slat fence, but cheaper to construct and more utilitarian. On the other side was an ungrazed pasture, then a line of water oaks and pecan trees that separated the pasture from a sugarcane field. Mac pointed to a channel of dented grass in the pasture. "My guess is somebody crossed the pasture on foot this morning, maybe somebody who parked his vehicle up there on the turn row by the sugarcane field," Mac said. "What do you think?" I nodded without speaking. "No, I mean, who do you think would do this, just between us?" I rested my arm on a steel fence spike. I hated to even think about the possibilities that Mac's question suggested. I twisted the screws on Whitey Bruxall. "Maybe Whitey thought Bello was about to roll over on him," I said. "The mob uses pickaxes?" "Whitey's smart. He doesn't follow patterns. That's why he's never done time." "I'm really bothered by this, Dave. Bello came to our church for help. I sent him over to the Holy Rollers. You ever figure out what was driving him?" "Take your choice. Years ago he tried to lynch a black man. His wife thinks he attacked Yvonne Darbon. He tried to revise his own life by controlling and destroying his sons. Everything he touched turned to excrement." "He raped the Darbon girl?" "I just have the wife's interpretation of events. She's not an easy person to talk with. She says Bello raped Yvonne Darbon the same day Darbon shot herself." "Jesus Christ. Yvonne Darbon was gangbanged that day." "That's my point. I don't know if Mrs. Lujan is telling the truth. I don't believe she's totally connected to reality." "Who is?" Mac said. It was damp and cool inside the mist, and the pasture on the other side of the fence was emerald green except for the trail of bruised grass that led from the wire back to the turn row and the sugarcane. Across the road, Bello's house sat heavy and squat and white inside the mist, his flower gardens blooming, the bayou high and yellow in the background. He had owned everything a man could want, but his war with the world and his imaginary enemies had never ended. Was the serenity I had seen on his face in the horse stall simply the result of his nerve endings collapsing? Or in life, had the aggressive leer of the moral imbecile been a form of pathological rictus that hid the frightened child? "You already saw the tennis shoe impressions in the stable?" Mac asked. "Yeah, I need to talk to the black man who found Bello. He's up at the main house. Want me to see if I can get any latents off the fence?" "Sure, go ahead," I said, still unable to process my own thoughts about the life and death of Bello Lujan. "I heard that crack Coco made. Don't let him get to you, Dave. He's full of rage over his kid getting killed in Iraq and doesn't know who to blame for it." I wasn't thinking about Coco. I knew Bello before either one of us learned to speak English. He was a tough kid. "Yeah?" Mac said, waiting for me to go on. "He was like most of my generation. The poor bastard believed everything people taught him." "Taught him what?" If he had money, he could forget his shine shoes down at the SP station. Bello never could understand that the kid with the shine box was probably the best person he would ever know. Mac put his empty pipe in his mouth and stared at the channel of broken grass in the pasture. He was trying to be polite, but it was no time for my lament on the problems of my generation and the lost innocence of a French-speaking culture that has become little more than a chimerical emanation of itself, packaged and sold to tourists. "Dave, either we have a random killing, one done by a maniac who didn't know the Vic, or somebody who knew Bello's daily routine and literally tried to eviscerate him. I hope to get you some prints off the pick handle, but what? I think the perp spent some time on this. I don't think he threw down the weapon so we could find his prints all over it. I think the guy who did this is methodical and intelligent. Does that bring anyone to mind?
Yeah, Whitey Bruxall.
My thoughts shouldn't stray too far past the lab, but when they kill like this, I mean when they try to tear out somebody's insides, the motivation is usually sexual or racial, sometimes both.
What are you saying?
I'm not sure myself. Does Mrs. Lujan strike you as a charitable and forgiving spouse? Thanks for your help, Mac. Give me a call from the lab, will you? My pleasure, he replied. Hey, Dave, you going to talk to Yvonne Darbon's father? I mean, to exclude him?
Why?
No reason. He's a good man. His daughter was the same age as one of mine. I don't know if I could live with that kind of grief. I still have a hard time accepting the kinds of shit kids get into today. Drugs, abortion, hepatitis B, AIDS, herpes. They're just kids, for God's sakes. Before they're 20, they're screwed up for life.
You're right again, Mac, I thought. But what was the solution?
An authoritarian government? I feared how many people would answer in the affirmative. I drove back onto the state road, then crossed a bridge over a coulee and parked in the turn row by the sugarcane field where the killer probably entered the pasture on his way to Bellow's stable. But the turn row was churned with tractor, harvester, truck, and cane wagon tracks, and littered with beer cans, snuff containers, and used rubbers as well, and I doubted that we would ever recover any helpful forensic evidence from the scene. I watched the paramedics drive away with Bellow's body. Then I questioned the black man who had found Bellow in the stall. The black man was not wearing tennis shoes, and he did not believe any of Bellow's other employees wore them either. In fact, he said Bellow insisted his employees wear sturdy work boots in order to prevent injuries and to keep his insurance premiums down. That sounded like classic Bellow. The black man also said he'd never seen the pick before. Then I rang the chimes on the front door of the Lujan home and was let inside by the maid. I've either visited or investigated homicide scenes for over 35 years. Clete Purcell and I cut down a corpse that had been hanging in a warehouse for 4 months. We dug one dancing with maggots out of a wall. We scraped a 20th floor jumper off the steel stairs of a fire escape. We had to use tweezers to pick the remnants of one out of a compacted automobile. 25 years ago, I saw the interior of a house after rogue members of NOPD had put a hit on a whole family. Murder is an up-close and personal business, and rarely does a journalistic account do it justice. You want a capital sentence in a homicide prosecution? Make sure the jury gets the opportunity to study some color photographs before they go into deliberation. But the worst part of any homicide investigation usually involves notification and questioning of family members. They want to know if their loved ones suffered, if they died in a brave or cowardly fashion, if the body was degraded. Often their eyes beg, but not for the truth. They want you to lie, and often that is exactly what you do. Mrs. Lujan did not fall into the category I just described. In fact, when I was escorted by the maid onto the sun porch, I was stunned by what I saw. Mrs. Lujan was standing up with the aid of a walker, dressed in a pink shirt and white blouse, her face bright with purpose, her hair brushed and tied with a ribbon in back. She extended her hand and smiled wanly. "How are you, Mr. Robichaux?" she said. "I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this. I can come back later if you like," I said. "Call me Valerie. You're only carrying out the obligations of your office," she said. "Do me a favor, though. Would you open the jalousies and let the mist in? I love the cool smell of the morning. When I was a child in New Orleans, I loved the coolness of the mist blowing in from Lake Pontchartrain. My father often took me to the amusement park by the water's edge. Do you remember the amusement park on the lake?" Her detachment from Bellow's murder might have been written off as the effects of shock, or perhaps even a thespian attempt to deal with tragedy in a dignified fashion, but I believe that in the mind of Valerie Lujan, all the grief the world could expect of her had already been extracted by the death of her son, and she felt no shame in refusing to mourn a husband whose sexual appetites had taken him far from his wife's bed. "Did Bellow give you any indication that Whitey Bruxall might have wanted him dead?" I said.
Why would Mr. Bruxall want to harm Bello? Tony was friends with Slim, but Bello didn't associate with Mr. Bruxall.
They were business partners.
They may have invested in the same enterprises, but they were hardly partners.
She eased herself down on the couch and sighed pleasantly.
My, it feels good to stand up. I'm volunteering at the university to teach a non-credit drama course. I haven't done anything so uplifting in years.
I see.
You don't think well of me, do you?
I dropped my eyes. I think you've carried a heavy load much of your life, ma'am.
I spoke by telephone this morning with my spiritual advisor, Reverend Ulrich. His insight has helped me enormously. My husband was a racist, pure and simple. He sexually exploited Negro women and consequently inflamed their men. That may have contributed to Monarch Little's murdering my son. Now it may have cost Bello his life as well.
You're saying Monarch Little killed your husband?
If I understand correctly, Bello was killed with a Maddox or a pick of some kind. You're a realist, and I don't think given to political correctness, Mr. Robichaux. Who else except a depraved Negro criminal would kill like that?
I looked away from the glare in her eyes. In my mind's eye, I saw Monarch Little in his baggy pants and weightlifter's shirt with an oversized ball cap askew on his head. I also saw the $200 tennis shoes with gas cushions in the soles that he wore as part of his cartoon character persona. Wrong fashion choice, Monarch.
Come visit me again, Mr. Robichaux. Somehow something good will come out of all of this. I have faith for the first time in years. I hope you find it too, Mrs. Lucian said.
Her unevenly recessed eyes were liquid with the warmth of her own sentiment. I had the feeling Mrs. Lucian had just taken up serious residence in the kingdom of the self-deluded and would be a long time in freeing herself from it. I drove to the rural slum on the bayou just outside the city limits where Monarch lived. A junker car was parked in the drive, but no one answered the door. His neighbor, an elderly black woman picking up trash from a drainage ditch, told me Monarch was in town. He's working, I said. His mother died. I ain't sure what he's doing. Died? I thought his mother was coming home from the hospital. She had a heart attack 2 days ago. Monarch gone off with his friends. They throwed all their beer cans in my little yard. Tell Monarch he ought to be ashamed of himself, his mother not yet in the ground. Ashamed? Why? She picked up a crushed beer can, threw it hard in her gunny sack, and didn't reply. I drove back to New Iberia and crossed the Teche on the drawbridge at Burke Street. The water was high on the green slope of the banks, the surface dimpled with rain, and black people were fishing with cane poles and cut bait from under the bridge. Then I turned down Railroad Avenue into New Iberia's old brothel district, the one place in our town's history where indeed the past had never become the past. Chapter 22. Just as the street corner crack whores had supplanted their $5 antecedents in the cribs that had lined Railroad Avenue, Monarch Little, in his way, had kept the traditions of the red light district alive by returning to the neighborhood as victim, if not as purveyor. It was still raining lightly when I pulled my truck under the overhang of the oak tree where Monarch used to deal dope. The weight set he had used to add inches to his arms and shoulders still sat on a hard-packed dirt apron under the tree, rusting, beaded with moisture. A kid who was nicknamed Rag Nose because he had burned out the inside of his head sniffing airplane glue was sitting on the backrest of a bench a few feet away, looking innocuously up and down the street as though I were not there. He was well over 6 feet tall, with a head that looked like an elongated coconut. His feet were sockless and stuffed in unlaced high-top tennis shoes. "Seen Monarch around?" I said.
"No, sir, I ain't seen him."
He tapped his feet up and down on the bench, flexing a toothpick in his mouth, furrowing and unfurrowing his brow as though hundreds of thoughts were flying through his mind. "Still going to your meetings?" I said.
"Yes, sir, all the time. I'm taking off for one in a few minutes."
He looked at his wrist and realized he wasn't wearing a watch. "I need to find Monarch," I said. He scratched his head.
"Yeah, Monarch be out at his house, maybe, or working or driving around with his friends.
Your real name is Walter, isn't it?
Sometimes it is,
he replied and picked at a scab on the back of one hand. I don't work vice, Walter. I'm not here to hurt Monarch. I'd like to see him stay out of trouble, but I can't do that if his friends lie to me. The soles of Walter's tennis shoes tapped on the bench again. He looked up into the tree, then at the mist blowing across the roofs of the houses, then at the wet glaze on the little white grocery store that tried to survive in a neighborhood long ago given over to dealers and whores and kids like Walter who had permanently fried their grits. I saw Walter teeter on the edges of honesty and trust. Then the moment faded, and he looked down at his shoes.
Ain't seen him, he said.
But events were not on Walter's side. A black woman whose street name was Snowball pulled a child's wagon from around the far side of the grocery store. The wagon was loaded with 20-pound sacks of crushed ice.
"See you, Mr. Dave,"
Walter said, and was gone like a shot. Snowball, so named because she was fat, coal-black, and wore white dresses, towed the wagon down the street toward a tan stucco house whose yard was strewn with garbage. The front porch of the house was wide and breezy and offered shade during the hottest hours of the day, but it was also cluttered with broken wood furniture, a rain-soaked couch, and a mattress that had been blackened by fire. I caught up with Snowball. "Early for a beer party," I said. "Refrigerator's burnt out. Bunch of steaks in there gonna spoil," she said. "Going to invite me to your cookout?" I said. She smiled and continued pulling the wagon up the sidewalk, tugging it across the slabs that were pitched and broken by oak roots that grew from a tree in the yard of the stucco house. Snowball's smile and good disposition did not go with the type of work she did. She was a tar mule for Herman Stenger, a black piece of shit who should have been hosed off the bowl long ago. Why she worked for Herman was anyone's guess. "I need to give Monarch Little some information, Ball," I said. "I'll tell him. If I see him." "Want me to help you carry the ice inside?" "I got it." "I don't mind," I said. I hefted up 2 bags, wet and cold under each arm, and started up the walk toward the porch. "Mr. Dave, we got it under control here," she said. I ignored her and walked up the stone steps, crossed the porch, and entered the house. Even though the back and front doors and the windows were open, the smell was overwhelming. I thought of offal, burned food, unwashed hair, feces, black water bagged up in a toilet. Broken crack vials were ground into the wood floor. The plaster walls were spray-painted with gang signs and representations of genitalia. A mattress with blood in the center lay on the living room floor. I saw 6 people go out the back door, their faces averted so I would not recognize him. "Where is he, Ball?" I said. "In the bathroom. He wasn't ready for it. He didn't have no tolerance." The bathroom door was ajar. I eased it open and saw Monarch in the tub, shirtless, his eyes closed, pillows stuffed around him so he would not slip below the waterline in the melting ice that covered his chest. I could see the hype marks inside his right arm. "Brown Skag," I said. "Yes, sir." "Who shot him up?" "Himself. Monarch's still a king. Don't matter what people do to him. He was born a king." I opened my cell phone and called for an ambulance. While I was talking, I heard Snowball pour a sack of ice into the tub. "Did Herman give him the dope?" I said. She pursed her lips and made a twisting motion in front of them as though she were locking him with a key. "Bust me if you want, but I stayed with him. You want to talk to Herman? Herman ain't here. Herman ain't never here. Y'all don't like this house, Mr. Dave. Burn it down. But don't pretend y'all don't know what goes on here." "What time did Monarch get here?" 8:30. "You sure? It wasn't earlier? It wasn't later?" "I just told you." 10 minutes later, a Acadian ambulance pulled Monarch out of the tub and loaded him onto a gurney. I walked with them to the back of the ambulance. Monarch's eyelids suddenly clicked open just like a doll's. "What's happening, Mr. D?" he said. "Your soul just took an exploratory ride over the abyss," I replied. "Say again?" "If you die, I'm going to kick your butt," I said. "You're an unforgiving man," he said. I pulled one of his tennis shoes off his foot. "What you doing?" he said. I watched them drive away with him. Monarch's tennis shoe felt sodden and cold and big in my hand. It was a size 12, larger, I was sure, than the imprint stenciled on the concrete pad in Bella Illusion's stable. "Tell me again, Snowball, what time did Monarch get here?" I said. "It was 8:30. Some guys dropped him off on the corner. They'd been drinking. I know the time, 'cause I looked at my watch and wondered why Monarch was drinking so early in the morning. He come walking down the street and I asked him that. He said his mama died and would I tie him off." "You shut him up?" "No. Monarch is my friend, and I ain't going to say no more about it." So the combination shooting gallery and crack house would not be an alibi for Monarch Little. But for all practical purposes, the size of his huge pancake-like feet and his obvious grief over his mother's death had eliminated him as a viable suspect in the homicide of Bella Illusion. "Am I going down on this, Mr. Dave?" Snowball asked. "Don't let me catch you near this house again." "Herman ain't big on the word no." "Tell Herman that of this day he has a bullseye tattooed on his forehead." She laughed to herself, looking down the street at the grocery store and a skinny kid trying to pick up Monarch's weight set. The sun was just breaking out of the mist, shining through the tree over the kid's head. "You eat lunch with cops?" I asked. She fixed her hair with one hand. "If they payin'," she said. We drove to Bon Creole way out on St. Peter's Street and had po' boy sandwiches. Then I drove her back into New Iberia's inner city and left her on a street corner used by both pimps and dealers. It was a strange place to deliver a young woman who I believed to be a basically decent and loyal human being. But it was the world to which she belonged, and for those who lived in its maw, its abnormality was simply a matter of perception. I arrived at the department shortly after noon. Helen had just returned from New Orleans, where she had been attending a meeting of Louisiana law enforcement administrators on civil preparedness. She caught me in the hallway and walked with me to my office. "What did you get on Bellows' homicide?" she asked when we were inside. She had not yet had a chance to talk with Coco Hébert or Mac Bertrand. I told her everything I knew about the initial investigation at the crime scene and told her about Monarch Little overdosing. "You're excluding him?" she said. "At least for the time being. He may have had a window of opportunity, but there's no evidence to put him at the crime scene." "But Valerie Illusion thinks Monarch did it?" "If there weren't people of color around for her to blame her problems on, she'd probably kill herself." "You've got somebody in mind for this, Dave. I can see it in your face." I stoked Whitey Bruxall up. I told him Bello was going to roll over on him. The possibility that Whitey took him out doesn't make me feel very good. "Before you climb on a cross, you might consider this. It was a premeditated act. The killer hated Bello and wanted him to suffer. The killer also knew Bello's routine. Maybe the perp nursed a grudge for years. Bello had that kind of influence on people. Maybe Bruxall didn't have anything to do with it." The phone on my desk rang. It was Mac Bertrand calling from the crime lab. "We have prints from several areas on the pick, some good, some bad," he said. "Most of them were probably left there by the same individual. Regardless, we got no hits with APHIS." "Not even possibilities?" "Nothing." I had felt my hopes rise, then fade. "So maybe our suspect is a local with no record," I said. "Could be. Bello was a sexual predator." "You think this is a revenge killing, pure and simple?" "I'm at a loss on this whole investigation, Dave. I mean into the Illusion boy's death and Crustacean Man and the suicide of the Darbon girl. I've come around to your way of thinking. It's all part of one piece, but I don't see the key." "Helen's in my office now. I'll bring her up to date and get back to you later," I said. "Something bothers me about the prints on the pick," Mac said. "The steel head looks like it's been partially wiped off. The same with the bottom of the handle. But the prints on the middle of the handle are defined and unsmudged. You following me?" "I'm not sure." "If someone wanted to wipe fingerprints off a murder weapon, in this case a pick, wouldn't he want to wipe off the entire weapon, both the handle and the head? I think an individual wearing gloves sharpened the pick and later used it to kill Bello. When he swung the pick, he smudged the prints on the bottom of the handle. That's just speculation, of course. My wife says I spend too much time in my head with this stuff." "No, you don't, Mac," I thought. Helen had been sitting on the corner of my desk on one haunch as she always did when she was in my office. After I hung up, I told her what Mac had said. I could see the frustration grow in her face. "Lonnie Marceau is going to have a field day with this," she said. "What does this have to do with Lonnie? He's hired an ad firm in Baton Rouge to build him up as a crusading prosecutor surrounded by drunken and corrupt flat-feet. I think he also wants to hand me my ass. Maybe I should have a talk with him." She pointed a finger at me. "That's the last thing you're going to do. You copy that, Bwana?" "Yes, ma'am." "Because if Bwana not copy, Bwana gonna have the worst experience in his life." "Don't contend. Don't argue," I heard a voice say inside me. "How did the civil preparedness meeting go?" I asked. She had not expected my response. She tilted her head sideways, almost looking at me in a new way, her eyes taking on a strange lavender cast that was both sensual and curious, as though I were of romantic interest to her. I felt my cheeks color. "We toured the levees. A 160-mile-an-hour storm will turn New Orleans into a bowl full of oil and black sand," she said. She squeezed my shoulder and looked me in the face. "No matter how this plays out, Streak, I don't want you beating up on yourself anymore. Even though I yell at you sometimes, you're one of the best people I've ever known." I spent the next half hour cleaning out paperwork from my intake basket, putting off an inevitable stage in the investigation that I was not looking forward to. Finally, I picked up the phone and called Césaire Darbon at his home. How do you tell a father whose daughter has died of a gunshot wound in his driveway that he is a possible suspect in a homicide? As Mac Bertrand said, how much grief does one man need? "This is Dave Robichaud, Mr. Darbon," I said. "I'd like to return your daughter's diary if you're going to be home this afternoon. I got to go to the grocery store, but if I'm not home, I'll leave the door unlocked. I'd rather give it to you in person." "Yes, sir. About an hour from now, okay?" "I'll see you then. Thanks for your goodwill, Mr. Darbon," I said. I eased the receiver back into the cradle, a terrible sense of discomfort seizing my chest. Oftentimes, in an investigation involving a violent crime, when the degree of injury and the desire for revenge can last a lifetime, what people do not say is more important than what they do say. Rape victims want to see the perpetrator's nails ripped out. Relatives of homicide victims, regardless of their religious principles, struggle a lifetime with their anger and desire for revenge, even after the perpetrator is dead, almost as though his specter has taken up residence in their homes. Césaire Darbon had not inquired about any new details we may have discovered regarding his daughter's death. Even though the fatal shooting of Yvonne Darbon had gone down as a suicide, wouldn't the father have asked if I had learned who drove her home on that terrible day? Who had given her the gun? Who had filled her young body with drugs and booze? I tried to think of an explanation for his lack of curiosity. I didn't want to think the thoughts I was thinking. I called Mac at the lab. "How well do you know Césaire Darbon?" I said. "He's a distant cousin of my wife. Why?" "I just talked with him. He showed no apparent interest in any details we might have discovered about his daughter's death." "He's a simple man, Dave. For a guy like Césaire, the government is an abstraction. He lost his livelihood as a sugar farmer because of decisions somebody made in Washington. You said if he hadn't been looking for work the day his daughter died, he would have been home to take care of her. I suspect he feels like a windstorm blew through his life and flattened everything around him. Have you ever known him to be violent or vengeful?" "He used to run a bar. About 15 years ago, a couple of black guys tried to rob him. I think Césaire fired a gun in the air and chased him off. I don't know if you'd call that violence or not." "Thanks, Mac." After I hung up, I removed Yvonne Darbon's diary from my desk drawer and read again through the entries that alluded to her love affair with the unnamed young man who had cheeks red as apples. One passage in particular seemed to speak worlds about both the nature of their relationship and the poetic soul of the Cajun girl who waited tables at Victor's and dreamed of studying journalism at the university in Lafayette. She had written of a female seducer and an unwilling boy finally submitting on a bed of blue-veined violets. Then there were 2 quoted lines that suggested benign domination, but domination nonetheless. Hot, faint, and weary with her heart embracing, like a wild bird being tamed with too much handling. I had read them before, but I couldn't remember where. I punched in a Google search on the department's computer and came up with Shakespeare's narrative poem Venus and Adonis. What did it all mean? Probably nothing of an evidentiary nature, but it did lend further credibility to the fact that Tony Lucian had homoerotic tendencies, and they accounted in part for his dependent relationship with Slim Bruxall. I placed the diary in a brown mailing envelope and signed out a cruiser. It had started to rain again when I drove up the Teche on the broken 2-lane back road that led past the sugar mill. The mill was as big as a mountain against the sky, gray and strung with wisps of smoke. Down below, across the road, the community of dull green frame houses by the bayou glistened in the rain, their dirt yards as shiny and hard-looking as old bone. I parked in Césaire Darbon's driveway and tapped on his front door. Through the screen, I could see him drinking coffee in his kitchen, a radio playing on a shelf, his eyes staring out the back window at the rain falling on the bayou. He walked to the front door, his eyes showing neither interest nor apprehension at my presence on his small gallery. When he unlatched the screen, I saw the chain of heart-shaped scars wrapped across the back of his left hand and around his forearm. "Would you like to have some coffee with me, Mr. Robichaud?" he asked. "I'd appreciate that," I replied. He walked ahead of me into the kitchen. The interior of his home was spotless, the furniture free of dust, his dishes in a plastic rack by the sink, the kitchen linoleum drying from a recent mopping. "I used to fix coffee and cinnamon toast every afternoon at Tree when Yvonne was going to school," he said. "I don't fix cinnamon toast no more, but I still drink coffee every day at 3 o'clock. I drip it 1 tablespoon at a time, just like my daddy done." I sat at his kitchen table and placed Yvonne's diary, still inside the brown envelope, on top of the table while he prepared coffee and hot milk for me at the drain board. I could feel sweat start to break on my forehead. I did not want to hurt this man. He walked toward me, the spoon jiggling slightly in the saucer, his eyes concentrated on not spilling the coffee. "I need to ask you where you were early this morning," I said. His eyes lifted into mine with an acuity and sense of recognition I never want to see in a man's face again. "You think I'm the one done that to Bella Lucian?" he said. "You know about his death?" "It was on the radio." He set the coffee in front of me, his eyes riveted on mine. "We have to exclude people, sir. It's part of our procedure. Our questions shouldn't be interpreted as accusations," I said, using the first-person plural in a way that made me wonder about my own principles. "I went to the Winn-Dixie at sunup. I got gas in my truck down by the drawbridge. I had a flat out yonder in the road and changed my tire right by the mill gate." He sat down across from me, his pale turquoise eyes never leaving mine. Not one strand of his silver hair was out of place. His skin had hardly a wrinkle or imperfection in it, except for the scars on his left forearm and the back of his hand. But the level of indignation in his eyes was like the edge of another personality asserting itself, one that was not given to latitude in its dealings with others. I took his daughter's diary out of the envelope and set it in front of him. "Violent and evil men took my wife Annie from me, Mr. Darbon. The same kind of cruel men murdered my mother. But as bad as my losses have been, I think the greatest suffering any human being can experience is the loss of a child. But I have a job to do, and in this case it's to exclude you as a suspect in the homicide of Bella Lucian." I removed a ballpoint pen from my shirt pocket and set it on top of the brown envelope and pushed them toward him. "Now, I need you to write down the names of the people who saw you this morning and the approximate times their sighting of you or their conversation with you took place. If you don't know a person's name, just describe what he or she does at the location the person saw you." He pushed the envelope and pen back toward me. "Why want to hurt Bella Lucian me?" he said. If there was to be a moment of truth in this investigation, I thought it was now. "There's a possibility Bello attacked your daughter on the day of her death," I said. He canted his head to one side and tilted up his chin as though a cold draft had touched his skin. His mouth parted, and the color in his eyes seemed to darken. He placed both hands on the tabletop. "Bello Lucian raped Yvonne?" he said. "It's a strong possibility." "And that's why she took them drugs?" "Yes, sir, I think that may well have been the case." He stared into space, one hand resting on top of Yvonne's diary. "Why ain't nobody told me this?" "What Bello did or didn't do the day of Yvonne's death is still a matter of speculation, Mr. Darbon." "If I'd knowed this—" I waited for him to finish his statement, but he didn't. "You would have killed him?" I said. He didn't reply. He took back the pen and brown envelope and began to write, listing the places where he had been that morning and the time period he was there and the people who had seen him. "Do you own a pick?" I said. "I got one out in the shed. I brought it from the farm I used to own." "Let's take a look at it," I said. We went outside in the rain with pieces of newspaper over our heads and walked down the slope of his yard to an old Army surplus radio hut where he kept his tools. He unlocked the door and clicked on a light. Like his home, everything was squared away, his nails in cap jars on his workbench, his tools oiled and sharpened and hung in rows on the walls, his paint cans and petrochemical containers arrayed neatly on a polyethylene tarp so they wouldn't form rings on the floor. "My pick ain't here," he said. "I see. Could it be somewhere else?" "No, sir. I hang it between them two nails. It's been hanging there since last spring, when Yvonne and me put in a vegetable garden." "Does anyone else have a key to the shed?" "No, sir." "Would you mind coming down to the department and being fingerprinted?" It was dry and bright inside the shed, and the rain was slanting outside the door and clicking on the roof. The inside of the shed had a pleasant, warm odor to it, like leaves and field mice and oats in heavy burlap bags. "Sir?" I said. "I don't mind," he said. He wiped the rainwater out of his eyes with his left hand. "If you don't mind my asking, how did you get those scars on your arm?" "Duck hunting accident about 20 years ago. Just like all this, a big dumb accident. One thing turn into another, and you can't turn none of it around. All she wanted to do was go to college. Everything gone to hell just because she wanted to go to college. She met that Lucian boy and thought she was going to be his sweetheart. How come she didn't tell me none of this? I wish I wasn't never born." Chapter 23. Whitey Bruxall's capacity for deceit and cunning was not to be underestimated. On Friday morning, his attorney, a dapper grimebag by the name of Milton Vidrine, called Helen Swallow at the department. Milton had put himself through law school as a bug exterminator, then had made a good living chasing ambulances in Baton Rouge. In fact, he became known as Twilight Zone Vidrine, because he was an expert at showing up in emergency wards and intensive care units and convincing half-comatose accident victims to sign settlement agreements and liability waivers that often left the accident victims destitute. Vidrine said he wanted to talk to Helen and me simultaneously. Coincidentally, I was sitting in her office when the call came in. She clicked on the speakerphone but did not tell him that I was there. "What's this about?" she said. "Mr. Bruxall wants you to have a clear understanding about a situation that is not of his making and over which he has no control," Vidrine replied. "What might that be?" Helen said. "I'd like Detective Robichaux to be present." "I'm the administrative authority in this department. Do you want to tell me what this is about, or do you want to put it in a letter?" she said. He paused a moment. Detective Robichaux has a reputation as a hothead and a violent man. His alcoholic history is no secret in Lafayette, but Mr. Bruxall wants to make sure Detective Robichaux is not harmed in any way. This call is more a matter of conscience than legality. Helen was standing against the glare of the window, her face wrapped in shadow, but I could see her laughing silently at the absurdity of a man like Milton Vidrine referring to matters of conscience. "I'm right here, Mr. Vidrine. Thanks for the character assessment and for getting in touch," I said, leaning forward in my chair. Milton Vidrine might have been disarmed for 2 seconds at the revelation that I had been listening to his remarks, but no more than 2 seconds. "Mr. Bruxall has fired his employee, Thomas Leo Ragusa, and wants to inform all parties concerned that he takes no responsibility for this man's actions," he said. "I'm not sure how I should interpret that," I said. "You gave Mr. Ragusa a severe beating, Detective Robichaux. Mr. Bruxall has no knowledge about your previous relationship with Mr. Ragusa or why or how he provoked you. But Mr. Bruxall does not want to employ anyone who bears hostility toward any member of local law enforcement. He's also concerned that Mr. Ragusa could be a threat." "Say that last part again," Helen said. "My client believes Mr. Ragusa is unstable and should be considered potentially dangerous." "Bruxall just recently made this discovery?" I said. "I'm passing on the information as it was presented to me," he replied. "Here's some more information for you. Lefty Ragusa and your client were involved in the murder of a friend of mine. His name was—" Before I could continue, Helen propped her arms on her desk and leaned down to the speakerphone. She placed her thumb on the phone's memo button. "As of this moment, this phone conversation is being recorded. Your statement about the danger posed to a member of the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Department by Thomas Ragusa is duly noted. I'm also at this juncture informing you that I consider this information a disguised conveyance of a threat against a member of my department." "That's ridiculous," he said. "Every white-collar guy we slam the cell door on uses those same words," she said. "I'm going to have a talk with the district attorney, Mr. Marceau." "Good. You two deserve each other. Now you keep your goddamn distance from my office," she said. Helen pushed down on the disconnect and shut off the speakerphone. She realized I was smiling and gave me a look. I dropped my eyes and examined the tops of my fingers. "I'm sick of this bunch wiping their feet on us. Was it you or Purcell who said most of the world's ills could be corrected with a 3-day open season on people?" "It was Ernest Hemingway." "I've got to read more of him." She sat down behind her desk and brushed at a spot above her eyebrow with one knuckle, the anger subsiding in her face. "What do you think they're up to?" "Disassociating themselves from Ragusa and at the same time pointing him in my direction." She seemed to think about what I had said, her eyes wandering around the room. But that wasn't it. "We're anybody's punch," she said. "Pardon? Every corrupt enterprise in the country ends up here. They fuck us with a roto-rooter and make us like them for it." "Who's they?" "Anybody with a checkbook." Then she blew out her breath. "What's the status on César Darbon?" "He's getting printed as we speak." You have to believe in something. Everyone does. Even atheists believe in their unbelief. If they didn't, they'd go mad. The misanthrope believes in his hatred of his fellow man. The gambler believes he's omniscient and that his knowledge of the future is proof he is loved by God. The middle-income person who spends enormous amounts of time window shopping and sorting through used clothing at garage sales is indicating that our goods will never be ashes blowing across the grave. I suspect the drunkard believes his own self-destruction is the penance required for his acceptability in the eyes of his Creator. The adherents of St. Francis see divinity in the faces of the poor and oppressed, but take no notice of the Byzantine fire surrounding themselves. The commonality of all the aforementioned lies in the frailty of their moral vision. It is also what makes them human. Most cops and news people, usually at midpoint in their careers, come to a terrible realization about themselves, namely, that they are in danger of becoming like the jaundiced and embittered individuals they had always pitied as aberrations or anachronisms in their profession. But when people lie to you on a daily basis, When you watch zoning boards sell out whole neighborhoods to porn vendors and massage parlor owners, when you see the most expensive attorneys in the country labor on behalf of murderers and drug lords, when you investigate instances of child abuse so grievous your entire belief system is called into question, you have to re-examine your own life and perspective in ways we normally reserve for saints. At that moment, you either reaffirm your belief in justice and protection of the innocent, or you do not. But unlike the metaphysician, you do not arrive at your faith through the use of syllogism or abstraction. You often rediscover your faith by taking up the cause of one individual, one innocent person who you believe deserves justice and the full protection of the law. If you can accomplish this, the rest of it doesn't seem to matter so much. I wanted to believe in Césaire Darbon. Like many cane farmers in South Louisiana, he had been driven under by a trade agreement allowing the importation of massive amounts of cheap sugar into the United States. The French-speaking provincial world he had grown up in, one of serpentine bayous and endless fields of green cane bending in a Gulf breeze, was becoming urbanized and overlaid with subdivisions and strip malls. But the greatest tragedy in his life was one he could have never foreseen. His daughter, like mine, seemed to have possessed all the innocence and love and goodness that every father wishes for in his child. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, can understand the level of pain and loss and rage a father experiences when he wakes each day with the knowledge that his daughter has been raped or murdered. The images of her fate haunt him throughout his waking hours and into his sleep, and the thoughts he has about her tormentors are of a kind he never shares with anyone, lest he be considered perverse and pathological himself. At 2:15, Mac Bertrand rang my extension. "It's a match," he said. "Don't tell me that," I said. "Césaire's prints are all over it. What else you want me to say? Didn't you say his pick was missing from his tool shed? It's obviously his." "The guy doesn't need this," I said. "Look, Mac, the motive isn't there. I'm convinced he didn't know Bello raped his daughter." "How can you be sure?" "He was stunned when I told him." "Maybe that's just the impression you had. You're a sympathetic soul, Dave. Valerie Illusion hated her husband. She wouldn't have been above passing on the information to Césaire. No, Mr. Darbon looked like he'd been poleaxed. Maybe he killed Bello, but it wasn't because he knew Bello attacked his daughter." "Good luck with it." "With what?" I asked. "This case. It's like trying to get cobweb out of your hair, isn't it?" he said. I brought Helen up to the minute, then spent the rest of the afternoon trying to verify Césaire Darbon's alibi. A clerk remembered seeing him at the Winn-Dixie, and so did the clerk at the gas station by the drawbridge. But the preponderance of his alibi rested on his claim that he had changed a flat by the sugar mill entrance, and unfortunately none of the security people at the mill could recall seeing him. Césaire had another problem as well. Bello Illusion's horse farm was less than 15 minutes' drive from Césaire's house. Césaire could have visited the Winn-Dixie, bought gas, changed a flat tire, and still had time and opportunity to murder Bello. I returned to the office just before 5 p.m. "You want to get a warrant?" Helen said. "Not yet," I replied. "I think Césaire is looking more and more like our boy," she said. "It's too pat. The murder weapon was left a few feet from the body with Darbon's fingerprints all over it. But Mac Bertrand believes the last guy who handled the pick was wearing gloves. Why would Darbon wear gloves, then drop his own pick at the crime scene with his fingerprints on it?" "We're back to Whitey Bruxall?" "Maybe. But Bruxall couldn't hang a frame on Césaire Darbon unless he knew Darbon had motivation, in other words, knowledge that his daughter was attacked by Bello, which doesn't seem to be the case. I think Bruxall is out of the picture. What Buana say now?" She had me. Just as I was about to leave the department for the day, I got a call from Coco Hébert. "I got scrapings from under Bello's fingernails," he said. "He either had a real good piece of ass before he died or he fought with his attacker." "Coco, if you still feel a need to prove you're offensive and obnoxious, I want to set your mind at ease. You don't have to carry that burden anymore. You've assured everybody in the department you're the real article."
"Fuck you," he said. "Pending lab analysis, I'd say the skin tissue came from a person of color. Normally, we can't tell race by looking at tissue scrapings because it dries out quickly and becomes visually indistinguishable from the victims. But Bello got a roll of it under 2 of his fingernails, and they looked like they came off a black person. Gender is another matter. We've got to go to a lab in Florida for that. Because Bello probably porked half the black girls in this parish, I'm not sure if my tissue scrapings will be relevant. Sort that out, Robichaud, and give me a call if you need more explanation." You didn't trade shots with Coco A. Bear unless you were willing to take a heavy load of shrapnel. I went home and had a light supper with Molly, then drove up the bayou into Sunset to Lauraville and Bello Lugeon's stable. The fields were green and sweet-smelling, the clumps of oaks along the road pulsing with birds. The crime scene tape flickered and bounced in the wind. I walked behind the stable and looked at the spot where Mac had found the murder weapon, then studied the breadth of the field where the killer had run toward the steel back fence. What had I missed? Not just here, but in all the interviews involving Yvonne Darbon and Monarch Little and Slim Bruxall and Crustacean Man and Tony and Bello Lugeon. The key glimmered on the edge of my vision like a shard of memory you take with you from a dream. It lay in an insignificant remark, an oblique reference that I'd passed over, a piece of physical evidence that was like a grain of sand on a beach. But what? On the other side of the steel fence, 2 little boys and a girl, all of them black, were flying a kite emblazoned with the American flag. The girl, who was not over 8 or 9, was holding the kite string. They had made a fort of propped-up plywood inside a stand of persimmon trees, and inside the walls had spread a blanket on the ground. A box of snack crackers, a plastic pitcher of what looked like Kool-Aid, 3 candy bars, and a can of tuna had been dumped out of a grocery bag onto the blanket. "You guys doing all right?" I said. "We're camping out, at least till dark," one of the boys said. "Y'all weren't out here early this morning, were you?" "No, sir," the same boy said. "That's a fine fort you've got there," I said. "Yes, sir," the same boy said. His eyes left my face and looked up at the kite popping against the sky. The other boy seemed to concentrate unduly on the kite as well. The girl had wrapped the string around her wrist and was making a game of pulling on the string and releasing it so that the kite rose, then sagged and rose again in the sunset. She wore elastic-waisted jeans and pink tennis shoes and a white blouse with tiny flowers printed on it. She had big brown eyes and pigtails and a round face and skin that was as dark and shiny as chocolate. Her expression was a study in innocence. "You guys didn't go inside that yellow tape on the stable, did you?" I said. No one answered. "What's your name?" I asked the girl. "Shireen," she said. "What's yours?" "Dave Robichaud. I'm a police officer. Did y'all see anybody run across this field early this morning?" "We wasn't out here," she replied. "But later, maybe you guys went over to see what was going on?" They looked at one another, then at the birds freckling the sky. "Y'all sure you don't want to tell me something?" I said. "Want some crackers and Kool-Aid?" the girl said. "Thanks just the same. Don't you guys go on the other side of that yellow tape, okay?" "No, sir, we ain't. Going to stay right here, outside the fence." I waved goodbye to them and walked away. When I glanced back over my shoulder, one of the boys was working open the can of tuna while the other boy filled 3 plastic glasses with Kool-Aid. I drove back into New Iberia and visited Monarch Little at Iberia General. He was sitting up in bed watching a Chicago White Sox game on a television mounted high up on the wall, the sheet drawn up over his sloping girth. I sat down on the side of his bed and picked up each of his hands and examined his skin from his wrists to his upper arms. "What you doing?" he said. "Lean forward," I said. "What for?" "So you don't end up charged with murder. For once in your life, try cooperating with someone who's on your side." He sat motionless while I looked closely at his face and hair and throat and the back of his neck. "Take off your shirt," I said. "Mr. D, just do it." He pulled off his pajama top
held his massive arms straight out, and let me examine his chest and back. "That's it," I said. "That's what?" "You didn't kill Bella Illusion." "That's a big breakthrough for you?" "I ain't never killed nobody." "Why'd you put all that skag in your arm, Monarch?" "Felt like it." "You almost caught the bus, partner." "Maybe I'd be better off." "What about all those soldiers in Iraq? What kind of day do you think they're having?" "I tried to join the army. They didn't want me." My question to him had been a cheap shot, and I deserved his reply. I sat in a chair next to his bed for a long time and didn't say anything. He tried to concentrate on the televised baseball game, but it was obvious he was becoming more and more uncomfortable with both my presence and silence. "You got some wiring loose in you, Mr. D," he said. "I want you to call me as soon as you get out of here," I said. "What for?" "My wife wants you to come over for dinner." There was a broken smile at the corner of his mouth. "Who you kidding?" he began. "Don't mock her invitation. She used to be a Catholic nun. She'll rip your arms off and beat you to death with them," I said. He made a show of crushing the pillow down on his own face, but I could hear him laughing under it. That night, the weatherman on the late news talked about another storm building in the Caribbean, one that was expected to reach hurricane velocity as it approached Cuba. I fell asleep on the couch while dry lightning flickered in the trees and leaves gusted in the street. I dreamed about baseball and summer evenings in City Park back in the 1950s, when we played pepper games in front of the old wood and chicken wire backstop that was overhung by oak trees dripping with Spanish moss. In the dream, the air smelled of boiled crabs and barbecue grease flaring on hot charcoal, and I could hear a Cajun band playing Jolie Blonde down by the old brick firehouse. The dream seemed to reflect an innocent time in our history, an idyllic vision I have never been able to disengage from. But in reality, there were many elements of the 1950s that were not so innocent, and Monarch Little was there, in the dream, to tell me that. Or at least that was what I thought. He was standing at home plate with a bat propped on his shoulder, in an era when people of color were not allowed in the park, whacking grounders to the 3 black children I'd seen flying a kite by Bella Illusion's back fence. Except in the dream, the children were uninterested in Monarch and his baseball bat, and were sitting on the close-cropped grass just beyond the infield eating a picnic lunch. One of the children was opening a can of tuna. I woke from the dream like a man breaking through a pane of glass. The next morning was Saturday. I got up at 7 and dressed in the kitchen so I wouldn't wake Molly. I fed Snugs and Tripod on the back steps, left Molly a note on the chalkboard we used for messages, took a half carton of orange juice out of the icebox for myself, and drove down St. Peter Street to Iberia General. Monarch was just checking out of the hospital as I came through the reception area. "I need to talk with you," I said. "I got a cab coming," he said. "After we talk, I'll take you wherever you want to go. My truck's outside." "I ain't eat yet," he said. "That makes 2 of us," I said. We headed toward the McDonald's on East Main. The clothes Monarch had been wearing when the paramedics pulled him out of the ice water at the crack house had been washed and dried at the hospital, and riding in the truck with the windows down and the trees and shadows sliding by us, he looked cool and comfortable, strangely at peace with himself. I pulled into the line of vehicles at the takeout window. "You lay down your sword and shield?" I said. "What you mean, sword and shield?" "You're not going to study the war no more. Those are lyrics from a hymn. The singer's telling the listener he's resigned from the fray, that he's made a separate peace. What the FBI do to me, what y'all do to me, it don't matter one way or the other. I just ain't going to fight with it no more. I'm true with dope, true with gangs, true with the life. If I stack time, that's the way it be." "That's what I was talking about." "Then why you got to say everything in code?" he said. The electronic order box came on, and I ordered eggs, sausage, biscuits, and coffee and milk for both of us. "Throw a couple of fried pies in there," Monarch said. "2 fried pies," I said to the box. I got her order at the second window in the line, then parked under the big oak tree by the front. I couldn't believe how much food Monarch could stuff into his mouth at one time. "What you want to know?" he asked, pieces of scrambled egg falling off his chin. "When I questioned you about Tony Lucian's death, you said you were supposed to meet him out by the boom-boom room, but you changed your mind." "Right." "Why?" "I was going to jack him for money. It was a bad idea, so I didn't go. He ended up shotgunned to death, but I didn't have nothing to do with it." "Yeah, I know all that, but why was it a bad idea?" "I just told you I was going to jack him." "No, that's not the explanation you gave me originally. You were afraid something was going to happen." "Yeah, I said, what if Tony called up Slim Bruxall and Slim and them other college boys showed up with ball bats?" "Why baseball bats?" "'Cause they done it before. I checked them out. They had a beef behind a nightclub in Lake Charles with a couple of soldiers from Fort Polk. They got ball bats out of their car and busted up a soldier and smashed all the windows out of his car." "Slim and Tony did this?" "And about 10 more like them." "Why didn't you tell me all this earlier?" I said. "'Cause you ain't asked me," he replied, biting into a fried pie. I drove Monarch to his house up on Laurelville Road, then went to the department, and in the Saturday morning quietness of my office, pulled out all my files and notes and photographs dealing with the unsolved vehicular homicide of Crustacean Man. Just before noon, I called Coco Hébert at his home. Strangely enough, he acted halfway normal, making me wonder if much of his public persona wasn't manufactured. "Do I think the fatal wound is consistent with a blow from a baseball bat?" he said. "Yeah," I said. "It could be." "Come on, Coco, I need a warrant. Give me something I can use." "The bone was crushed, the damage massive. All kinds of shit can happen in a high-speed hit-and-run we can't reconstruct. It's like somebody getting caught inside a concrete mixer." "I'll bring you the photos. The wound is concave and lateral in nature, the indentation uniform along the edges." "Stop telling me what I already know. Yeah, a baseball bat could have done it. I'll come down and make an addendum to the file if you need it." "Thanks, partner." "Who's the warrant on?" "Some kids who would like to pour the rest of us into soap molds," I said. I doubted if I'd be able to get the warrant until Monday morning, but there were other things to be done that weekend, other elements in the dream that had caused me to sit up as though a piece of crystal had shattered in my sleep. I drove to Laurelville and crossed a drawbridge and past a shipyard where steel boats that service offshore oil rigs are manufactured. I drove down an undulating 2-lane road through water oaks and palmettos and asked an older black man clipping a tangle of bougainvillea from the trellised entrance to his yard if he knew a little girl by the name of Shireen. The house behind him was made of brick and well-maintained. A speedboat mounted on a trailer was parked in his porte-cochere. "That's my granddaughter's name. Why you want to know?" he said. I opened my badge holder and hung it out the window. "My name is Dave Robichaud. I'm with the Iberia Sheriff's Department. I thought she might have some information that could be helpful to us," I said. The black man wore old slacks and tennis shoes, but his shirt was pressed, his back erect. The distrust in his eyes was unmistakable. "She's 9 years old. What information she gonna have?" "It concerns evidence she and 2 other children may have found at a crime scene," I said. "You talking about the Lucian farm?" "I need to talk to your granddaughter, sir." "Maybe I need to call my lawyer, too." I pulled my truck in his driveway and cut the engine. I opened the door and stepped out on the grass. She and her friends were playing in a plywood fort by Bello Lucian's back fence. Mr. Lucian was murdered. Where's your granddaughter? "She don't know nothing about no murder." I could feel my patience draining and my old nemesis anger blooming like an infection in my chest. Like most Southern white people, I did not like paying the price for what my antecedents may have done. "The man who killed Bello Lucian is still out there. You want him prowling around your neighborhood? You want him looking for your granddaughter, sir?" I said. He spiked his clippers into the lawn and blotted his neck with a folded handkerchief. Come with me. They in the backyard," he said. I followed him around the side of the house. The 3 children I had seen flying a kite behind Bellows' property were playing croquet in the shade of oak trees. "You guys remember me?" I said. They looked at one another, then at Shireen's grandfather. "Tell him what he want to know," he said. I squatted down so I was eye level with the children. "When y'all were having your picnic at your fort, you opened a can of tuna fish, didn't you?" I said. All 3 of them nodded, but their eyes didn't meet mine. I pointed to the little boy who had opened the can. "What's your name?" I asked. "Freddie." "What did you use to open the can, Freddie?" "Can opener," he replied. "Was it an unusual can opener?" I said, smiling at him now. "A little bit, maybe," he said. "Where'd you get it?" I said. "I found it," Shireen said before her friend could answer. "In the field behind the horse barn." "Do you still have it?" "It's at the fort, with the crucifix and the broke chain it was on," she said. "A crucifix and a chain? Those things in the can opener were all together?" I said. "Yes, sir, lying in the weeds, not far from the fence," Freddie said. "I'm glad you guys found and saved those things for me, but you should have told me this yesterday. A man was killed, and his killer is still out there, maybe preparing to hurt someone else. When I asked y'all if you'd been inside the tape, you told me you hadn't, so I had to figure all this out on my own. By keeping silent about the things you had found, you were telling me a lie. Indirectly, you were helping a very bad man get away with a terrible crime." "They got the point," the grandfather said. When I stood up, I could hear my knees pop. "How old are you, sir?" I asked. 61, he replied. I wanted to ask him how much value he set on pride. Was it worth the innocent lives of others in danger? I wanted to ask him if he thought he could negotiate with the kind of evil that dwells in a man who could tear a fellow human being apart with a steel pick. I wanted to tell him I was not the source of his discontent and enmity, and that as a child of poor and illiterate Cajuns, I shared his background and had done nothing to warrant his irritability. I had all these vituperative thoughts, but I expressed none of them. Instead, I shook his hand without his having offered it. He stared at me blankly. "Will you accompany me and the children to the fort, sir?" I said. He brushed some garden cuttings off his shirt with the backs of his fingers. "Yeah, I could use a break. I'll get some popsicles out of the icebox to take along. Appreciate the job you're doing, even though I don't probably show it," he said. After I drove with the children and their grandfather to the plywood fort, I returned to the office and logged the neck chain, crucifix, and the small P-38 Army-issue can opener into an evidence locker. Then I called Helen Swallow at home. "Bello Lujan's killer is a guy from the islands. He's a friend of Lefty Ragusa," I said. "How do you know?" she said. "Some kids playing on Bello Lujan's property found a chain and crucifix and GI can opener by Bello's back fence. I saw this guy wearing this stuff the night I had a run-in with Lefty at that zebra club in Lafayette." "You're sure?" she asked. "There's no question about it. I figured Bello broke the chain from the guy's neck and it fell down inside his shirt. It didn't fall onto the ground until he was almost to the fence." "That doesn't put the guy at the murder scene. Whitey Bruxall was Bello's business partner. It's not improbable his hired help hung around Bello's stable. But if we can put the neck chain and whatever with the scrapings from under Bello's nails, we might have something. Find out where the gumball is and bring him in." I called Betsy Mossbacher on her cell phone. She picked up on the second ring. "I need to find a guy from the islands who works for Whitey Bruxall. His hair looks like a braided mop somebody dipped in a grease bucket. Know who I'm talking about?" I said. "He's an illegal by the name of Juan Balachi. He's got the smarts of a used Q-tip. What do you want him for?" "He may have been involved in the murder of Bello Lujan. Our surveillance indicates he already blew town. Good luck finding him. He mucks out stables anywhere between Hialeah and Belmont Park and a couple of quarter-horse tracks in the southwest. You're sure this is the guy?" I called Helen again at her house, even though it was Saturday and I knew my obsessiveness was beginning to test her patience. "The guy from the island's already split. I've got an address for him in Lafayette. Maybe we can match DNA from some items in his residence with the scrapings from... Ease up, Juana. It's starting to get away from you. I'll work on it this weekend on my own time. The evidence you found is one nail in the coffin, but we're going to need 6 more like it. Now cool your jets, Streak. In terms of the evidentiary aspects of the case, she was right, and it was pointless to argue with her. But Helen believed in the viability of the legal process much more than I did. If the building that you wish to see demolished already has a crack in it, why wait on time and decay to finish the job? I tried another tack before she could hang up. I think I know how Crustacean Man died, I said. Monday morning I want to get a search warrant on the Lusian and Bruxall homes and Slim Bruxall's fraternity house. I heard her sigh. What do you have? Monarch Little says Slim and Tony and their friends used baseball bats in a beef with some soldiers behind a nightclub. I think they used one on Crustacean Man as well. Coco will back us up on the warrant. Why would college kids deliberately murder a derelict? Why did they gangbang Yvonne Darbon when she was stoned and drunk and already traumatized by rape? Because they're sociopaths. Because their parents should have used better rubbers, I replied. Get the warrants, she said. Chapter 24. We had the warrants by 11 a.m. Monday. We coordinated with both the Lafayette PD and the Lafayette Parish Sheriff's Department and arranged to serve all 3 search warrants simultaneously to ensure that no one at any of the 3 locations notified the other targets we were on our way. At exactly 2:45 p.m., Helen and 2 plainclothes descended on the Lusian home, Lafayette Parish detectives searched the Bruxall home, and Joe Dupre at the Lafayette PD accompanied me and Top, our retired NCO, to Slim Bruxall's fraternity house. Summer school was out of session, and the white 3-story Victorian home that had been the second-to-last stop in the short life of Yvonne Darbon was almost empty. The air conditioning units in the windows were turned off, either to save electricity or perhaps because they were broken, and the entire building seemed to radiate heat and the smell of moldy clothes and spoiled food someone had forgotten to empty from a garbage container. In fact, without the forced humor and irreverent shouting that passed for camaraderie among the usual residents, the house was a dismal and depressing environment, as though the floors and water-stained wallpaper and dark corridors contained no memories worth remembering and had served no purpose higher than a utilitarian one. A thick-bodied crew-cut kid with green and red tattoos on both arms was reading a magazine on the back porch. He told us he couldn't remember seeing any baseball bats on the premises. "What's your name?" I asked. "Sonny Williamson." "You have a speed bag in the backyard, Sonny. You must have other sporting equipment here. Where would it be?" I said. He lowered his magazine and studied the back hedge. "I got no idea," he said. "Get up," Joe said. "What?" the kid said. His close-cropped hair was oily and bright on the tips, his upper arm sunburned. "You deaf as well as impolite?" Joe said. "No," the kid said, slowly rising to his feet. "You're going to give us the tour. If I think you're concealing evidence in a homicide investigation, I'm going to turn your life into a toilet," Joe said. "What's your problem, man?" the kid said. "You are. I don't like your tats. If you ask me, they really suck. Where'd you get them?" Joe said. "In Houston?" "You should get your money back. These guys using you for queer bait?" Joe said. "Queer bait? What's going—" "Shut your mouth. Where are the baseball bats?" Joe said. "There's some shit out in the garage. You want to look through it? Be my fucking guest," the kid said. "Thanks for your help. Now sit down and don't move until I tell you," Joe said. Just then Joe's cell phone vibrated on his hip. He glanced at the incoming number on the digital display and took the call while Top and I went into the garage. The heat was stifling, the tin roof ventilated by rust against a white sun, nests of mud daubers caked on the rafters. "There it is," Top said, pointing to a canvas duffel bag stuffed with baseball bats. "Take them out to the car, will you, Top? I want to have a talk with the kid on the porch," I said. "You believe he's really a college student?" he asked. "Sure, why not?" "I joined the crotch because I didn't think a university would accept a guy like me," he said, hefting the duffel by its strap onto his shoulder. "I ended up at Quezon. I think I screwed myself." "It could have been worse." "How?" "You could be an alumnus of a fraternity like this one," I said. His eyes crinkled at the corners, the collection of aluminum and wood bats rattling against his back. I walked back into the yard. The sun had gone behind a cloud and the wind was blowing in the trees. The kid reading the magazine glanced up at me. His eyes had the tint and complexity of clear blue water, devoid of thought or moral sentiment. "Show me around the inside, will you, Sonny?" I said. He tossed his magazine aside and walked ahead of me. But before I entered the house, Joe Dupre stopped me. He had just put away his cell phone and seemed to be puzzling through the conversation he'd just had. He gestured for me to follow him back into the yard out of earshot of Sonny Williamson. "That was a friend of mine at the courthouse. Trish Klein just pleaded no contest on the shoplifting charge, paid a fine, and went back on the street," he said. "Have you gotten any reports of crimes committed against Bruxall or his interests?" I said. "None," he said. "Maybe she wasn't using the jail as an alibi after all." "I'm still convinced her people were the ones who creeped Bruxall's house," he said. "You hear anything from the feds?" I asked. "A couple of calls from this Mossbacher woman. She seems on the square, but she doesn't know any more than we do." "You got anybody tailing Trish Klein?" "With our budget for overtime, we don't have the manpower to patrol our own parking lot," he replied. "You about to wrap it up here?" "Just about," I said. I can't tell you exactly why I wanted to go inside the fraternity house with a kid named Sonny Williamson. Maybe like most people, I wanted to believe in the Orwellian admonition that human beings are always better than we think they are. Ask a street cop how often he has glanced in his rearview mirror at a handcuffed suspect whose clothes are stippled with his victim's blood, hoping to catch a glimmer of humanity that will dispel his growing sense that not all of us descend from the same tree. "You have an interesting name," I said in the kitchen. "Why's that?" "Sonny Boy Williamson was a famous blues man from Jackson, Tennessee, same town that produced Carl Perkins," I said. He seemed to think about the implications of my statement. "Never heard of either one of them. What do you want to see?" he said. "The bedrooms. They're all upstairs." "Good," I said. It was obvious he didn't like embarking on a mission whose purpose was hidden from him. He stopped on the second landing and gestured vaguely down the hallway. "About a half-dozen guys sleep here, but they're gone for the summer," he said. I looked down from the banister at the living room area below and the thread-worn carpet and scarred furniture. "Your parties usually take place down there?" I said. "Right, when we have parties." "Remember a party about the time of spring break?" "Not particularly." "Think hard." "I don't remember," he said, shaking his head. "Don't you guys sometimes call that booze and coos night?" "No, man, we don't." I rested one hand on his shoulder, as a blind man might if he wanted someone to cross a dangerous street with him. "Show me the bedroom, Sonny. I've got a lot of faith in you. I can tell you're a guy who wants to do the right thing." The afternoon heat was trapped against the ceiling, the air motionless, gray with motes of dust. A drop of sweat ran in a clear line down the side of Sonny's face. "See for yourself, it's just empty rooms," he said, flexing his back. "But you know the one I'm interested in. She was stoned when she got here. Then she loaded up again and probably couldn't walk too well. So one guy probably offered to help her, show her to the bathroom or give her a place to lie down. It would have been just one guy, right? She wouldn't have gone upstairs with 2 or 3. That would have caused all kinds of alarm bells to go off in her head, and besides, it would look bad. Who was the guy, Sonny? I don't think it was Tony Lucian, and I know she didn't like or trust Slim Bruxall. Who's the guy who walked Yvonne Darbon upstairs?" He had stepped back from me, causing my hand to drop from his shoulder. His neck was slick with sweat, his breathing audible in the silence. "I wasn't there," he said. "How can you say you weren't there if you don't even remember the party? You mean you don't attend fraternity parties?" He stared at me dumbly, unable to reason through the question. I pushed open a bedroom door that was already ajar. The closet was empty, the drawers pulled loose from the dresser, the bed little more than a stained mattress askew on a set of springs. "Is this y'all's fuck pad?" I said. "You're all wrong on this." "Right. Were you one of them, Sonny?" "One of who?" "She'd already been raped early in the day. She was drunk and stoned and unable to protect herself. Did your bud say she was a good lay? Did you have a go at her yourself?" "I ain't saying anything else." "You don't have to, Sonny. People stack time in different ways. I think you've got a life sentence tattooed right across your forehead." I left him in the hallway and walked down the stairs and out into the yard, into wind and the shadows of trees moving on the grass and flowers blooming in a garden across the street and automobiles passing in columns of sunlight that shone through the canopy of oaks overhead. I walked into the ebb and flow of a world separate from the systematic ruin of a young woman's life. As I was getting into the cruiser, Sonny Williamson came out on the gallery, his arms pumped. "What do you mean, life sentence?" he shouted. "What's your problem, man?" No baseball bats were found in the search at the Bruxall Illusion homes, and the search team had already left the Bruxall property when Top and I arrived, but it was obvious a calamity of some sort had struck the Bruxall family. An upstairs window was broken. An earthen pot lay shattered on a terrace, the root system of the plant cooking in the sun. All the doors were wide open, the air conditioning gushing out into the heat. The waxed black Humvee had been backed into a stucco pillar by the carriage house and left there, glass and electrical connections leaking from the crushed taillight socket. Top parked the cruiser in the drive, and he and I rang the bell on the porch and heard it chime deep in the house. But no one came to the door, which yawed open on a living room littered with huge amounts of paper that looked torn from binders. We went around to the back of the house and saw Slim Bruxall under a shed attached to the side of a barn, grooming the red Morgan I had seen running in the pasture on my previous visit. Slim did not look well. One eye was swollen and bloodshot. A fresh abrasion flamed high on his other cheek. His T-shirt was sweaty and dirt-streaked and stretched out of shape at the neck. "Who messed up your face?" I said. "My father did, after he went nuts and chased my mother out of the house." "When?" 10 minutes ago, he said. "His goddamn money got transferred out of the islands into a bunch of domestic accounts. He blamed it on her and me. He says somebody got a hold of all his bank account numbers." "Really?" I said, my expression blank. "Yeah, really." Slim's face reminded me of a hurt child's, and I had a feeling the injury his father had visited upon him would not go away for a very long time. I asked Top to go to the cruiser and radio Helen we'd be late getting back to the department. I stepped under the shed and rested my arm across the mare's croup. I felt her skin wrinkle, heard her tail swish and one hoof thump into the compacted dirt under her. "I think you're an intelligent man, Slim, and I won't try to jerk you around. But one way or another, your kite is about to crash and burn. So is your old man's. We won't get you and your father on everything y'all have done, but we'll get you on part of it, and that'll be enough. You killed the homeless man with a baseball bat. It wasn't planned, but that's what happened. You and Tony were cruising down the back road, maybe drinking a little brew, blowing a little weed, and you saw this wino walking along the edge of the ditch. Then you thought it'd really be funny to load this guy in your car and maybe take him to a party, push him inside the door and leave him there, rolling around on the rug, wrapped in grunge and puke, people tripping over him. Wow, what a gas, huh?" All movement had drained out of Slim's body. He stood frozen in the shade, breathing through his mouth, and I knew I had described at least part of what had actually happened on the back road. He dipped a big, round, pale yellow sponge into a water bucket and ran it along the horse's neck, his eyes darkening with thought, his mouth downturned at the corners, the water sliding off the horse's withers onto Slim's shoes. "Except the guy didn't like what you guys had planned for him, and he got out of the car and started running," I continued. "Tony was driving and tried to cut him off, but guess what? He hit the guy with the right fender and broke the guy's hip. If you guys had just done a hit and run on a drunk, you could have bagged ass, left him on the road, and nobody would have ever been the wiser. In fact, you could have even done a 911 call on him and saved his life. But he had seen your faces, and he could identify the Buick as well, and that meant only one thing. It was time for this poor bastard to go to that big wine shop in the sky. So you got out of the Buick with a baseball bat and parked the guy's head in the fourth dimension. Tell me I'm wrong." He looked me in the face without really seeing me, thinking about the words, if any, he was about to say. "Good try, but I don't think you got jack shit to go on," he said. And I knew at that moment the baseball bats we had found in the fraternity garage probably did not contain the one that had delivered the fatal blow to Crustacean Man. Slim had slipped the punch again. All he needed to do now was to keep sponging down his horse and not say anything. But the anger at his father, and by extension at me, still lingered in his face, and I had another run at him. You got somebody else's death on your conscience, too, even though you may never be held legally accountable for it. But one way or another, I'm going to make your life miserable until you own up for what you little sons of bitches did to Yvonne Darbon. His hand tightened on the sponge, squeezing a curtain of water down the horse's withers. Then he threw the sponge into the bucket hard, splattering his jeans. "You just don't get it, do you?" he said. "I was the only guy looking out for her. She got stoned out of her mind at the house and puked in the toilet on the second floor. Then some guys took her in a room and she got it on with all three of them. That kind of shit doesn't go on when I'm in the house. We've got a little sister sorority we look out for, and we don't need a reputation for gang-banging freshman co-eds. I broke it up and I took her home. Where was Tony? Glad you asked. Passed out under a picnic table in the backyard with potato salad in his hair." "You drove Yvonne Darbon back to New Iberia? To her house?" I said. "You got it," he said. "I was going to take her inside her house, but she got a gun out of the glove box and started waving it around. It was a .22 Tony and me target practiced with. I tried to take it away from her, but she turned it into her face and pulled the trigger. That's what happened, man. You want to put me in prison for that, go ahead, but get this straight. I helped her when she didn't have any other friends, including Tony, who, in case you didn't know it, was a closet homo." "If you were an innocent man, why'd you run?" "Because I'm Whitey Bruxall's son. Because I don't like being a backseat hump for every cop in South Louisiana." His cheeks were pooled with color in the warm gloom of the shed, and for just a moment he reminded me of his dead friend Tony. I could hear the wind coursing in the pasture, feel the mare shift her weight under my hand. "You killed Tony, though, didn't you? You knew sooner or later he was going to dime you with the DA. Maybe he came on to you, and you got disgusted with his weakness and cloying dependence and decided to do both of you a favor and blow out his wick. You got part of it right. He started crying and tried to grab my package. I told him he'd turn my stomach and he could deal with Monarch Little on his own. If I'd stayed with him, maybe he'd still be alive," he said. "Believe it or not, that doesn't let me sleep too good sometimes." What do you believe when you have conversations with people for whom the presence of evil is a given and simply a matter of degree in their daily lives? Do you just walk away from their words or let them invade your own frame of reference? How do you play chess with the devil? You don't. I advise you to come into the department with your lawyer and make a formal statement about the circumstances surrounding Yvonne Darbon's death, I said. With luck and a little juice, you'll probably skate. "Yeah, right," he said, clipping a rope onto the horse's hackamore. "I'm the least of your worries, Mr. Robichaux. You got no idea what my father and Lefty Ragusa are capable of. My father beat up his wife and son because he lost his money. Think what he might do to somebody else's family." "Say that last part again." He walked the mare into the barn, his T-shirt gray and glued with moisture against his back. I grabbed him by the arm and turned him around. "Did you hear me?" I said. He pulled up his T-shirt, exposing a burn scar on his stomach. It was V-shaped, welted, the color of a tire patch. "I was 5 years old," he said. "He said he dropped the iron, that it was an accident. He told me he was sorry. I think he meant it. That's just the way he's wired. Now give me some peace." Betsy Mossbacher called me at the office 5 minutes after I walked in. "Do you know where the Klein woman is?" she said. "Out of jail," I said. "I know that. She slipped the surveillance on her." "Is this related to Whitey Bruxall's problems over a money transfer from the islands?" "You better believe it. Somebody rolled $13 million out of his accounts in the Caymans into a half-dozen banks in Jersey and Florida, all of them in the name of Whitey Bruxall or businesses he owns. In the meantime, an anonymous caller had already alerted the IRS the money was on its way. All that $13 million is undeclared income." Trish's friends impersonated gas company employees and retrieved Whitey's account numbers from his computer, I said, more to myself than to her. "That's my guess. All they needed were the 9-digit numbers to do the transfers. It gets better, though. While Trish Klein and her friends were sending signals that they were about to pull a big score on Whitey's businesses, he was funneling his cash flow into the Caymans. During the last 2 weeks, he parked another $2 million over there. This is the slickest thing I ever saw. They've ruined the guy, and they used the government to do it. She laughed into the receiver. "Can I get a job with you guys?" I asked. "In your dreams," she said. But the humorous moment with Betsy Mossbacher soon gave way to the realities of my own departmental situation and the political ambitions of Lonnie Marceau. Just before quitting time, he called Helen's office and said he wanted to see both of us at 8 a.m. the next day. He refused to discuss the content of the meeting, so we would be kept wondering, or perhaps even better, apprehensive and anxiety-ridden until the next morning. When Helen pressed him, he replied, "Get a good night's sleep. We'll all have a better perspective tomorrow." He was in fine spirits when we showed up, tilting back in his chair, his fingers crisscrossed in a pyramid, his carefully clipped hair gleaming with brilliantine. "How is everyone this morning?" He beamed. "What's up, Lonnie?" Helen said. "It's time to move forward much more aggressively than we have been," he said as soon as we were seated. "Move forward with what?" Helen said. "An arrest in the homicide of Bello Lucian," he said. "Arrest whom?" I said. He rested his chin on the backs of his fingers, staring good-naturedly out the window. "Dave," he said patiently. "I'm listening," I said. "We've got the murder weapon with fingerprints all over it. We've got the motive. We've got a suspect with no alibi. But I can tell you also what we haven't got," he said. "I'll bite," I said. I could see a tick inside his feigned air of tolerance and goodwill. "What we don't have is somebody under arrest," he said. He rocked his chair back and forth, the spring going scrinch, scrinch, scrinch. "Why don't we have somebody under arrest? I think you're a member of that wandering group of penitents, the incurably liberal-hearted, Dave. Because you believe César Darbon is a simple man of the earth, one who has already suffered a terrible tragedy, it would be a collective sin of enormous magnitude if we arrested him for killing the man who raped his daughter. Maybe I'm unfair to you, but I believe you're a sucker for any tale that involves social victimhood." "I don't believe César knew Bello raped his daughter." "You don't believe? The last time I checked, the grand jury decides those kinds of things." "How would Bello have known?" I said. "Somebody told him," he replied. "We found a neck chain and crucifix and GI can opener near the crime scene that belongs to one of Whitey Bruxall's gumballs, a guy from Jamaica by the name of Juan Bolachi," I said. "Yeah, I know all about that, and it doesn't mean dick," Lonnie said before I could continue. "We've got scrapings from under Bello's fingernails," I said. "It's just a matter of getting this guy Bolachi in custody is what you're trying to say, right? Unfortunately, he's not in custody, and all you've got is speculation," Lonnie said. "Everyone has skin tissue under their nails. It doesn't mean the skin tissue came from a killer, for God's sakes." My hands were beginning to tremble with anger. I pressed them flat against my knees below the level of his desktop so Lonnie couldn't see them. "César Darbon is an innocent man," I said, all of my arguments spent, my grandiose declaration itself an admission of defeat. Lonnie touched at a speck of saliva on the corner of his lip and looked at it. "The warrant will be ready at 1 p.m. today," he said. "Helen, I want Dave to serve it. It's his case. He should see it through to its conclusion." He pulled on an earlobe and studied the far wall. Then I realized Lonnie had found his means for revenge. He didn't care whether César Darbon was guilty or not. The case was prosecutable, and for Lonnie that was all that mattered. His butt was covered, and I had to place under arrest a man whose personal tragedy weighed heavily upon me. I didn't like Lonnie, but I thought he had a bottom beyond which he didn't go. His ambition, his manipulation of uneducated people, his pandering to fear, and the lowest common denominator in the electorate were all sickening characteristics in themselves, but not without precedent in either national or state politics. Now I realized what bothered me most about Lonnie. He didn't care about either the place or the people whom he professed to love, and was capable of mocking them while he simultaneously did them injury. One day this is going to be over, partner, and we'll all have different roles, I said, getting up from my chair. Want to interpret that for me? He said, slouched back in his chair, still smiling. No, I don't, I replied. I didn't think so, he said. Dave, would you wait for me out in the hallway? Helen said. I walked down to the water cooler and had a drink. Through the window, I could see the Sunset Limited running down the tracks, hours off schedule, passengers eating breakfast in the dining car. At one time, we literally set our watches by the Sunset Limited. It ran every day from Los Angeles to Miami and back again, and somehow assured us that we were part of something much larger than ourselves, a country of southwestern vistas and cities glimmering at sunset on the edge of vast oceans, where the waves broke against the skin like a secular baptism. It was the stuff of mythos, but it was real because we believed it was real. The last car on the train clicked down the tracks and disappeared behind a row of shacks. The door to Lonnie's office was half open, and I saw him rise to his feet, placing a pen and his glasses in his shirt pocket, indicating he had to be somewhere else and that it was obviously time for Helen to go. The hush inside the office was of a kind that comes before a clap of thunder or a violent act you never anticipate. We're professional people, Helen. We need to drop this and concentrate on the job and not the personal problems of one individual, Lonnie said. Not just yet, she replied. I want you to have a clear understanding about my position on a couple of matters. Number one, I couldn't care less about your opinion of me. I think you're a fraud and a bully, and like most bullies, you're probably a coward. Number two, you couldn't shine Dave Robichaud's shoes. If you ever try to demean him again, or use the power of your office to hurt him in any fashion, I'm going to personally rip your ass out of its socket and stuff it down your throat. You could have worse friends than Helen Swallow. Chapter 25. I placed Césaire under arrest after lunch. I cuffed his wrists in front of him rather than behind him and allowed him to drape a windbreaker over his hands before I put him in the back of the cruiser. But there was no disguising his level of humiliation and shame. If I ever saw a broken man, it was Césaire Darbon. After he was booked for capital murder, I walked with him to a holding cell and asked the guard to lock me inside with him and to give me a few minutes. This is a part of the job I don't like, Mr. Darbon, I said. I don't believe you killed Bella Lusion, but even if you did, I and others like me would understand why you did it, even if we considered it wrong. It ain't your fault, no. Look me in the face, sir. He stared at me from the iron bench on which he was seated, perhaps unsure whether my request had contained a veiled insult. Tell me again you didn't know Bella Lusion assaulted your daughter, I said. A man who got to repeat himself don't respect his own word, he said. He looked at the tops of his shoes. I suspect your bail could be as high as $250,000. Do you have any kind of collateral you can offer the court? I said. No, sir. I think I'm going to be here a while. His intuitions were probably more accurate than he knew. He was in the maw of a system, and anyone who has been caught in it, the guilty or innocent or hapless alike, will be the first to tell you that justice is indeed blind. I hope it comes out all right for you, sir, I said. Nothing going to come out all right. Ain't no way to turn it around now. What do you mean it can't be turned around? I lost my farm and business when the government let in all that sugar from Central America. Ain't fair to put all that cheap sugar on the market. Ain't nothing like it used to be. Little people ain't got no chance. His linkage of his own fate to economic factors was probably self-serving, if not self-pitying, and his condemnation of the world for his own misfortune was the stuff of grandiosity. But who can fault a man with no legs for not being able to run? I'm going to see what I can do, I said. About what? He said, his eyes lifting to mine. Molly was washing her car under the porte-cochere when I got home. She wore a pair of blue jean shorts and an old white shirt that was too tight for her shoulders, and her clothes and hair and skin were damp from the garden hose she was spraying on the car's surface while she wiped it down with a rag. Molly's physical firmness, The curvature of her hips, the way her rump flexed against her shorts, the suggestion of sexual power in her thighs and the swell of her breasts all reminded me of my dead wife Bootsy. And I sometimes wondered if Bootsy's spirit had not slipped inside Molly's skin, as though the two women who had not known each other in life had melded together and formed a third personality after Bootsy's death. But I didn't care where Molly came from, as long as she remained in my life, and I loved her as much as I did Bootsy, and I loved them both at the same time and never felt a contradiction or a moment of disloyalty about my feelings. "Come scratch my back, will you?" Molly said. "A mosquito about 6 inches long got under my shirt." She propped her arms on the car's roof while I moved my nails back and forth across her shoulder blades. The water from the hose continued to run, spilling back across her fist, trailing down her forearm. She shifted her weight and her rump brushed against my loins. "I had to put César Darbon in jail today," I said. "I suspect he'll be arraigned tomorrow for capital murder." "Uh-huh," she said, gazing abstractedly through the shadows in the backyard. "The guy's broke. He'll probably stay in lockdown out at the stockade." "And?" she said, removing a strand of damp hair from her eye. "No bondsman will touch him with a dung fork, at least not without collateral." "You hurt my feelings," she said. "Pardon?" She rolled her shoulders to indicate I should continue scratching her back. "I thought you were putting moves on me to get me into the sack," she said. "Well, I'm not above doing that." She deliberately hit me with her rump. "You want to go as bond?" she said. "I'll have to put up the house and lot. They're half yours." "Not really, but whatever you want to do is fine with me," she said. She turned around, stood on my shoes, and hugged me. "What's that for?" I said. "I won't tell you," she said, then continued washing her car. After supper, I drove to Cleet's cottage at the motor court. He had closed all the blinds and was sitting barefoot on his bed, dressed in a pair of elastic-waisted khakis and a strap undershirt, reaming out the barrel of a .38 revolver with a bore brush. His television set was tuned to the Weather Channel, the sound turned off. A shaded lamp burned on the nightstand, and under its glow were a can of oil, his sap, a throw-down .22 piece of junk with tape on the wood grips, a 6-inch stiletto, and a 9mm Beretta that carried a 14-round magazine. I took a can of Dr. Pepper out of his icebox and sat down in a straight-back wood chair across from him. "Expecting the Union Army to come up to Tesh?" I said.
A bud inside NOPD called me and said I'm about to get picked up for destroying the casino. I rented a camp out in the Atchafalaya Basin. Time to do a survey on the goggle-eye perch population, he replied. Then I made a mistake. I told him about all the recent events involving the deaths of Yvonne Darbon, Crustacean Man, and Tony and Bello Lujan. I told him about the scam Trish Klein and her crew had pulled on Whitey Bruxall. I also told him about Slim Bruxall's implication that his father and Lefty Ragusa might decide to take their pound of flesh. Cleet wiped the oil off the blue-black surfaces of his .38, then flipped the cylinder from the frame and began inserting cartridges one by one into the chambers, his blonde eyelashes lowered so I could not read his eyes. "I can hear your wheels turning, Cleet. Forget about it," I said. "I'm glad I finally heard the voice of God. You can actually go into people's heads now and explain their own thoughts to them." "Don't be a smartass. I'm trying to—" He cut me off before I could continue. "We used to do business one way with these assholes, under a black flag. Why do you think Whitey Bruxall is here? It's because he gets a free pass. In the old days, at least he would have been under the control of the Chicanos. Now he can kick the shit out of cerebral palsy victims and be on the society page." "You don't think NOPD can find you in a fishing camp? Use your brain," I said. He spun the cylinder on the .38, the butt end of the loaded cartridges glinting in the light. His green eyes were bright and happy, free of alcoholic influence or fatigue, and I realized when he didn't reply that I hadn't listened carefully to what he had said, and I had once again misread the complexities of an antithetically mixed man. "You were already planning to take out Whitey Bruxall, weren't you?" I said. "Not exactly, but if these guys make a move on us, we hunt them down and pitch the rule book. What's to lose? We're dinosaurs anyway. The only guys who haven't figured that out are us. Pop me a beer, will you?" He laid a clear line of oil along the side of the Beretta, then wiped all of its surfaces clean with a rag.
He pulled back the slide on an empty magazine and ran the bore brush up and down the inside of the barrel, smiling at me while he did it. In the muted glow of the lamplight, he looked like a young man again, one who still believed the world was a magical place full of adventure and goodness and intriguing encounters up every street. In moments like these, I sometimes wondered if Cleet had ever intended to age and grow old and change from the irresponsible man of his youth, if indeed he had not always courted death as a means of tearing off the hands on his own clock. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked. "No reason. You worry about all the wrong things, Streak. In this case, about me and Trish. All that stuff you told me about the Lusian murders and Crustacean Man and the Darbon girl, there's something missing. This character in the DA's office, what's his name?" "Lonnie Marceau." "This Marceau guy is the one to worry about. It's these white-collar cocksuckers who'd crank up the gas ovens if they had the chance. You really going bail for Yvonne Darbon's old man?" "I put him in jail. He's an innocent man. What should I do?" I replied. "How many guys have you known inside who were actually innocent?" "Some," I said. "But almost all of them were guilty of other crimes, usually worse ones, right or wrong, nobleman." I poured my Dr. Pepper into the sink and dropped the empty can into the trash basket. "See you later," I said, trying to suppress the anger in my voice. "Put it in neutral a minute and check those satellite pictures on the tube," he said, nodding at the television screen. "The state of Florida must feel like a bowling pin. You were on the water when Audrey hit back in 58? It was 57. Think we'll ever have one that bad again?" "Don't change the subject, Cleet. Take Trish and go somewhere a long way from New Iberia. You keep hurting yourself in ways your worst enemies couldn't think up." He reached under the bed and removed a pint of brandy. He unscrewed the cap and lifted the bottle at me. "Here's to chaos and mayhem and blowing the bad guys out of their socks," he said. He drank the brandy down like soda water, one eye cocked at me over the upended bottle. I went to an AA meeting in the Episcopalian cottage across the street from Old New Iberia High School. When I came out, the sky had turned yellow and purple and was full of dust blowing out of the cane fields. The oak trees in front of the school throbbed with birds, and when the wind changed, the air smelled like a lake that has gone dry. It was an evening when the colors of the sky and the earth and the trees seemed out of accordance with one another. The end of summer in South Louisiana is usually like sliding over the crest of a torpid season of heat and humidity into autumnal days that ring with the sounds of marching bands and smell of burning leaves and the damp, fecund odor of the bayous. But this year was different. The skies were red at morning, and at night churning with clouds that looked like curds of smoke from giant oil fires. Afternoon showers turned into violent storms, with trees of lightning bursting across the entirety of the sky. I've never given credence to apocalyptical theology or prophecies, but this year I felt a sense of foreboding that I couldn't shake. It wasn't based on an intuitive knowledge about the future either. I had seen the show before. It is hard for someone who has not experienced a hurricane to understand the terror of being inside one. Perhaps the fear has its roots in the unconscious. Psychiatrists say the most terrifying moment in our lives occurs when we are delivered out of the birth canal from the safety of the womb, unable to breathe, shuddering against the light, knowing we will die unless we receive the slap of life. Supposedly that moment is sealed forever in a corner of the mind we wish never to re-enter. Then one day the world of predictability, the earth itself, caves under our feet. The moment came for me on a seismograph drill barge anchored by deep-water steel pilings in a bay west of Morgan City in the summer of 1957. On board were 160 pounds of canned dynamite and boxes of canned primers and spools of cap wire that were tipped with a vial of nitroglycerin gel that could be detonated with either an electrical spark or a hard knock against a steel surface. No one anticipated the ferocity of Hurricane Audrey or the tidal wave it would push ahead of it. Our company chose to ride it out. That experience was one that will remain with me the rest of my life. The tide dropped at sunset, and for miles there was hardly a ripple of wind on the water. The sky was littered with clouds that were the color of scorched pewter, but the horizon was still blue, glowing with an iridescence that seemed trapped behind the earth's rim. We went to bed on the quarter boat with a sense of peace about the storm, convinced it was passing far to the west, perhaps over in Texas, and that our fears had been unfounded. At dawn, the miles of flooded cypress and gum trees surrounding us were thick with birds of every description, as though none of them could find a proper tree upon which to rest. At 9 a.m., my half-brother Jimmy and I were building explosive charges for the driller, screwing 6 cans of dynamite end to end, then screwing on a primer that would attach to a second string of 6 cans, doing this 3 times until we had a charge of 18 cans that we would slide down a drill pipe with the cap wire whipping off the spool behind it. Without any transition, the sky erupted with lightning. The barometer dropped so fast our ears popped. A line of white caps shot from the mouth of the bay into the swamp like skin wrinkling, and the miles of flooded trees surrounding us bent simultaneously toward the water. I turned away from the drill, and the wind struck my face as hard as a fist. The tarp that was used to shade the drill deck, one that was made of heavy canvas and inset with metal rods and brass eyelets, ripped loose from the pilot house and disappeared in the wind like a discarded Kleenex. What happened next was an event of such magnitude and intensity that neither Jimmy nor I nor anyone else on board would never quite understand it or the natural causes that created it. Some thought it was a water spout. Some believed a secondary system, one with its own eye, had passed over us. But whatever it was, it carried its own set of rules, and they had nothing to do with the laws of physics, at least not as I understood them. There was no sound at all. The wind stopped. The water around the drill barge flattened, then seemed to drop away from the steel pilings, as though all the water were being sucked out of the bay. The gum and cypress trees and willows along the shore straightened in the stillness, their leaves green and bright with sunshine. Then the world came apart. All the glass exploded from the windows in the pilot house. The instrument shack made of aluminum and bolted down on the stern was shredded into confetti. The crew chief was shouting at everyone on the deck, pointing toward the hatch that led down to the engine room, but his words were lost in the roar of the wind. A curtain of rain slapped across the barge. Then we were inside a vortex that looked exactly like millions of crystallized grass cuttings, except it was filled with objects and creatures that should not have been there. Fish of every kind and size, snakes, raccoons, blue herons, turkey buzzards, a pirogue, uprooted trees, possums and wood rabbits, a twisted tin roof, dozens of crab traps and conical fish nets packed with enormous carp, hundreds of frogs, clusters of tar paper and weathered boards. All these things were spinning around our barge, sometimes thudding against the handrails and ladders and bulkheads. I got to my feet just as an avalanche of water and mud surged across the decks. It stank of oil sludge, seaweed encrusted with dead shellfish, sewage, and human feces. The driller, who had been huddled under a pipe rack, vomited in his lap. Then the sky turned black with rain, and in the west we saw lightning striking the shoreline, and in the wetlands, and in fishing communities where our relatives lived, and in small cities like Lafayette and Lake Charles, and we were glad it was them and not us who were about to receive the brunt of the storm, even the tidal wave that would curl over Cameron and crush the entire town, drowning over 500 people. I used wee Willie Bimstein and Nig Rosewater's agency in New Orleans to go bail for Césaire Darbon. Willie and Nig kept my name out of the court record, but Césaire was released from jail on Wednesday morning and was at my house 10 minutes after I arrived home for lunch with Molly. He removed his straw hat before he knocked on the door. I invited him in, but he shook his head. "I just come to thank you," he said. "It's not a big deal, Mr. Darbon," I replied. "Ain't many people would do something like that. More than you think." He looked out at the traffic on the street, his expression neutral, his turquoise eyes empty of any thoughts that I could see. He fitted on his hat, his skin darkening in the shadow it made on his face. In absent-minded fashion, he scratched the chain of scars on his right forearm. "You ever want to go duck hunting? I got a camp and a blind. I know where the Sacre-Lait is at on Whiskey Bay, too," he said. "I appreciate it, sir, but you don't owe me anything," I said. He turned his eyes on me. They were almost luminous, full of portent, and for just a moment I was sure he was about to tell me something of enormous importance. But if that was his intention, he changed his mind and got in his truck without saying anything further and drove away. "Who was that?" Molly said behind me. "Mr. Darbon. He wanted to thank us for getting him out of the can. Your food is getting cold." "I'll be there in a second," I said, still looking down the street, where Césaire's truck was stopped at the traffic light in front of an 1831 antebellum home called The Shadows. "What's bothering you, Dave?" Molly said. "I've never had a more perplexing case. It's like trying to hold water in your fingers. The real problem is most of the people I keep looking at would probably have led normal lives if they hadn't met one another." "Start over again." "I have. None of it goes anywhere." She kneaded the back of my neck, then ran her fingers up into my hair, her nails raking my scalp. "I'll always be proud of you," she said. "What for?" "Because you're incapable of being anyone other than yourself." I closed the door and turned around. I wanted to hold her, to pull her against me, to whisper words to her that are embarrassing when they are spoken in a conventional situation. But she had already gone back into the kitchen. After lunch, I returned to the office and once again got out all my notes on Yvonne Darbon's death. Except this time I had something else to go on. Slim Bruxall's first-hand account of how Yvonne had died. At 2 p.m., Helen came into my office. "Where's Clete Purcell?" she asked. "I'm not sure," I replied. "NOPD just tried to serve a warrant at his cottage. It's empty. The owner says Clete left late last night with a young blonde woman. You have no idea where he is?" "Nothing specific," I replied, squinting thoughtfully at the far wall. She closed the door behind her so no one could hear her next words. "Don't let them get their hands on him, Dave. They're not talking about 6 months in central lockup. It's Angola on this one. The insurance companies are tired of Clete destroying half of New Orleans." "Glad to know the city is looking out for the right interests," I said. She looked at the crime scene photos and case files spread on my desk. "What are you doing?" she said. "I think maybe I found the key in the murder of Tony Lujan." I didn't try to explain it to her. Instead, I went looking for Monarch Little. His next-door neighbor told me Monarch was doing body and fender work for a man who ran a repair shop in St. Martinville. "You know the repairman's name?" I asked. The neighbor was the same woman who had shown great irritation at Monarch for getting drunk with his friends and throwing beer cans in her yard after his mother died. "Monarch done straightened up. Why don't y'all leave him alone?" she said. "I'm not here to hurt him, ma'am." Her eyes wandered over my face. "He's working for that albino man on the bayou. The one always grinning when he ain't got nothing to grin about," she said. A half hour later, I parked by the side of the sagging Rust Street trailer of Prospect Des Moreau, the same albino man who had repaired the Buick that had run down Crustacean Man. Monarch Little was under the pole shed pulling the door off a Honda that had evidently been broadsided. "You looking good, Mon," I said. "My name is Monarch," he said. "I need your help." "That's why you're here?" "I'm shocked." Lose the comic book dialogue. I'm looking for a black guy who rides a bicycle and salvages bottles and beer cans from the roadside. A black guy who might have seen what happened when Yvonne Darbon died. The girl who shot herself by the sugar mill. I nodded. The sun was in the west, burning like a bronze flame on the bayou's surface. Monarch was sweating heavily in the shade, his neck beaded with dirt rings. "Is this guy on the bike going to be jammed up over this?" he asked. "No, I just want to know what he saw. I'm just excluding a possibility, that's all." "There's 2 or 3 street people do that, but they're white. They stay at a shelter." "Quit waltzing me around, Monarch." "There's this one black guy. He's retarded and got a little head. I mean a real little bitty one. You see him digging trash out of dumpsters or stopping his bike by rain ditches with cars flying right past him. Know who I mean?" "No," I replied. Monarch lifted up his shirt and smelled himself, then wiped the sweat off his upper lip onto the shirt. "He's retarded and scared of people he don't know. I better go with you," he said. I started to thank him, then thought better of it. Monarch was not given to sentiment. He was also aware that, rightly or wrongly, I would probably never forget the fact he had been a dope dealer. We walked up the grassy slope toward my truck, his shadow merging with mine on the ground. I saw him smile. "What's funny?" I said. "You ever see that old movie about this hunchback guy swinging on the cathedral bells?" he asked. "The Hunchback of Notre Dame?" "Yeah, that's it. The 2 of us together look like the guy swinging on the bells, see?" he said, pointing at our shadows. "Everybody thought the hunchback was a monster, but he had music inside his head nobody else could hear." "You never cease to surprise me, Monarch." If my remark held any significance for him, he didn't show it. We drove a few miles back down the bayou to a cluster of shacks behind a parking area for harvesting machines and cane wagons. I had not told Monarch the real reason for my interest in the black man Césaire Darbon's neighbor had told us was collecting discarded bottles and cans from the roadside the day Yvonne died. I believed Slim Bruxall had told me the truth when he said Yvonne had deliberately turned the .22 Magnum into her face and had shot herself, and I needed no confirmation of that fact from a witness. But there was a detail in Slim's story that I had overlooked. He claimed, and I had no reason to doubt him, that Tony Lucian had passed out in the backyard of the fraternity house and was incapable of driving Yvonne home. I had assumed Slim had driven her back to New Iberia in his SUV, but Slim had said Yvonne had taken the .22 out of the glove box. Her diary indicated she didn't like Slim and had probably avoided him. If she had been riding in Slim's vehicle, how would she have known a revolver was in the glove box? The bottle and can collector was named Ripton Armentor. As Monarch had said, he looked like he had been assembled from a box of discarded spare parts. His shoulders were square, his chest flat as an ironing board, and his torso too long for his legs, so that his trousers looked like they had been taken off a midget. Worse yet, his head was not much larger than his shot put, and as though he were deliberately trying to compete with the physical incongruities fate had imposed upon him, he wore a neatly pressed blue denim shirt with a necktie that extended all the way to his belt, giving him the appearance of an inverted exclamation mark. He sat on the top step of his gallery and listened to Monarch explain who I was and what I wanted, the cane fields around his house swirling with wind. It was obvious he was retarded or autistic, but paradoxically his expression was electric, one of fascination with the intrigue and sense of adventure that had been brought to his front door. "You remember that day, Ripton, when the girl died?" I said. "I ain't seen her die," he said, eager to be correct and to please, his words rushed yet syntactical. "But you know she died that day you were collecting bottles and cans by the mill?" I said. "Yes, sir. Heard all about it. I seen it on the TV, too. That's why I come back the next day." "I'm not quite with you, Ripton," I said. "I gone back by the mill, see? I was way down the street when I heard it. I thought maybe it was my bicycle tire. When it pop, it make a sound just like that. In the wind and all, I thought it was my tire going pop." "You heard the shot?" I said. "Yes, sir, I heard it. Then I seen a car go rolling by.
So I went and knocked on Mr. Cesar's door and told him what I seen.
You talked to Cesar Darbon?
I said, yes, sir, that's what I'm saying. I went back and told Mr. Cesar about it. A silver car went streaking on by, going by like a rocket. Whoosh!
What kind of car was it? I said.
A silver one, just like I said.
Why didn't you tell the police about this? I asked.
Mr. Cesar said I ain't had to. Since I'd already give him the numbers, he was going to take care of it. Didn't need to talk to no police.
A flock of crows rose from the cane field and patterned against the sky. What numbers, partner?
The first 3 numbers on the license plate. Wrote 'em down in my little book. I keep a little book on everything I pick up from the road, case the taxman call me in. I still got them numbers inside. You want 'em?
I could hear clothes popping on a wash line, or perhaps the sound was in my own ears. Chapter 26. I went early to the office the next morning and ran the registration on Tony Lujan's silver Lexus and looked once again at all my notes concerning Cesar Darbon's background. But what stuck in my mind about Cesar was not written down in a notebook. Instead, it was his absorption as a duck hunter and the fact he had told me the scars on his left hand and arm had come about from a hunting accident. I called Mac Bertrand at the crime lab. I'm doing a little background work on Cesar Darbon. Did you tell me he's a distant cousin of your wife? I said. That's right, he replied. He was in a duck hunting accident? Yeah, as I remember. He poked his shotgun barrel into the mud and almost blew his arm off. What did he do with the gun? Pardon? After the barrel exploded, what did he do with it? I asked. How should I know? You told me a couple of guys tried to rob his bar and he ran them off by firing a gun in the air. Yeah, about 15 years back. Why are you pumping me, Dave? You know why. Hasn't the guy had enough grief? That fact won't change what happened. What did Cesar do with the shotgun after it exploded? Ask him. I'm signing off on this. Sorry to see you take that attitude, Mac. The guy is already down for 1 murder and you want to put Tony Lujan's on him too? He hung up. I searched the department computer but found nothing on an attempted robbery at the bar run by Cesar Darbon. I spent the next 2 hours searching through our paper files with the same result. Then I called a retired plainclothes by the name of Paul LeBlanc, who had worked for the department 40 years before deafness and diabetes forced him to hang it up. Now he lived in an assisted care facility by Iberia General and at first did not recognize my name. Dave Robichaud, I said. I was with NOPD before I went to work for Iberia Parish. I used to own a bait shop and boat rental business south of town. The one with drinking problems, he said. I'm your man. How you doing? He said. You remember an attempted robbery at a bar owned by Cesar Darbon? It was a ramshackle hole-in-the-wall joint up the bayou. We're talking about maybe 15 years back. No, he said. You have no memory of it? That wasn't what I said. It wasn't 15 years back. It was 17, the spring of 1988. What happened? Wasn't much to it. Couple of colored men tried to pry the back window while Cesar was mopping up. He come out the back door and chased him out in the cane field. Fired a shell in the air. I think they were after booze instead of money. I don't think I even wrote it up. You didn't write it up? No, I don't think I did. What kind of weapon did Cesar fire in the air, Mr. Paul? Can't hear you. The earpiece on his phone ain't no good. You said he fired a shell, Mr. Paul. Did Cesar fire a shotgun over these fellas' heads? Maybe it was. Was it a cut-down 12-gauge? The phone was silent. Sir, I said. I'm in my years now. My memory ain't that good. We're not talking about an illegal gun charge, Mr. Paul. This is a homicide investigation. Was Cesar in possession of a sawed-off shotgun? Yes, sir, he was. Thank you. I started to lower the receiver into the cradle. Mr. Robichaud? Yes, sir. I've been knowing Cesar Darbon 50 years. He's a good man. He was a good man, I said to myself. After I hung up, I went into Helen's office. I think I got taken over the hurdles. I think Césaire Darbon murdered Tony Lucian, I said. She sat back in her chair, widening her eyes. I found a witness to the Yvonne Darbon homicide. A retarded black man by the name of Ripton Armentor saw a silver car speeding away after he heard a gunshot. He wrote down 3 numbers from the license tag. He gave them to Césaire Darbon the next day. She closed, then opened her eyes. "Oh, boy," she said, more to herself than to me. I did some more research into Césaire's history, too. 17 years back, a plainclothes investigated an attempted break-in at Césaire's bar. Césaire was in possession of a cut-down 12-gauge that he probably salvaged from a shotgun that exploded on him after he got some mud in the barrel. Césaire followed Tony the night Tony was supposed to meet Monarch? That's my guess. He blew Tony apart, then planted the weapon in Monarch's car. Why Monarch's? Because everyone knows Monarch was selling dope to white teenagers. The autopsy showed Yvonne was full of drugs when she died. Césaire probably blamed Monarch for her death as much as he did Tony. We're going to look like idiots going back to the grand jury on this guy for another homicide. It's like we don't have anyone else in the parish to charge for unsolved crimes, she said. Want me to talk to Lonnie? Screw Lonnie. We need to clean up our own mess. She studied a legal pad on her desk, her fingers on her brow. I just got off the phone with the FBI in New Orleans. They pulled a cell phone transmission out of the air on Lefty Ragusa. They think he's in Iberia or St. Martin Parish. Lefty wants payback for the beating he took? No. The feds think he and Whitey Bruxall are going to try to get Whitey's money back by peeling the skin off Trish Klein's pretty ass. She saw the look on my face. That's the language this FBI jerk used. Don't blame me, she said. Where's Clete Purcell, Dave? Don't lie to me either. I didn't have to lie. I didn't know. Not exactly, anyway. That night, Molly and I went to a movie and had dinner in Lafayette. The summer light was still high in the sky when we drove back home, and I could see fishermen and boats out on Spanish Lake, the cypress snags shadowing on the water against the late sun. You worried about Clete? She asked. A little. If NOPD gets their hands on him, they're going to put him away. He's always come through before, hasn't he? Except that's not what he wants. He's been committing suicide in increments his whole life. He tries to keep the gargoyles away with booze and aspirin and wonders why he always has a mixmaster roaring in his head. I could feel her eyes on me. Then I felt her put away whatever it was she had planned to say. Buy me some ice cream? She asked. You bet, I replied. The next morning was Friday. I called Nig Rosewater and Wee Willie Bimstein and Clete's offices in both New Iberia and New Orleans and was told that Clete was out of town and that his whereabouts were unknown. The only semblance of cooperation came from Alice Warenhouse, the part-time secretary and former nun at the office on St. Anne in the Quarter. He's fine, Mr. Robichaud. He doesn't want you to worry, she said. Then why does he keep his cell turned off? May I be frank? Please. He doesn't want you compromised. Now stop picking on him. I think his life may be in danger, Miss Alice. She was quiet a long time. Mr. Purcell will always be Mr. Purcell. He won't change for either of us. I'll do what I can. You have my word. So much for that. My other ongoing problem was Césaire Darbon. I'd gone bond for a man who was probably innocent of the murder he was accused of committing and guilty of a homicide for which he wasn't charged. The greater irony was that the boy Césaire had probably murdered was not responsible for his daughter's death, and the man he had not killed was. After lunch, I went to Lonnie Marceau's office and told him everything I'd learned about Césaire Darbon's probable guilt in the murder on Tony Lucian. Nobody can screw up a case this bad. Are you drinking again? He said. Glad to see you handling this in the right spirit, Lonnie. No, I'm not drinking. But since you went full tilt on insisting we indict an innocent man for Bello Lusian's death, I thought I should drop by and give you a heads up. Me a heads up? Yeah, because the shit prints lead right back into your office. I think you have your facts wrong. Of course, that's no surprise. Scapegoating others is a symptom of the disease, isn't it? Say again. It's what alcoholics do. Scapegoating other people, right? It's always somebody else's fault. My office acted on the information you provided, Dave. You want to contest the factual record, have at it. I think you're long overdue for an IA review. I glanced out the window at the storm clouds building in the south and the tops of trees bending in the wind. At my age, I don't have a lot to lose. There's a great sense of freedom in that, Lonnie, I said. Care to explain that? You'll figure it out. I believed Whitey Bruxall had set up Césaire Darbon for the murder of Bellerophon Lusian, but my speculation, and that's all it was, posed a problem I had not yet resolved. If Whitey had indeed framed Césaire, how did Whitey know that Bello had probably raped Césaire's daughter, giving Césaire motivation to take his life? I went to see Valerie Lusian for an answer. She was obviously preparing to go somewhere when I pushed the bell and the maid opened the front door. I won't take much of your time, I said. She was in her wheelchair, wearing a yellow dress that matched her hair, a lavender corsage pinned on her shoulder. A picnic basket containing a pink cake and 2 bottles of champagne and 2 glasses rested on the tabletop behind her. "Let him in," she said to the maid. I sat down in a deep white chair, leaning forward, my back stiff so as not to look relaxed or accommodating. "Césaire Darbon didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Lusian," I said. "Just a moment," she said and turned to the maid. "Finish up in the kitchen and tell Luther to bring around the car." Then she addressed me again. "To be honest, I really don't care who killed my husband." "But we do. Whitey Bruxall thought Bello was going to roll over on him, and he used a stable mucker by the name of Juan Bolachi to take him out." "Then you must arrest him." "Except there's another problem. Whitey decided to frame Césaire Darbon for the homicide, but that means Whitey knew we'd eventually discover that Bello raped Yvonne Darbon and that her father would be a perfect suspect when a pickaxe stolen from Césaire's tool shed was used to tear Bello apart." She looked at a tiny gold watch on her wrist. The color of her skin and the veins in her arms made me think of milk and pieces of green string. "I'd like to be of assistance, but I'm on my way to the cemetery," she said. "It's Tony's birthday. He always loved strawberry cake with pink icing." "Who told Whitey that Bello probably raped Yvonne?" I asked. "I certainly didn't, and I resent your suggesting I did." "That wasn't my intention, but there is one man you do confide in. He's your friend and spiritual counselor, someone who claims to be a man of God, someone you trust, a man you believe would never betray you." Her eyes fixed on my face with an intensity that seemed far greater than her failing powers were capable of generating. I knew I had hit home. "You're saying Colin Ulrich passed on information about my husband to Whitey Bruxall?" she said. "You bet I am. No matter what he tells you, Ulrich's vested interest is with the gambling industry and the lobbyists who support it. He sold both you and Bello down a drain." At this stage in her life, she probably believed nothing else could be taken from her, but I had just proved her wrong. She looked out the front window at the turbulence in the sky and the oak leaves flying from the trees in the yard. "My car is waiting outside, Mr. Robichaud. I'll be at Tony's graveside the rest of the afternoon," she said. "I hope you'll be gracious and decent enough not to disturb me there. I believe the dead can hear the voices of the living, although we cannot hear theirs. I'll ask my son to forgive you for not finding his killer and for concentrating your efforts instead on tormenting his mother." I stood up to go, but I didn't want to leave her with the impression that I accepted her victimhood. She wore her infirmity and her personal loss as a shield against the system, and chances were she would take on the permanent role of martyr and saint and be venerated as an icon of bereavement and moral courage until the day of her death. But I believed Valerie Lujan's contract with the devil had been signed many years ago, and she knew that every dollar in her possession had come into Bellows' hands through the deprivation of others. I started to say these things, and perhaps other things even more injurious to her. But what was the point? Saints are made of plaster, and they neither bleed nor hear. So I simply said, "I was drunk for many years, Mrs. Lujan, but I finally learned everybody has to pay his tab. Good luck to you. The Garden of Gethsemane is a tough gig." But rhetoric is rhetoric, and a poor substitute for putting away people who belong in jail. That afternoon as I drove home, I realized that all my investigative efforts since the spring would result in few, if any, meaningful convictions. Without a confession, I doubted if Césaire Darbon would ever do time for the murder of Tony Lujan. The same with Slim Bruxall. I believed he had killed Crustacean Man with a baseball bat, but the case had already grown cold and there was no forensic connection between Slim and the hapless man who had been struck by the Lujan family's Buick. Worse, Whitey Bruxall and Lefty Ragusa would never be punished for the execution-like slaying of my friend Dallas Klein, a murder I'd been too drunk to prevent. I helped Molly prepare supper. Then I fed Snugs and Tripod on the back steps. It was shady and cool under the trees, and the wind blowing from the bayou stiffened their fur while they ate. I pulled Snug's tail playfully and bounced him gingerly on his back paws. "How you doing, soldier?" I said. He glanced back at me, his head notched with pink scars, then returned to his food. "How about you, Tripod? You doing okay, old-timer?" I said. Tripod smacked his chops and had no comment. I wished life consisted of just taking care of animals, the earth, and one's family and friends. In fact, that's what it should be. But it's not, and the explanation for that fact is not one I have ever been able to provide. "Ready to eat?" Molly said through the screen window. "Sure," I said, and went back inside. It was 6:10 p.m., and Molly was in the bathroom when the phone on the kitchen counter rang. Outside, the light in the trees was the color of honey, the tidal current in the bayou flowing inland, the surface networked with serpentine lines of dead leaves. "That you, Mr. Robichaud?" the voice said. "Césaire," I said. "This connection ain't good. I'm at a payphone not far from Whiskey Bay. I seen your friend with a blonde woman. He was driving a pink Cadillac convertible with a white top." "Right. That's Cleet Purcell. You saw him?" "Yes, sir. But that ain't why I called. A couple of gangsters followed him and the woman out of a parking lot in front of a bar. One of them was the father of Tony Lujan's friend." "Whitey Bruxall?" "I ain't sure of his name. I just know his face. He called the man with him Lefty. This guy Lefty's face looked like a busted-up flower pot. I thought I ought to tell you about your friend." "Why are you at Whiskey Bay, Mr. Darbon?" "I got a camp here. Is your friend going to be okay?" Chapter 27. After I closed the bedroom door, I removed my cut-down 12-gauge pump from the closet, sat on the side of the bed, and pushed 5 shells loaded with double-aught buckshot into the magazine. I strung my handcuffs through the back of my belt, clipped on my holster and 1911 model United States Army .45, Velcro strapped my .25 automatic on my ankle, and picked up the receiver from the telephone on the dresser. I paused for a moment, thinking of Cleet and the alternatives his situation offered, then replaced the receiver in the cradle without punching in a number. I heard the doorknob twist behind me. "What are you doing?" Molly asked. That was Césaire Darbon. I think Whitey Bruxall and Lefty Ragusa have followed Cleet and Trish Klein to a camp in the basin. "Call the department." "Cleet's wanted by NOPD. He'll be locked up." "That's Cleet's problem." "It may be a false alarm," I said, starting toward the door. "You simply accept the word of Césaire Darbon, a man you believe mutilated the body of a college student with a shotgun?" "I've got my cell. I'll call you." "I'm going with you." "Not on this one." "Don't do this, Dave." "If you don't hear from me in 2 hours, call 911. Perhaps my attitude was willful, and even cruel, but I had a terrible sense that maybe this time Cleet's luck had finally run out. That thought caused a sensation in my throat that was like swallowing glass. It took me almost an hour to reach the levee area where Césaire had called from. He was waiting in his truck in front of a bar that had been knocked together from unpainted plywood and covered with a tin roof that had been peeled off a barn. On the other side of the levee was a wide bay flanged by flooded woods. To the north, I could see car lights crossing the elevated highway that traversed the massive network of bayous, rivers, oxbows, lakes, and cypress swamps that comprised the Atchafalaya Basin. The sky was piled with clouds that had turned purple and gold in the sun, the miles of flooded trees bending steadily into wind. As I got out of my truck, a smell like burning garbage struck my face. "Can you show me where they went?" I asked. "Down the levee and back in them woods," he said, pointing. "There's a high ground back in them gum trees and palmettos. It don't never go under water unless it storms real bad." I didn't shake hands with him, which is considered a personal affront in South Louisiana, but as Molly had suggested, it would have been foolish to dismiss the darker side of this man's nature. When people seek vengeance, they dig up every biblical platitude imaginable to rationalize their behavior, but their motivations are invariably selfish. More important, they have no regard for the damage and pain they often cause the innocent. "Why are you doing this, Mr. Darbon?" "You win my bond. You treated me decent. You cared about my little girl." "I did those things because I thought you had been unjustly accused. You didn't kill Bello Illusion, did you?" "No, sir." "But you murdered his son." His turquoise eyes were empty, unblinking, his face devoid of any emotion I could detect. "I ain't never told you otherwise," he said. "Then you planted the weapon in Monarch's car and set fire to it," I said. "He ain't selling dope no more." "I wish you had trusted me, Mr. Darbon." "To do what? Still ain't nobody in jail for what they done to my little girl." How do you explain to a man whose daughter has killed herself that there is no they? That the pitiful, guilt-driven man who raped her was a victim himself? That the fraternity boys who gang-banged her couldn't think their way out of a wet paper bag? That Slim Bruxall, who had the feral instincts of a vicious street punk, had acted with a degree of conscience and tried to return her safely home? How do you deal with the moral authority of ignorance? "You're not setting me up, are you, partner?" I said. "What you talking about, you?" "Get in," I said. We drove down the levee, the wind buffeting the truck. Out in the swamp, I could see black smoke rising out of the trees from trash or stump fires, then flattening above the canopy. "Turn down the grade," Césaire said, pointing at a steep set of vehicle tracks that led down the side of the levee into stands of gum and persimmon trees. As we dipped down the smooth green incline of the levee, I could see the sunset through the canopy, the leaves of the cypress ruffling in silhouette. But the poetic moment was lost as soon as we entered the shade. Inside the heated enclosure of the woods, an ugly stench hung in the air, one that called to mind a dead bird caught in a flaming chimney. I drove at least 200 yards on top of dried-out humus and layers of leaves that had turned gray with damp rot. The trees were strung with air vines, the ground dotted with palmettos. In the distance I could see ponds of water, like greasy oil slicks among the tree trunks, and a spacious cabin elevated on cinder blocks, wind chimes and birdhouses hanging from the eaves of the peaked tin roof. But the cabin was not the focus of my attention. Off to the left was the scorched hulk of a Cadillac convertible, strings of smoke rising from what had once been a flamingo-pink paint job. The hatch had been popped, perhaps by the heat of the gas tank burning, and the top had collapsed in a soft gray patina of ash on the seats. There was no sound of life around either the caddy or the cabin. I stopped the truck and cut the ignition. "I want you to stay here, Mr. Darbon. I'm going to take a look at my friend's car, then I'm going inside the cabin. If everything goes all right, I'll be back in a few minutes, but I want you to stay right where you are." "What's the deal with this Bruxall guy? How come he's after your friend and his woman?" "It's complicated, but the short version is Whitey Bruxall ordered Bello Illusion killed and then put it on you. He did to you, Mr. Darbon, what you did to Monarch Little." Césaire stared at me in the deepening shadows, A mosquito lit on his neck, sucking his blood, but he gave it no notice.
That's the man took the pickaxe out of my tool shed?
When we're finished here, I'm going to help you in whatever way I can. If I don't return in 10 minutes, walk back to the bar and call 911. I opened the door quietly, slipped my cut-down pump from the gun rack behind the seat, and got out of the truck. I walked toward the Cadillac, my heart pounding. The heat from the fire had curled all the leaves in a water oak that towered above the caddy's shell. The tires had exploded, and the air stank of burnt rubber and the leather in the seats and the wiring and hoses that had melted in the engine. But one odor in particular overpowered all the others. It was one that lived in my sleep, and the image and sound that went with it. A burst of flame from a nozzle, an incongruous mewing sound like that of a newborn kitten, were etched forever in my unconscious, and no amount of booze or hospital dope will ever remove them. I walked through a dry coulee full of leaves and came up on the driver's side of the caddy. The door hung ajar and the window was rolled down. The convertible top had settled like an ashy veil on the shape of a man who sat slumped forward on the steering wheel. The figure was that of a big man, or at least he had been a big man, until the fire had seared and buckled his flesh and boiled his blood and deformed his features. I touched the door handle, then pulled my hand away from the heat that was still trapped inside the metal. I removed a handkerchief from my pocket and clasped the handle with it and pulled the door completely open. The veil of ash on the man's head fell away and powdered in his lap. His mouth was locked open, his eyes cavernous and poached, his ears little more than red-black stubs. I backed away and fell to one knee, the butt of my shotgun propped up in the leaves. I tried to suppress the sob in my chest, but to no avail. I cried, as a child would, my back heaving, my hand clenched over my eyes. A Beretta lay on the floor. By the foot pedals, the pistol grips blown off by the rounds that had exploded in the magazine. It was the same model with a 14-round magazine that Cleet had carried. I backed away into the coulee and looked again at the cabin. The sun had dipped over the horizon, and someone in the cabin had either lit a lantern or turned on a battery-powered light. I circled far to one side of the cabin so I could see the back as well as the front entrance. Farther down the slope was a canal and a boathouse and a shed inside of which at least 2 vehicles were parked. I knelt behind a tree and studied the cabin. My cell phone was in my pocket and I could have called for help, but I knew I wouldn't, and I also knew I was not even going to think about the things I was about to do. I would just do them and add up the score when it was all over. My ears were filled with a sound like a train entering a tunnel, a taste like copper pennies in my mouth. My hands were damp and tight on the stock and pump of the 12-gauge, my breath almost rasping with anticipation. In my mind's eye, I already saw the pink mist I was going to create out of the faces inside the cabin. I moved quickly up the coulee until I was in a place that was overhung with cypress boughs and black with shadow, swimming with clouds of mosquitoes and gnats. The back entrance was actually a ramp that led to a screened porch that was stacked with collapsible wire crab traps. I saw a silhouette against a back window. Then the silhouette disappeared and the glass was filled with an unobstructed yellow radiance again. This one is under a black flag, Cletus. This one is for you, I thought. I entered that adrenaline-fed dead zone of bloodlust that requires no pretense of moral justification for its inhabitants. I pushed off to safety behind the shotgun's trigger guard with my index finger and sprinted across the backyard, bent low, my neck running with sweat, the wind suddenly cold on my face. Then I pounded up the ramp, ripped open the screen, and crashed over a tangle of fishing tackle and cartons of preserve jars into the cabin's interior, the sound of my shoes like hammers on the floor, the shotgun stock against my shoulder. At first I couldn't assimilate the scene and situation I had burst into. Trish Klein lay in a corner, hog-tied, wrists to ankles, her mouth wrapped round and round with silver duct tape. Cleet Purcell was not only alive, he had been propped up in a heavy oak chair, his forearms and calves cinched to the wood with plastic ligatures. His eyes were swollen into puffed slits, his face streaked with blood, his bare chest and shoulders and arms burned by cigarettes. A coarse piece of hemp rope hung down from his throat. Lefty Ragusa had stripped at her waist and slipped on a pair of leather gloves before going to work on Cleet's face. Had he not been wearing gloves, perhaps he might have been more successful in pulling a .38 revolver from a shoulder holster hanging on the back of a chair, When I squeezed the trigger on the 12-gauge, the load of double-aught bucks caught him across the collarbone and in the throat and exited into wallpaper that was printed with garden scenes of children watering flowers from sprinkler cans. Lefty fell heavily against the wall, as though stunned that an event he'd always associated with other people was now happening to him. In fact, the cool green fire in his eyes never died. As he slid toward the floor, he looked straight ahead, never blinking, his gaze steady, his mouth pursed like a fish's when it feeds at the surface of a lake. One hand came to rest on his genitalia, then he made a puffing sound and died. I heard Trish Klein trying to talk behind the tape over her mouth. Then Cleet raised his head and spit and whispered something I couldn't understand. I ejected the spent shell from the chamber and heard it hit the floor. "What is it?" I said, my ears still ringing from the roar of the shotgun inside the room. Cleet nodded at a door to a side room. Too late. Whitey Bruxall came out shooting. He was holding a chrome-plated .25 caliber automatic straight out in front of him, squeezing off rounds as fast as he could pull his finger, his face averted from the shotgun blast he knew he would probably have to eat. One round lasered across my scalp. Then a second one caught me on the rotator cuff, just as though someone had punched the bone with a hammer and cold chisel. I spun away from him, my left arm held out defensively in front of me, and swung the shotgun haphazardly in his direction. When I fired, the shotgun jerked upward in my hand, and I saw Whitey tilt forward as though he'd been struck by a violent attack of nausea. He laced both arms across his stomach, his mouth open, and sat down heavily in a chair. His forehead was pinpointed with sweat, and the level of pain and terror in his eyes made me look away from his face. I lay the shotgun across the tabletop and pressed a towel between Whitey's forearms and the exposed entrails he was trying to hold inside his stomach cavity. "Hang on," I said. "I'm calling for the paramedics." "You read it all wrong, Dave. In the bedroom," I heard Cleet say hoarsely behind me. But at that point, I trusted none of my own faculties. My shoulder ached miserably and my ears were popping as though I were aboard an airplane that had suddenly lost altitude. Who was the man in the burned caddy? How did the car burn? I sank into a chair and reached for my cell phone. Then a shadow cast by a light inside the bedroom fell across my hand. I turned my head and stared into the face of Valerie Lujan. "I'm sorry it's come to this, Mr. Robichaux. I wish you had left us alone," she said. She was standing in the doorway now, supported by an aluminum brace whose socket fitted around her left forearm. In her other hand she held a small pistol. Her flesh tone was pink, her eyes clear, as though she had been suffused with new life from an iniquitous enterprise. I looked at the shotgun, the blue-black of the steel, the damp imprints of my hand still on the stock, the safety still pushed to the off position. But I had not ejected the spent shell after I'd shot Whitey. Even if I could pick up the gun, I would never have time to jack another round into the chamber before Valerie Lujan shot me at point-blank range. "How many mistakes can one man make?" I said. "Do you think an ignoramus like my husband amassed a fortune by running cockfights and handling oil leases that usually resulted in dry holes? He could hardly write his name. Half the money Miss Klein stole from Mr. Bruxall belongs to me." I was losing more blood than I had thought, and the room was spinning around me. Whitey was bent forward across from me, the tops of his forearms glistening with blue and red lights. "Let me call 911. It will save this man's life. You still have a chance to be a friend of the court, Mrs. Lujan," I said. But the resolution in her eyes was of a kind I knew my words would have no effect on. She stepped farther into the room, her metal brace clinking with her weight. I saw Cleet strain against the plastic ligatures that held him in the chair. "I'm sorry, Mr. Robichaux, but way leads on to way," she said. "You ran over the homeless man, not Tony," I said. "How did you know?" "Tony wouldn't have gone to prison for his father or even Slim, but he would have for his mother." "You need to understand something, sir. A vagrant came out of the darkness and struck the side of my car. When we tried to help him, he bragged on the amount of money he was going to make. Then he laughed at Slim Bruxall. That
was a mistake. You keep your mouth off my relationship with my son, Mr. Robichaud. In fact, you tell your tale to the devil."
She raised the pistol and aimed it at my face. I could feel my mind racing, searching for words that would turn the situation around, that would impose humanity on a person whose small-waisted hand and crippled mind had the power to shut down my life with the casualness of a fool arbitrarily slamming a door. "Mrs. Lujan, you're not a killer," I said.
"We all are," she said.
I saw her index finger and hand tighten on the pistol's trigger in tiny pearl grips. Then there was a solitary pop, like a Chinese firecracker behind me, and the petals of a red flower spilled from the middle of Valerie Lujan's forehead. For less than a second, there was a look in her eyes I will never forget, as though she realized that once again an unfair hand had cheated her out of the life that should have been hers. Then all the neurological motors and complexities that defined who and what she was drained out of her face, just like the features of a wax figure softening in front of a flame. The pistol she had been holding struck the floor with more sound than the weight of her body. Césaire d'Arbon stood in the back doorway. Cleet Purcell's throw-down .22 hanging from his hand, the woods behind him thrashing with wind. He stared at the gun, then set it on the kitchen counter and looked at it again. I could hear him breathing in the silence. "He was lying out there in the weeds with a knife and a blackjack," he said. "I heard the gunfire. I didn't know what else to do. Did I do the right thing?" I didn't reply. Valerie Lujan had said we're all killers. Was she correct? Does our simian ancestry feed daily at the heart? Perhaps better people than I can answer that question. I cut loose Trish Klein and Cleet Purcell and silently asked my old friend Dallas to forgive me for failing him years ago on that fly-blown burning day in Apalaca, Florida, when I learned that charnel houses can wait for us on the other side of morning. Then I called both the FBI and the St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Department and asked them to send everything they had. Epilogue. NOPD eased up on Cleet while he recuperated at Our Lady of Lourdes in Lafayette, although none of us had any doubt that this time Cleet was not going to skate. He tried to dismiss his impending legal troubles as well as the events that had taken place at the camp out by Whiskey Bay. Through his window he had a lovely view of the older part of Lafayette, the houses couched deep inside a canopy of live oaks, slash pine, pecan, and hackberry trees. He joked and pretended he had never lost control of the situation on the levee, that bad judgment and mortality still held no sway in his life. "I'm telling you, I was never scared. Bruxall and his hired lame brains just weren't the first team," he said. "Soon as they locked me in the trunk, I knew they'd blown it." He had installed a release latch inside the hatch. When Whitey Bruxall and Lefty Ragusa and a man named Ernesto had run Cleet's vehicle off the road, they put Trish in the SUV and took Cleet's Beretta from him, tossing his stiletto and throwdown into the weeds. Then they stuffed Cleet into the caddy's trunk. Cleet's flare pistol, the one he carried with him when he was out on the salt, was behind the spare tire. When Ernesto stopped the caddy, Cleet popped the hatch and fired the flare pistol straight into Ernesto's face. Unfortunately for Ernesto, Trish and Cleet had just gone up the levee to fill a 10-gallon gas can to power the generator at his rented camp. Worse yet, the can had evidently fallen on its side and soaked the carpet on the passenger side of the car. The explosion of flame from the windows wrapped all the way across the roof. But Cleet's dismissal of his experience at Whiskey Bay was not convincing. When no one was watching, I could see the haunted look in his eyes, not unlike the 1,000-yard stare that soldiers bring back from places no one should ever have to revisit. "Get that expression off your face," he said to me one evening just after Trish had left. "I think you should leave the United States, Cletus. Check out the islands, maybe stay gone a year or so," I said. "This is our country, Dave. We fought for it. We're not going to give it over to these sons of bitches," he said. "Get us a couple of Dr. Peppers out of the machine, will you? The Bobbsey twins from Homicide stomp ass and take names and are here to stay, big man." That was Cleet Purcell, 1,000-yard stare or not. My feelings about the people who died at the camp by Whiskey Bay are simple. I think each of them got what he or she deserved, and I'm glad they're dead. Césaire Darbon pled guilty to the premeditated murder of Tony Lucian and was sentenced to life imprisonment at Angola. His lawyer told me later that Césaire refused to allow him to enter an insanity plea or to ask for leniency from the court. I visit him regularly and believe he is one of those rare individuals who discovers a form of dignity inside jail that would have been denied him outside. I hope one day that his sentence is commuted. Slim Bruxall? He not only got a free pass since there was no substantive evidence against him in the death of Crustacean Man, he also got a job as a card dealer at a casino in Las Vegas. But I think Slim has his own appointment in Samara waiting for him, at which time he'll get to see Crustacean Man again. But actually, within days after Cleet's hospitalization, our concerns about his future and all the events that had ensued since the death of Yvonne Darbon seemed to telescope into the distant past. Hurricane Katrina, the nightmare that New Orleans had feared for years, struck the city with an intensity that was greater than the destructive force of the nuclear weapons visited upon the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. The levees broke, and the great bowl that surrounds New Orleans filled with water, untreated sewage, and petrochemical sludge. On rooftops and in windowless attics, the residents of the lower Ninth Ward in Orleans Parish drowned by the hundreds, if not thousands. If you have ever heard tapes of those who called on cell phones from those attics and rooftops, you will never forget the desperation in their voices as the water rose around their heads. If there are saints who walk among us, many of them wear the uniform of the United States Coast Guard. They flew without rest or sleep day after day, suspended from cables, holding the infirm and the elderly and the helpless against their chests, with no regard for their own safety, with a level of courage that others might equal but never surpass. As of this writing, January 29, 2006, the death toll is over 1,000 souls, and 3,400 are still officially listed as missing. The irony is that the National Hurricane Center had forecast that New Orleans would be hit head-on by a Category 5 storm. That didn't happen. In the last hours before landfall, the storm shifted direction to the northeast, and its full brunt struck Gulfport, Mississippi, rather than New Orleans. Had the forecaster's prediction proved correct, the levees surrounding New Orleans would have been turned into little more than strings of silt, and the loss of human life would have been incalculable. Weeks later, Hurricane Rita churned ashore at Cameron, Louisiana, just south of Lake Charles, the exact same place Audrey made landfall in 1957 when my half-brother and I worked on a seismograph barge west of Morgan City. It is no exaggeration to say the southern rim of Louisiana is gone. Fishing villages, towns, hundreds of square miles of sugarcane and rice fields look like surreal footage from a film depicting an apocalyptic event. But as Cleet suggested, you don't surrender the country of your birth to either the forces of greed or natural calamity. The songs in our hearts don't die. The spring will come a-borning again, whether we're here for it or not. Cleet Purcell always understood that, and as a consequence was never defeated by his adversaries. Southern Iberia Parish was under 12 feet of water after Hurricane Rita. East Main, where we live, was virtually untouched. The flowers along the street are blooming, our lawns green, the days balmy, the bayou hammered with a brassy light through the trees. Why is one person spared and another not? Why do the Yvonne Darbons of the world suffer? If age brings either wisdom or answers to ancient questions, it has made an exception for me. But I don't dwell on the great mysteries anymore. Alifair will be home for Christmas, and Molly and I greet each day as lovers just discovering one another. I live in a place where Confederate soldiers in ragged uniforms hover on the edge of one's vision, beckoning from the mist, calling us back into the past, reminding us that the mythos of winged horses and Grecian warriors was fashioned in our collective souls, that our story is one of ancient gods and peoples inseparable from our own. I think it's not bad to be a player against a backdrop like that.